that like want to soften the language. And there are many who go, no, no, no. Christians literally played a role in devaluing the ancient sciences, the all sorts of stuff, causing us to go down a spiral that led into a dark age. So the first question I have, and then take us into still man, the opponent. What is the debate? What are they trying to do, and why are they wrong? What are the dark ages? And then take us into.
Yeah, so the phrase was originally coined by Petrarch, and his reaction, like, because he was basically a student of a scholar of literature, and so he was looking at like all the ancient literature that was available to him and all the medieval literature that was available to him. And he's writing like 14th century, I think, something like that. And he's noticing that the medieval literature is shitty. Like, it's sparser, it's really more primitive, it's not as sophisticated and brilliant as the stuff. So he sees it as a decline in literature, like literary quality. He's looking at it aesthetically. It's like, also like the histories are worse and fewer, like the quality of history is worse and fewer. So he's saying, like, what happened? Like, you had this great, glorious age of production of great literature, of really accurate, detailed histories, a lot of sophisticated stuff, and then you have all this kind of like sort of poor copies of it, right, for hundreds of years until his own day. Then stuff starts picking up again. It's like, what happened in that period? So him is like, that's the Dark Ages. He did not mean anything more than that. Now later people picked up the phrase and sort of piling on, noticing more things fit this model. So for during the same period, we're talking roughly like 500 to 1000 AD, right? So there's different datings, like 400, 900, 500 to 1000, whatever, but it's in there. Also, we're talking about the West. We're talking about Europe. We're not talking about Byzantium, which is the Eastern Empire. Different story, what happened there. But in the Western half, in the European half, the scholars who use the phrase Dark Ages talk about the fact that we have less access to what was going on there. Like the documentation is more fabulous, less accurate, less quantified. We start to get good quantification and good literature after 1000, right? So the Dark Ages does not mean the whole Middle Ages, right? It's just this one phase after the total collapse of the Roman Empire in the West, and what you would call like what's called the High Middle Ages. And the High Middle Ages start roughly around 1000 AD, give or take.
If you've never cashed a 40...
Yeah, I need to go ahead and
What? What's wrong?
the video froze. It is raining hard outside today.
So, what he just said,
Here we go.
I hope you catch. You don't mix up the eastern half of the Roman Empire with what was going on with the western half. Because when people speak of Rome, they think it's one entity. Not knowing at this time it was split. The East-West ism. So during this time, you have the split. You have Byzantium as
Go ahead, let it play.
The total collapse of the Roman Empire in the West, and what you would call like what's called the High Middle Ages. And the High Middle Ages start roughly around 1000 AD, give or take. After that, things start to get better. But you can look at so many metrics, not just literature, science, technology, industry, economy, urbanization, population size. Like, you can just go over and over another thing. The Dark Ages were a tremendous dip, like a catastrophic drop in all of these metrics, all at the same time, which is can't be a coincidence, right? So something happened. It was pretty dark. And so what will happen is, so we know what happened. There's no doubt that this happened. Like, the evidence, archaeology, the literature, it's 100% solid. There's no way to doubt this. So the argument gets over semantics. Is like, well, what should we call it, right? And Dark Ages seems completely suitable to me, like in the sense, like, yeah, we lost a bunch of stuff. There's a huge decline, and that includes informational decline. So our informational access is gone. A good example is like the number of inscriptions. So like the amount of inscriptions that we have to reconstruct Roman history is massive. Like it's hard to even explain how massive the epigraphic trend was in the Roman Empire. Tons and tons of epigraphy that we can work from. In the Dark Ages, we have like we're talking drops to maybe 100th as much, right? Like it's a huge drop in our access to information.
That alone should raise my eyebrows.
Yeah. Oh, wait for it. It gets worse when you start looking at population. So like, as one historian, and I cite several historians who agree with me on this, I'm not alone, about that we really should not be downplaying this. And so like the movement to get the semantics to use softer language or whatever is actually not only disingenuous, but it's insulting to the horrors that happened as a result of this. It's like we owe it to the people, the millions and millions and millions of people who died because of this. And so you can see this in the archaeology that scholars will point out. You see urbanization, like the population sizes of these cities, and we can do this through hydrological research. We can see how much water these cities were consuming. We can see like habitation, like how many buildings were habited and things like this. Lots of different ways we can triangulate how many cities there were and how populated they were. And when you get into the Dark Ages, there's a massive drop. Like I can't remember the amount, but it's a huge drop. And this one scholar points out that means that we had a society that was sustaining about 100 million people, and we went within like 100 years to a society that could sustain 50 million people. That means millions and millions of people starved to death because they couldn't, like, there's just no food for them. There's no water supply for them. Or maybe they died in other ways. But the thing is like, this is a mass death era because the civilization that was supplying people with food and water and all the things to keep them going collapsed, right? And so there's mass death, right? We know this is a fact. And then you can look at like science, like all the science that the Romans and Greeks and Romans achieved, almost all of that was forgotten. It had to be reinvented after the Dark Ages or rediscovered because some of the stuff survived in the Eastern Roman Empire.
In some way, the Arabic Muslims capitalized in their golden age.
Yes, they survived stuff as well. They had a Renaissance that got quashed.
Yeah, due to fundamentalism.
The Renaissance in Europe, the Catholic Church also tried to quash that, but the Catholic Church lost its grip on power because of the Reformation. So the Catholic Church basically declined in its ability to suppress this stuff, whereas there was more ability to suppress it in the Islamic world. They didn't have the kind of like the fracture of sects that would back science against the other sect. Like we didn't have that. So it succeeded in killing it there. But even the Renaissance there was just like the beginning of a recovery of lost knowledge. There's not a lot of new stuff in the Islamic thing. And this is the thing I think a lot of the historians do. The Islamic scholars get this wrong. Medieval scholars get this wrong because they don't look at the evidence for the ancient world. And so they look at all these like kind of brilliant, clever things coming up in the Renaissance and in both Renaissances, right? And they think, wow, there's new stuff, there's new genius and new things being discovered. And it's like, actually, no, all that stuff was already known, and they're really just using lost manuscripts to recover lost knowledge. They're not doing a lot that's new. And in fact, you don't even get to any level. Like if you talk about the scientific knowledge that we had in the Roman Empire, we don't get back to that, like equal to that, until about the 15th century. And so you're talking like you've got the Dark Ages, and then think where it was a massive decline. And then in the year 1000, we start digging our way out of the hole, but it still took 500 years to get back to where we started, right? So the Dark Ages is kind of like the hole that we fell into. And then the High Middle Ages was crawling out of that hole. And then, the High Renaissance and early modern era is, we say
yeah, and if you have anything to add or expound on, Jose, feel free to just tell me to pause it.
Pause it for a second. You know who that is, right?
Yeah, I know who that is. We on here with Asabio. This is one of the videos he sent me like 2 weeks ago. I hadn't had a chance to look at. So I figured we pull it up, do an open panel on it, let people come up and, share their thoughts.
Now you are aware that this is the individual who had a debate with Jabari and lost, right?
Yes, I am aware.
Right.
That was pretty fire. I remember when that happened. I bought tickets.
And he made a comment that the code of Osiris was Egyptianized. He tried to say that the Greeks gave the ancient Kemetic people a Spar. Now, this is an individual who's a Greco-Roman historian, but knows nothing about anything before Greece and Rome and Kemet. So he tries to take everything in Kemet and Greekify it and say that the Greeks did it.
Oh, that's his what do we want to call it? This
bullshit
underlying bias that he has.
No, bullshit is what we call it, A1.
What do you feel about that, Asabio? You sent me this guy. I mean, I'm hip to Richard Carrier, though. It's not like I'm not hip to him. Asabio didn't get me hip to him. I have actually a few of his books over here. I have The Christian Delusion over here. What's the other one I got? It's another one on the shelf over there. But yeah.
But as a person who is well studied, you would agree he's an expert on Greco-Roman history.
Okay.
But you and I would agree he shouldn't talk about Kevin. He should stick to the last 3 dynasties of Kemet. If you're not going to read and understand that there was at least 29 other dynasties before that had nothing to do with Greek and Rome.
Okay. You're kind of low too.
I'm saying we should both agree that he's an expert on Greco-Roman history.
Definitely, yeah, I definitely agree with you.
If you're going to take the last 3 dynasties of a dying civilization and then go back and say that these people gave them their civilization, then you probably shouldn't talk about ancient Kemet or ancient Egypt.
Where are my sound effects?
If you don't know, the first 29 dynasties didn't have nothing to do with Greek and Rome. That they had other people who invaded and failed, and the Greeks were the ones who eventually conquered it. If you can't say that, then you need to not debate people on the subject, whether they are as skilled as Jabari or not, because you're going to look like an asshole. Because you're just trying to do what other people do, Greekify something that wasn't Greekified before the Greeks came in. So you don't understand history. This is the same guy who got paid to try to critique Jabari. You know that history too, right?
No, I'm not familiar with that backstory.
Oh yeah, there was a backstory. He was on another platform.
Oh yeah.
And the individual paid him to critique Jabari,
and he wasn't even using. Yeah, he was. It was ridiculous.
Right. So now Jabari challenged the man to a debate, and the man brought up no sources. The man showed cover.
No sources whatsoever.
I remember that. Didn't he have a slide that had his source material? Oh, it was in his books.
His own books.
Yeah, you had to go buy his book to get the sources, right?
His source material was the cover.
Yeah, the arrogance was crazy, yo.
In the actual debate. So
yeah,
and these are things that we need to consider. That a lot of us some of us like to talk, and then when we get in the ring with real people who we know from YouTube, they show us that they are not just YouTube scholars. They have degrees. They have things that qualify them to talk in arenas that some of us maybe can't talk in. So we should put some respect on some of these people on YouTube. Is all I'm saying. And we tend to think that some of us on YouTube don't understand scholarship. We think scholarship is Google and an AI. Then when Jabari comes along and started hitting with a high quality presentation, he had a dumbed down presentation for 3/4 of the audience because he don't know what the hell he's talking about. They never read some of them never read a book in their life. Now, that's not talking about you and Sabio or me, but there are a lot of people who do that. They make these statements, and when you check their background, they're talking about having degrees, and they don't have a degree in nothing. They ain't go to school for nothing, and their information is trash. You understand what I'm saying? So you have to be aware that just because a person does YouTube, that doesn't mean that their career started on YouTube.
All right, can I be heard?
Say it again?
Can I be heard?
Yeah, I hear you.
Loud and clear.
All right, so first off, I appreciate the cap. I appreciate all the capping. First off, he didn't try to take Osiris out of Egypt or none of that. He didn't try to Greekify it and say that it was Greek or none of that. Stop lying. He gave Egypt its credit and said that it came before Christianity. Stop lying. Stop lying. That's the reason why niggas like you shouldn't even be allowed to speak.
Come on with
hey, bro, chill out.
Let him finish, Jose. Let him finish, Jose. Let him finish.
Chill out. I watched the debate between him and Jabari Osaze, and he thrashed Jabari. He thrashed him. He thrashed him so bad, Jabari stopped making the claim.
You finished?
No, I'm not finished.
Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
Because he said a whole bunch of shit on somebody that he probably uses on something but disagrees with on other things. And I do too. But again, if you haven't read his works and you're only going off a debate and you're trying to say that he tried to Greekify Egyptology and say that the Greek gave them Osiris and all their other gods and the Sar, no, stop. He distinctly said that the Greeks Hellenized their shit and copied Egyptian shit and took on Egyptian gods and gave them Greek names.
Okay.
So the Greeks copied from Egypt.
Hold on, Sabio.
He distinctly said that the Greeks copied from Egypt, stole the Egyptian gods, and gave them Greek names.
Sabio.
So no, don't Sabio. No,
You gotta let him respond.
You're not finna question me. No, I'm not finna let you respond.
All right, well then let's just move on. Let's just move on from that in the dialogue and get back to the video.
He was speaking when I left. When I had to try to get my mic working and everything. I was listening. I was asking and speaking. Hey, bro.
You know I might agree with you on some things you said, right?
Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Chill out.
You're arguing for no reason.
Chill out.
I'm not against what you're. Chill out. Sabio, I'm not against what you're saying. I want you to know that. I'm not against what you're saying, Sabio. But what I'm saying is this.
Just chill. I'm almost done.
Cool. I'm gonna let you.
I am almost done. I am almost finished.
Something that he didn't even say.
That's all I'm saying. I wasn't able to interrupt you through your diatribe. He has a book. I said to a few people, speaking on what he's talking about. He may even mention it in this conversation. I don't know. I don't remember. Where some of the things that he's mentioning, you can learn about. So if you think he's wrong, there's sources and information out there that goes with what he's saying. So if you don't understand what he's saying, don't say he's wrong. Just let the man speak. We came up here to talk about what he said and not try to criticize him because we have biases and shit. Jabari is a great scholar, but sometimes he makes fallacious claims. And Richard Carrier makes claims that are fallacious, and Bart Ehrman does too. Some scholars make claims that aren't all we all do because it's information that's written down by fallible humans. They're doing their best. But at least give the man his credit and let him speak on the topics that he's qualified to speak on. If you're not qualified to speak on this shit, don't say he's not.
Can I speak now, Sabio? Now, I did say the man is a Greco-Roman historian. I said that, and I gave him his credit for that. But when they had a pre-debate show with Jabari, he tried to say that the Greeks gave them Osiris. He specifically said that. I didn't make it up. He said that. And that is not correct because we know he is not a historian on anything before the Greco-Roman period in ancient Egypt. He is not. He's not very familiar with that period. And he showed that when he came on and had the argument with Jabari that is not his wheelhouse. So I'm not.
Gentlemen, when you guys come up here too, go ahead and stream this to your channels.
Is the Egyptian god named Osiris?
I'm not arguing.
Or is that what the Greek called him? Is that what the Greeks called him?
I'm not arguing.
Is that what the Greeks called him? Is that what the Greeks called him? No. So what he did was he used the Greek name for the Egyptian god.
No, bro. He did more than that. He tried to say that the Greeks
No,
gave them that culture.
no,
He
no.
said that, bro. He did. And if you ask A1 is going to agree with me that he said that.
It was like 2
All
or
right,
3 years ago. I've been
so if
working
I win,
hard.
because I do have Richard Carey as a
But we can pull
Facebook
it back
friend.
up.
Hold up. I do have Richard Carey as a Facebook friend, and I can ask him directly. Would y'all want me? Do y'all want me to do that?
Yeah.
Okay,
You've
cool.
reached out to him on occasion to ask him a question or two for me. So yeah, I know you.
No,
I know you in contact with him. Go ahead.
I'm going to ask him in the debate.
I'm going to be.
I'm going to ask him. I'm going to ask him specifically in the pre-debate with Jabari Otaze. Did you say that the Greeks gave the Egyptians their culture and the god Osiris?
That's not what, bro. I didn't say.
I don't
he
see
said
Richard Carey
that.
saying that.
I said that he said that the cult of Osiris came from the Greeks. That is what I said. I didn't say he said that they gave them the culture.
I'm going to ask him if he said the cult of Osiris. The cult of Osiris. What is the Egyptian god name?
You always fucking goddamn going heavy.
Listen, bro, I'm not arguing.
What is the Egyptian god name?
I'm not arguing that
So if the Greeks brought in the cult, so if the Greeks brought in the cult and they called the Egyptian god Osiris, where's he wrong then?
Where's he wrong? They didn't call them Osiris.
The Egyptian god is the name Osiris. What is the Egyptian?
Let him finish the sentence though. You got to let him.
The Egyptian name is Asar. They came and found the god
Game
and
over.
renamed the god Osiris.
No.
They didn't give them. The Greeks did not give them that deity. They changed the name.
They changed the name to Osiris, but the Egyptian god was still the same deity. Game over. No need to keep talking. You're just trying to argue. Leave me alone.
Let's let the video play. Yeah, I'm about to play the video. Yeah, let's go.
High Renaissance is when we finally like get back, and then the modern era is that's finally we're getting ahead. We're building.
What?
If you have ever wanted to land a 150K a year fully remote
YouTube
career
Prime on the way.
4 months,
You gotta get that.
I'm about to do it today.
Major causes based on your research.
Yeah, I'll get into that. Let me hit a few other data points. So I talked about cities. Another one is the two things. So shipwrecks. Okay, so the counting shipwrecks that tells you how much trade there was. So this corroborates this story I'm telling, right? So if you look at shipwrecks from the Roman Empire versus the Dark Ages, massive decline, which means the amount of trade was massive decline. So you have massively fewer ships sailing with products.
Economic decline.
Yeah. So like, so that's another example. You could look at other things. You compare, for instance, the encyclopedists like Celsus from the 1st century, Pliny, and then you look at like Isidore and these Dark Ages encyclopedists, and they look like morons by comparison. Like they're full of like fanciful, ridiculous things. They barely understand the stuff that they're repeating. So like the decline and even the understanding of the transmitted knowledge is profound. Like it's really just a collapse, intellectual collapse, and collapse of the education system, collapse of the civilization, collapse of the trade system, like everything, right? And another point of this is my favorite one is ice cores. So you can show they dig these ice cores because like in the Antarctic and Arctic, these cores, the snow builds over thousands of years. And so and it traps the atmosphere. So you can get a glimpse of what the atmosphere was like every year for thousands of years. That's right. And one of the big ones is lead, right? So lead is a big, because lead gets everywhere. And it is a byproduct of a lot of other industrial activities. So it's mainly silver mining, but also there's all kinds of mining and production and manufacturing. Lead was one of the main products, and it gets everywhere. So it's easy to see. So if you look at like lead levels, right, in the ice cores, and you see like it peaks like tremendously under the Roman Empire, which shows a massive level of industrial production. And then you have this massive decline to almost nothing, right? The Dark Ages, very little is going on. And then you don't get that peak to the same level of production again until, again, the 15th century, right? So it's the same story, right? You can see this. So the data is beyond dispute. There's no way to argue this. But it's often skewed by this.
And again, anytime anyone wants to chime in or add something, just tell me to pause the video. And I got you.
Refusal to realize how advanced things were in the Roman Empire, right? So there's an attempt to sort of downplay that, like, oh, they weren't really as advanced. Oh, their industry wasn't really that great. Oh, they didn't really have that many scientific inventions, which is all false because that's easily refuted. And that's in my book, The Scientist in the Early Roman Empire. I give all the data and scholarship you need to show that that's just not the case.
So there go the book.
You do.
There go the book. There go the
So
book. Hey, Juan, can you pause it real quick? There go the book. See, he just mentioned it. Scientists in the early Roman Empire. Now, if y'all want to know what he's talking about, Google it. I got it for free.
It's a good book, yeah.
What's he talking about in there, Ben?
He's talking about how the ancient sciences was really it kind of got suppressed through religion and through Christianity. And as scholars look back on ancient manuscripts, they can kind of see that some of these sciences aren't really new. You have pagan, or what they would like to call pagan
sciences,
mystical sciences. But these are like these are kind of basic or like proto sciences, like if anyone hears Ankh say. It's like proto science.
Proto science.
Yeah.
Proto
But he
science.
covers that in the Roman Empire. He covers that. That's what the book is for.
Appreciate you. You want me to play this again, Asabio?
It's up to you, bro.
Okay. Anybody else got anything to add before we keep it rolling?
Much talked about it.
Yeah, and that's a culmination of a movement in my field of ancient science that was happening while I was in grad school, because at the start of like 2000, the view was this minimalist view, but by the time I graduated, like the whole scientific field, ancient science field, had moved to my position, and with tons of publications. So there was a lot of scholarship to cite. It was great because they're all saying like, no, that was wrong. Like we had way more advances, a lot more was going on in the Roman Empire. And so that shows that how deep and bad the Dark Ages was, because you have to compare it. You can't compare it to what came after. You have to compare it to what came before, because you're talking about the dip, right? You got to have the dip. And it really did pause us for about 1,000 years. If you think of it, like at least 500. But if you think the time it took to dig out, you add that's 1,000 years. So you say about, let's say 235 AD to let's say 1535 AD. Like in that period, we're kind of not really making any progress, where we had a massive loss and then a recovery, but it took that 1,000 years, a little more than 1,000 years, to get back to what we had lost, right? So that was a huge pause button. Can you imagine, like, had that not happened, we'd be right now, you and I would be 1,000 years more advanced scientifically, technologically, economically, and so on. So can you imagine what that would be like? So we lost that because of this. So it was really apocalyptic in that sense. It even if it like took 100 years for the whole collapse to occur, so that people aren't directly seeing how it's not like a nuclear war or a virus or something that, like all the post-apocalyptic movies that we have. The decline took about 100 years. It wasn't like.
Did Jabari have a debate with Dr. Carrier?
Yes, he did.
Oh man, I got to check that out. Okay.
It was a pay-per-view they had on Silent Studios 2 or 3 years ago, I believe.
Right.
Okay. And
it was pretty fire.
Somebody said that Dr. Carrier said what about the cult of Osiris or something?
Anybody want to rehash that one more time?
Yeah, Jose was saying that. Well, he said the cult of
Osiris
by the Greeks. I don't know about that. I just think that he didn't come in there very professionally. You know what I'm saying? Felt like he had a little arrogance going on, but as far as the information is concerned, I don't have anything on that.
I think both scholars were arrogant in that debate. Jabari was and Richard Carey, and they underestimated each other a little bit. And because they did that, they didn't present their best cases.
Okay.
That's what I saw. I watched the debate from the beginning to the end. And I thought Richard Carrier could have did a lot better. But he won because what he showed was cultural transmission.
What was the debate topic?
Was Christianity stolen from Kemet, or Jesus stolen from Kemet, or something like that. Can't remember the topic exactly.
I think Jabari was supposed to have that debate with Garfield some time ago.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, what happened with that debate with him and Garfield was some other shit. I remember what happened with that debate too, though.
Now that was now that debate
That
between
I
him and
don't think that was
Garfield
the
is a whole
topic
long
though.
story. That's a
Yeah,
whole
that's
long
a whole.
story as to
Yeah,
why
that's
he
a
didn't
whole
do the
long
debate.
story. I don't
Okay.
even want to go into that.
And that
Gotcha.
debate didn't happen for multiple reasons.
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right.
But he did, but he did debate Richard Carrier, and I think the official results was that Jabari won the debate. I believe so. Huh?
I don't
Oh,
know. I don't think
Yeah, he
the
won the
results.
debate. Yeah, from the polls.
I
Yeah,
don't think so.
But it was basically because they felt like he didn't, that Carrier didn't, from what because I watched the debate too, but I was paying more of attention to what was going on in the audience, and everybody was kind of upset because they felt like Carrier didn't really come in there with the academics, you know what I'm saying, in the debate so much as Jabari came to
and
sources. At one point, Jabari even said, "I should even just stop using the sources." He was already supplying his sources and citations. And this brother right here was over here kind of just like, not galloping, but
Yeah, I
he was
remember that.
basically explaining from his
yeah,
top of his head, like, like just his word alone should be the authority. And that's really not how anybody's debates in a scholastic kind of form, which kind of made Sarnetta feel like dude didn't really take the debate serious or take the platform serious enough to actually engage in the academic criteria of debating, which is
exactly,
what I had the issue with. Yeah, that's the only issue I had,
exactly,
not necessarily with the information,
exactly.
but his arrogance was like, he had that kind of attitude that he was the authority himself instead of actually supplying sources.
Yeah. And this is
Well,
and
he is
all of
the
that
authority. Well,
Zion, the backstory
he is the
behind that,
authority. He
and
is
the
the
back.
authority.
Bro, no, that's not how it works when you academically
And
debate.
he did bring sources.
Brother,
Sabio, we're not
he,
Sabio.
oh my
He
gosh,
brought
this
sources,
dude,
Hold
man.
on, Zion. Hold on, Zion.
and he cited all his sources.
Sabio.
Sabio,
We're not
great.
I'm gonna have to see
arguing.
the debates
We're
for
not
sure.
arguing the
What
man's
you talking about?
qualification, Sabio. That's not what we're
He brought,
arguing.
but he cited all his sources because he
But
didn't show.
but
Because he
we're not
didn't
That's
show.
what
arguing.
you do.
But
Asabio, though,
hold
I
on,
That's what
saw
Sabio.
the
y'all wanted
debate.
to
I
see.
But
remember this.
Sabio, we're not
I remember it.
arguing his qualifications.
Yeah,
We're
Zion.
arguing that in the we're not. No. I'm not going to argue the man's qualification as a Greco-Roman historian. That's not what I'm arguing.
No, I know what's
I'm
going on.
simply
I
saying.
agree. I was thinking
I'm
Asabio was
simply
confused a
saying.
little bit because I saw it
I'm
too.
simply saying. I'm
Nah, y'all
simply
wanted to
saying.
see his sources. I
I'm
know what
simply.
it was. He was
I'm
supposed to
simply
show
saying.
his sources after everything that he said,
Yeah,
like y'all
yeah,
doing
yeah,
y'all
yeah,
debate.
yeah,
He
yeah.
don't know. He didn't know the format. You
That's
see, that's the difference.
that's
Oh,
how
that's
Lincoln.
the
Okay.
difference. That
There's
that's
nothing
what.
to get
See,
upset
hold on.
about, Asabio.
No,
You
no, it's
gotta
not.
be so amped,
I'm
man.
trying. I'm trying to
So
let you. I'm
aggressive.
trying to let y'all know the form. If y'all would have watched modern day debates, where
I
he
do.
where
That's
he
what I
came,
do, my dude.
but
I
okay,
literally
but
sit down and watch
hold
week for
Zion,
hold on. No,
Zion,
no.
chill out.
Let me
Can
tell
I
you
finish?
what you're not
Can
going to
I
do,
fi-
bro.
Can I finish?
No,
Because
because you just got finished cutting me the
everybody
fuck off,
don't
nigga.
watch modern
You just
Come
got
on.
finished cutting
Hey,
me the fuck off,
Zion.
nigga.
I don't know where he did that at, but it wasn't up here. So please.
I was getting ready to freaking daggone, and he just got
Oh, I
ready.
thought you said he
Middle,
threatened you. I thought you said he threatened you. My bad.
middle of my statement, going to sit here and cut a brother off, and then sit here and say, "Don't cut him off." You
Okay.
over here trying to die.
Man, we have a lot of guests watching and we have guests on the panel, man. Just
I'm
please
not
decorum,
cussing. I'm not
gentlemen.
cussing. I'm just
I
saying, like,
shouted you out, by the
have
way,
some
A1. I
respect
put
for
you on
everybody in the
I
Discord and
panel.
appreciate.
everything. So
I
I
appreciate you,
appreciate you.
and the reason I said that is because a lot of people haven't been exposed to modern day debates,
Oh
and
my
they
God.
don't debate like that over there on like we debate over here on modern
Yeah,
day debate. They show their
I agree,
sources at
Samuel.
the end.
I agree.
They show their sources at the end.
No, that's not how we
Yeah,
do it in college.
and that's not how we
When was
do
the
it
last
over
time you been
here.
in college,
So
bro?
it's different.
When was the
So
last
it's
time you debated academically in school, in college?
different.
When was the last time
In
you
12 years, I've been in college in 12
Lincoln
years.
Douglas style? When was the last time you debated?
I've been debating in
Okay,
college in
okay,
12 years.
okay. Thank you. So you don't know what the hell people are doing in
So
college.
again,
Modern debates. You don't know.
again, I'm, so
Yeah.
again,
yeah.
I watched him debate. I watched him debate on modern day debates and other panels, and his formatting of debates, they show their sources at the end.
Yeah,
Not
or they interweave their sources in the
or
dialogue.
Right.
right. Interweave it in the dialogue.
Interweave it into the dialogue.
So he
That's
was
how.
giving his sources. He was telling you where he's citing and shit from and things like that. And then he showed them at the end.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with Myth Vision. They kind of different, you know, in their
Now, Sabio.
Hey, real quick, Domo, what page you posting on? I'm trying to give you a wrench, but I don't see you in the comments.
Sorry.
What page are you on, Domo? So I could toss you a wrench. Go ahead, y'all. My apologies.
Now, I'm with you on showing your sources at the end of the debate. I understand that. But when people saw and heard what was going on, they're saying that they don't think he quoted the sources adequately enough in the debate. They thought that he should have went more into the sources as opposed to just showing your book cover and not reading the passage. So that's where it came in. It wasn't questioning his qualification. It was questioning that if people are paying for a debate and we're accustomed to seeing people quote sources this way, we think you should do it that way for us to be satisfied. And he didn't do that, so people were upset.
I partially agree he could have went a little more in depth into his sources.
That's all I'm,
and instead of telling people to go read what's written on in his book or on this paper, or and that was kind of arrogant.
Right.
Okay.
So I could agree that. I could agree with that. Because I saw that too, and I was like, why isn't he going more into the source?
Right. That's all my issue was. My only issue.
And guess what the answer to that is, Sabio? He realized that his qualification did not allow him to argue Kemet in the way that he wanted to with Brother Jabari. Because he's not familiar, and he said it himself. I'm not familiar with anything outside of this Greco-Roman paradigm. He said that is his specialty. He never studied Kemet in depth to have that argument, but he still went into debate with the arrogant attitude that he could win, but he didn't know the sources and the material that Jabari knew, because Jabari is actually
but what he was going off of was his history of what he was going off of was a study of classical civilizations and Jesus and Christianity in specific. So he was basing it based off of that. And had he known more about Kemet, he would have been able to frame a better argument. That's neither here nor there, but I understand why people say he lost the debate.
Well,
but to me, it was.
So was Jabari
arguing
for the?
He would have probably lost anyway because Jabari has a following on Sarnetta's platform.
And that's the other reason why he really lost.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. It's not. That's not the only reason, because Jabari.
That's the main reason. That's the main reason. The Egyptomaniac.
I can see that. Yeah. That's
I don't want to.
I'm just saying, like, audiences are going to have their biases towards those people that they know. And you're talking about a pro-black platform.
Yes, our channel
Here
is
comes this white guy who basically, like you said, didn't really get that in depth, while Jabari is over here providing, stellas and all of this other stuff, which would be considered a primary source. You know what I'm saying? Domo, stop it, man. I'm in college, bro. You don't got to talk to me like that. You can come up on stage, my nigga.
What did he say?
Yeah.
That seemed respectful. What did
I
miss?
100% wrong with the concept. At first, he was saying that I was wrong in the daggone in the audience. I saw the first we were
maybe I missed something.
Zion is wrong. When I just got finished last year, daggone doing debates, having to do debates live on Zoom in my college course. So, what I'm saying? And we had the format. I know what the format is because I just got finished doing it just in 2024. You know what I'm saying? Sunni Empire. Like, come on, B.
Peace to the chat. Peace to the chat. This brother Emmanuel, if y'all can just fill me in real quick. I'm gonna mute up and let y'all rock.
Hold on for 1 second. My apologies, Emmanuel, for cutting you. Domo asking for the link, but I can't find you in the chat, Domo. I don't know what page you on because I was trying to give you a wrench. I was trying to give you a wrench on my page, so I was looking for you.
Domo too, man.
But the link is posted on Titans Debate League. If you're on Facebook, I'll send it to you.
No, but this ain't.
Somebody copy and paste it if you know him and drop it to him, please. I appreciate you.
This ain't Clubhouse, Domo.
Zion, but Zion, while you're not 100% wrong, if you're in a debate and the main focus of the debate is Kemet and you know nothing about Kemet, and someone shows you primary sources, then they won the debate because they did their job.
Right.
They did what they were supposed to do. You can't come into a debate anywhere and just drop your book as a source because every author has sources outside of
Right. You don't use your own works as citations. Like that's not
You
even.
can though.
That's
I'm
not
sorry.
really, not really
And then,
included in scholarship because that's like leaning on your own information.
No, it's not that.
Secondary or tertiary.
No,
No, Zion. The issue
he's
is not
providing.
that he used his books. The issue is he didn't go into his books and do what academics consider as quoting his sources properly.
Right.
He did not do that. You can't show cover a book and say
that's
the source because
he can use parts of his book, but he also has to use the sources in his own references from his.
But he didn't do that. He didn't quote any sources from the book, and that's the main contention.
You always
We're
gonna
not saying the man is not a historian.
Go read that. Go to this. Go to that site. Go to this. Go read that. And that was kind of fallacious of him.
Yeah. What's the topic, y'all?
We're talking about what's his name again?
We were talking about Christian Science in the Roman Empire and how Christianity killed science in the Roman Empire in favor of faith and belief, and how that impacted science overall.
Right. Well, yeah, in Europe mostly.
But you would have, I mean, I haven't read all of the book, but I've read the first 2 chapters. And it's pretty interesting.
Yeah. He's a very articulate brother. You know what I'm saying? I'm not taking nothing away from him as a scholar. You know, I'm just saying that
I'm on board. I'm on board with the idea that Christianity definitely killed a lot of science when it comes to the ancient world. I'm on board with that. I'm on board with that for sure.
Don't you think it would have had to?
Listen, I'm not. This is one thing we agree on. When you deal with Christianity, they show you that they didn't want to deal with science. It's only afterwards when people started to outcry, they started to accept these people into sainthood and making them right. Because
can you give an example of what you're talking about when you say?
Like for example, I think Galileo would have been someone who would have been considered a heretic by the Catholic Church. And
no, I mean when you say evidence that Christianity killed science, that's what I was talking about.
Well, what I'm saying is people like Galileo, who have been proven right later on, were ostracized for saying what he said because they were religious and didn't want to hear it. So they just started ostracizing the guy for no reason. And later on, it came out that he was right. I think they ended up, honoring him or making him a saint or something of the sort long after because they didn't want to accept science because it doesn't go with the Bible. He was a heretic.
I'm not a part of Christianity for the record. I just like to get clarity.
I don't know what chat.
Yeah, Domo needs
I posted it everywhere. I don't know what chat he's in, but I went to my page. He's not in on my 2 pages. It doesn't have a paperclip over his name, so I went to Facebook. I didn't see him comment in the Facebook.
Okay.
I'm trying to get him the link. He's not my friend on there. I would have just sent it to his personal messages.
Domo.
Joshua, if you can see this and maybe send it to Domo. Like I'm trying to find him. I was trying to get him a wrench and everything. So
why is your tag not on the screen of the name of your YouTube page?
If Titans Debate League is right there, and StreamYard, you got the StreamYard thing right there on the screen.
I'm talking to A1. He know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like on the actual.
Oh, on the bottom, the ticker. I'm tripping. I appreciate you.
Yeah, the ticker. Okay, yeah, but yeah. So real quick with that, you know what I'm saying. Domo talking about I can't handle him. I mean, you a clubhouse banger. I've been debating in these streets for a long time. And on top of that, you know what I'm saying, I got the court documents to show that I represented myself in court. You know what I'm saying? 13 legal actions and won them all, my dude. Don't talk to me about where you think you at and where I'm at, bro. You know what I'm saying? When you walk into a courtroom and freaking daggone win your children, you know what I'm saying, on your own volition, on your own studies, then you could talk to me, nigga. Moving on.
Got you. I'm gonna send it to A9 and maybe he'll be able to pass it over to him. Appreciate you, Joshua. I know he's looking for the link. He said he wants to come up, so I'm trying to facilitate that if he wants to speak to Domo. I'm gonna go ahead and play his video. And again, if you guys want to chime in or anything, just tell me to stop. I got you.
One generation, right? But it's still, the decline happened. It was massive. In the East, the decline also happened. It just didn't have, it wasn't as catastrophic. So it wasn't a cliff. And so in the East, it just, it survived the collapse of Western civilization, but then slowly declined for over. And so until it finally collapsed, the Byzantine Empire in the 15th century. And then when that happened, all of this literature that was sitting in the libraries eventually got west. And this supercharged the high Renaissance in the West, because now they're getting back all these documents they lost, which is another thing about the Dark Ages. So much was lost. And we know this because it was still sitting in libraries in the East, but it was completely unknown in the West for 1,000 years, right? And so this stuff finally filters back, and people are looking at it. They're reading like Lucretius and lost works of Galen and Ptolemy and stuff like, this is amazing stuff. How did we not know about this? And so you can see how the reaction is like, shit, that really was a dark age. Like, we really lost all of this stuff. And we lost more because the East also was in steady decline and was increasing disinterest in science too. So it's important to note that the catastrophic economic collapse that resulted in what we call the Dark Ages, even though that didn't happen in the East, the same result is that there was no scientific progress in the East at all. So basically science stopped at about 300 AD, maybe 250 AD. Nothing new happened at all, like nothing significant, right? So, and that reflects not economic loss, because they had money, they had resources, they had libraries, etc. They were tasking monks with preserving things, but they weren't using it. They weren't building on it. They lost interest in science. And why that is a whole other story that I do tell in my book, The Scientist and the Early Roman Empire.
So, you know, I'm thinking of Julian the Apostate, the early fourth century.
About to get another commercial, man.
Early to mid 4th century, and his cries from these ancient texts that are like just begging, you know, like, look at what's going on. These Christians are coming in, and they're really ruining our culture and how much we were up here, and now we're
right. Yeah, he's like, you're seeing it all happen already.
Yeah.
It's and yeah, and of course you start to see that with the more like violent hostility too. Like, you know, Hypatia gets literally mass murdered, you know, murdered by a mass of Christians over this. Like, how dare a woman teach philosophy? What do you need philosophy for? You know, it's like, the Bible's the only thing that matters, that kind of attitude. So you see this stuff happening, this sort of rage and hostility against the old world and science and things like that. But it's not just like, those were the extremists, right?
Yeah.
There were exceptions. There were intellectuals who at least respected knowledge and the old knowledge and stuff, but they lost the values that are necessary for moving the ball down the field. So, and I talk about this, I give examples and cite scholarship on this in my book on The Scientist and the Early Roman Empire, which is that they lost empiricism. So empiricism is the view that evidence trumps authority. So what the Christian culture flipped that. It's the Bible and religious authorities trump evidence. So the idea that evidence could refute the Pope, like, that was not a popular thing anymore. So this interest in empiricism declined. And so you can see the actual like dumb things that show up in Isidore and these other like medieval scholars, like they're just gullibly believing lore and legends and stuff. And they're not really doing experiments. They're not fact checking. Like, the interest in empiricism has declined. Curiosity is also being attacked. And so this is what there have been a lot of studies of the value of curiosity over time that show that curiosity was a denigrated value. It was dangerous to be curious during the Christian era. So like curiosity, and so like start asking questions about like, well, what if we cut into the human body to see how it works? We already see Tertullian saying that's against the will of God. If God wanted you to know it, he wouldn't have hidden it inside, right? So it's the kind of thing like your devilish curiosity to know things is really you're turning your mind away from God, so it's bad, right? So curiosity is bad, right? So but you need curiosity for science, right? and then a belief in progress. So the ancient Romans believed that you could make incremental progress in science and other fields. The Christians didn't believe that. They believed that no, if it's this progress for them was greater faith in God, right? Like there was the idea that you could through your own decisions make society better, that you could increase decrease income disparity through economic mechanisms, through technology, things like that. They didn't believe in that. They didn't think that it was possible for fallible humans. If the world could be better, God would make it better. Like it's this idea that humans can't do anything.
It's like a form of fatalism in a way.
Yeah, it's this idea that there is no progress. Why work for it? And in fact, it's vain. It's
all
vain.
Go away one day anyway.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That also is a thing. The idea that apocalypticism was very anti-progress too. Is like, why bother trying to make progress? It's all going to be gone in a moment, right? So, and also it's like the emphasis on godly things. This is where the hero was the guy who went all cynic and like abandoned all technologies and all things and went and lived on a pillar, right? Like this is the guy who ate bread the rest of his life and just prayed to God. Like that's the ideal, not the intellectual who is like solving a hydrological problem, right? Like that wasn't your hero at the time. So yeah, you have this decline in values. And when you look at the Renaissance, what distinguishes it is the recovery of those values. So you have these Christians are kind of getting pissed off at the previous Christian era, denigrating them, and so they're now arguing with their fellow Christians now that they're being exposed to these values through the recovery of pagan texts, right? So they're reading this pagan stuff and like, this is really great stuff. Like, why did we get rid of this? And so you had this argument, like saying, like, we should get back to doing these things. Empiricism makes a lot of sense. Curiosity sounds like it should be virtue
in the art,
right? Yeah. So all of that, it all reflects, it all ties in. And so
I built my dream life.
Oh man!
I used AI to help me.
Okay, that's annoying.
Dark Ages was and why it matters. Christian values did keep us in the hole longer, and that's the key thing. I do not, however, ascribe to the view that Christians caused this, and this is you had asked this earlier, is like did this, and this is different. Like this is another example of the decoupling problem. People have a hard time decoupling two different concepts that they've emotionally entangled. And so the idea that the Dark Ages existed gets entangled with the idea that Christianity is responsible for it. And because that offends Christians or people who are, or have, a love-hate relationship with Christianity or whatever, it offends them. So because the cause can't be true, therefore the effect can't be true. It's just like climate change, where no one wants to do anything about it because it would be expensive and inconvenient to take steps to care about climate change. So therefore there must not be climate change. But you notice there's two different propositions, like whether it is and whether you should do something about it are separate, but people get so emotionally entangled between the two that they don't want it to be the case that they have to do something about it. So what is that thing to do? Deny that it exists all. Okay. And so the denial of the Dark Ages is the same thing because of this emotional entanglement with the idea that Christians caused it. And it isn't true that the Christians caused it. It is true that the Christians made it worse, and they made it last longer than it should have. Christianity was not the solution, right? You had to go back to pagan values. That's what happened in the Renaissance, was the rebirth of pagan values, and they started to take back over. And it was so this rejection of pagan values is what really fucked us over in the Dark Ages. It's also what led to the inevitable decline and destruction of the Byzantine Empire too. So they didn't have this catastrophic collapse; they had this slow collapse. But it was caused by the same abandonment of pagan values that were good for, the curiosity, empiricism, progress. They abandoned those things. The Renaissance got it back. And that only happened successfully in Europe, which is why it didn't happen in the Middle East, because it got successfully suppressed there. So that's why Europe had the leg up and got to conquer the world, because they got to build on top of the achievements of the Romans and create, the British Empire, et cetera, that, leads to the rest of colonial history and everything that we talk about in terms of modernity, the Industrial Revolution, the Scientific Revolution. All of that is because of that, and it happened there for that reason. So that's the story of it. But what caused it? Now, this is the thing that I talk about this in the last chapter of Not the Impossible Faith. I think I do talk about it a little bit in Scientist and the Early Roman Empire. But especially there, because I talk about, there's arguments about the role of steam power and stuff like that. And I talk about that in the book too. But no, here's what happened. There were two things that did this. One was the Roman Empire never developed a constitutional government that had peaceful succession of power. And because that's really the main thing, And so what happened was they were stuck on an endless cycle of civil wars. So you would have a dynasty and it would hold with an iron fist, but then the dynasty dies out either because as the inevitable decline of any dynasty, like the third son is going to be some asshat that can't do anything well, right? So that's why you start with the brilliant Augustus and end with the idiot Nero, right? Like it's that kind of path. And so the question becomes, then what that happens, there's no rules or system set up for a peaceful succession of power. And so what happens, you get everybody rises up, you got a civil war.
You have the four emperors.
And exactly. And so you have the civil war, and then this keeps happening. You've got these dynasties, and like the year of the age of 5 great emperors that they talk about, the 5 good emperors, was caused by using adoption to get around this. By instead of giving your biological son the inheritance, you pick the best guy, adopt him, and give him it. And that worked fine until Marcus Aurelius had a living son, and he abandoned this because he didn't realize that this was a good model, and he gave it to his idiot son who fucked everything up. And then you got a civil war, right? And then you had the Severns, and then at the end of the Severns, you got another civil war. So if you have no constitutional government that allows for a peaceful succession of power, then you can't sustain an empire because you're stuck in this constant loop of civil wars. Eventually, just by rolling dice, eventually one of those civil wars is going to be way bad. It's like, oh, that civil war wasn't so bad. It's like, yeah, but if you keep having them, like you're just rolling dice, eventually Snake Eyes is coming, right? And so this is the thing, when you get at 235, that civil war lasted 50 years. And it was just constant civil war, emperors, dynasties being wiped out within a matter of years after years after years. This 50 years long civil war. It ends with Diocletian, and he's the last, and he solves it with absolute iron fist fascism, right? Complete with draconian price controls, and like people are getting their head chopped off or selling peas at a higher price. Like, it's the most extreme fascistic system you can think of. That's Diocletian, and he solves it. And then, of course, there's still another civil war, which gets us Constantine, and then, of course, that gets us a Christian empire, and then that kept everything worse because Christians couldn't solve these problems because had the wrong values to solve these problems. But there's a double problem here: is that there was a 50-year civil war, but at the end of it, there was a collapse of the fiduciary economy, which means that there was the equivalent of the Great Depression, where the value of their money collapsed suddenly. So imagine if the United States, our 5-year civil war, imagine it lasted 50 years. So it lasted all the way to the 1929 collapse. So we have a civil war and then the Great Depression. Like for 50 years civil war and then the Great Depression, we would be done. Yeah. Our country would be cooked. It would be road warrior, right? Like it would be nothing. So that's what happened to Rome, right? And it's the Christians weren't responsible for this. Like they weren't responsible for the Roman constitution's failure to do anything about this. They weren't responsible for the collapse of the fiduciary economy. And that's another thing, like monetary policy, one can get into, like how the Romans botched that, but it was largely because of the Civil War. They lost control of their monetary policy.
Here's how to get high when you're not 22 anymore.
What?
Let's be real.
What they talking about,
The
y'all?
days of
So the Civil War created what you would call lack of confidence.
Pause
because
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say.
Somebody said something?
Yeah, I just want to say it's these things that I haven't read a lot of the wars, but I've read some of them because there's literature that I've had to expose myself to understand what was going on in that time. And how empires were falling, kingdoms were falling, tribes were being wiped out, and things like that. Because people weren't always cordial with each other. Kings didn't always see things eye to eye. There was something somebody else wanted. Your wife got stolen by a king or something. And now you got to go wipe them out or whatever. And if we don't take that into account, then we're missing what helped shape Christianity and why we are here today talking about these things 2,000 years later. It's like we missing a whole picture. And I'm going to be the first one to admit, I'm not as versed as I should be in this. Or I could be in this because I don't sit down and read all these big ass books that I have to read.
See, you see, Sabio, now that leads me to my next point, right? We have a lot of disagreements on YouTube, but sometimes we're not as familiar as we should be with the material. So since we're looking for content, why don't we take some of these texts, read the text on some of these platforms? What I'm saying is, you're making a good point that we want to have these discussions, and sometimes we're not as versed as we should be. So we could take some of these texts, bring them onto these platforms, review the text, and then come to some sort of view on what we think is right and wrong in the text, as opposed to just arguing with each other without having read the material. Because I'm not going to read a 1,000-page book.
Because I've done that.
No, I agree with you. I'm not going to read a 1,000-page book. But if we come on anyone's platform or go on my platform and your platform and we break down the book bit by bit, we get a better understanding. We can come to a better conclusion on if we think the scholar's right or wrong. And I always say I can't argue with people who debate when they take 1,700 hours to put together a presentation. Just come on here and slap up two Google, things and expect that they should accept it. We have to get deeper into the text and help each other to understand the text. And then we'll have a better understanding and it makes better content. And it fulfills what we're trying to do in the first place.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? And I'm going to have a big platform, but I always try to go into a text and read the text and say, well, listen, I disagree based on the language of the text. And then we have a better argument. And it actually makes better content for the viewers where they can follow along. And we can then have an argument, as my brother DMG says, without being disagreeable. We don't have to always argue about everything.
Could I cut in real quick, gentlemen?
We're wrong.
How you doing? That was News Network.
News. No, it's Smokey.
What's up, Smokey?
How you doing, man?
Good. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to cut in real quick. There's two things kind of being discussed here, and I just don't want to because I'm kind of noticing it, and it's important to kind of draw a distinction. Richard Carrier has data points, and then he has interpretations of those data points, and sometimes, many times, we're arguing one or the other. It's he's drawing from the information. And me personally, I have a little bit of an issue with kind of his meta position about the religion itself or Christianity being blamed, for this. And it has to do with this. It really has to do with interpretation. So you can't really say that Christianity preserved or kept the Dark Ages going or caused it or whatever you want to say, and also say it gave rise to the values of America for free speech, liberty, and things like that. They can't both be true. So what you have to do is draw a line and say, well, maybe it was the authoritarian regime's interpretation with the desire to leverage an accepted religious paradigm as a mechanism of control over the masses. So really, what you would primarily probably have to argue is authoritarianism more than Christianity being the source, because libertarian Christian principles created the country of liberty, the most free country in the world today. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say that Christian principles objectively lead to Dark Ages when interpreted differently, it leads to the most liberated country that's ever existed. So I just to throw that out there.
Not objectively, but
I don't even understand
it absolutely
how
contribute.
you came up to that, because what happened in the Dark Ages was a direct impact of the lack of science.
No, I get that, but I'm saying why?
No, please, no interruptions.
I'm not arguing that point, though. You're arguing a point I'm not making.
Stop. No, stop. Because you're conflating.
No, I'm not. Actually, I'm trying to make this.
Sabio, just scale back. We got a new guest. Let's be patient.
Can you please just let me finish? Because I did not interrupt him at one time.
Sabio, I feel like you might be the kind that needs 1 minute timed responses, which I'm willing to do.
Hey, bro, you have more than 1 minute. Can you please just chill out? Just chill out and let me finish what I was saying. Because I let you finish. I did not interrupt you once.
I just don't want you to spend 5 minutes answering an argument I wasn't making. That's all I was trying.
I'm not. You see, I wasn't. There you go. You trying to frame my argument for me? Stop it. Let me say what the hell I was saying, and stop trying to presume because I said something that you overlooked. Please chill out. Chill out.
All right, go ahead. Continue, please. He's
so
chilling.
again, as I was saying before you interrupted me, what he was directly speaking of has nothing to do with the creation of America 2,000 years later, 1,500 years later.
Right.
What he was speaking of was the direct impact of what led to the Dark Ages and wars and things due to the formation and the rejection of scientific principles and ideals that would have neglected or mitigated some of the things that led or came from the acceptance of faith, blind faith. That's what he was saying. He wasn't talking about the creation of a whole new country.
Are you passing them?
Can I respond or?
We're waiting on you to land your plane so somebody can respond to what you're saying. Maybe he cut out. Oh, he's on mute. So I guess that's a yes.
Okay. All right. So yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, he's just trying to draw a distinction and saying it's not comparable. It is comparable because if the claim is that Christian principles lead to a suppression of science, you have to explain why, when it's interpreted in other cultures at other times, it doesn't lead to that. You can't say Christianity objectively leads to the suppression of science when there's other factors, when there's other considerations at play, and Christianity interpreted by other cultures at other times did not suppress science. In fact, the idea of suppressing science or learning or knowledge or really even the ability to read is something known to be done not by Christians as a whole, but by authoritarian regimes. This is the idea to keep the populace dumb and stifled in a state of knowledge. This comes from authoritarianism. This comes from a desperate need to maintain a grasp of control. Look at how North Korea is led, where there is an incredible amount of censorship of information and a limited amount of media that people are allowed to consume. This is the product of authoritarian regimes, not Christianity. You can't say it's Christianity because when Christianity is implied in other contexts and other times, it doesn't lead to that. So you can't just lay this at the feet of Christianity. You should lay it where it belongs, at the feet of authoritarian rulers hijacking an accepted religion to lead to gaining and maintaining their control. I'll yield.
Okay, now,
right.
now. Let me respond to what you. Give me a second, Xavier.
Yeah, let's pass it around. Let's pass it around. Let's pass it around. Go ahead, Jose.
In this particular case, I think what he's saying and other people are saying, the authoritarian regime and the suppressive regime was the Christians who took over and only accepted these things because it was to their advantage to merge other belief systems with Christianity and still maintain control of these regimes. So the Christians were the authoritarians who were abusing power and saying things that were not true to maintain their control. They only started to merge these things later on because it was to their advantage, and they got tired of going through all that craziness. So they merged it in, and now we have Christianity today that is an amalgamation of several other things that came before it. And when you listen to the church fathers, they say that these things existed before we just made it something else, and that's a historical fact.
What church fathers say that?
So again, when you actually look at what he was actually laying out when he was speaking, he was only speaking on the downfall and what happened through the Dark Ages and the wars that proceeded from these Christians, these people that was accepting this new religion, were rejecting the sciences that could have been advanced and stopped things like the plague, you know, things that affected and wiped out populations of people because God was gonna do it. People being infected with witches, witch hunts, and all these things because people believed in these spirits and not science. That's what he was directly hinting at. When you want to talk about a new world, 1600 years later, by then there's a whole different doctrine and whole new things that have been incorporated, laws, statutes, and things. And these people are creating a new world in the Americas. So again, it's a conflation of his book and what he's talking about to try to draw those two into a conversation. America is a new world. Rome was already in existence and had been in existence, and they had been having scientific or what we would call proto-scientific thoughts and advances until a certain time. Why is that difficult to understand? And it's the same with Islam. We can look at what happened from the golden age of Islam until Islam decided to stop advancing science and become strictly more religious, and look at them. They're one of the most unscientific people on the planet.
You just made my point for me with that, by the way. You just made my point for me. Clearly, since there were so many great scientists in metaphysics in Islam, then clearly Islam doesn't teach you to be that way. People that came later interpreted that way and it changed. That doesn't mean that the core of Islam teaches the suppression of science. You're talking about people's interpretations. You just made my point for me.
No, I actually didn't. If you don't get, that's
okay, well,
because
if
you're not.
Islam leads to the suppression of science, then why didn't it always? Why didn't it always then?
Because at the time they were.
I'll yield, man. You're going to be dishonest now. I'm going to yield. Go ahead.
They were immersed in the world where they were around atheists, scientists, religious people, and they were advancing those things in Baghdad. That's why they led from at one time.
That's not an answer, man. That's not an answer. You're not listening. Now you're just trying to be dishonest, I think. I don't think there's no point.
I gave you an answer. You don't like the answer. That's
no,
why.
it's not an answer at all. If you're saying Islam leads to the suppression of science, you need to explain why it just doesn't do that at all times in all places.
No, I did not say it leads to the suppression of science. I said that's what happened. They became one of the least scientific places.
Which means Islam has nothing to do with the suppression of science.
They're very religious.
Just like Christianity has nothing to do with the suppression of science. Authoritarian leaders want to keep their masses dumb so they're easy to control, man. You should know this. This isn't rocket science, man. You're trying to reframe history to make Christians to blame for the nonsense of authoritarian degenerates. You can't place the blame where it is. It's unrighteous judgment. I'll yield.
So again, authoritarians do want to keep their power, and no one's denying any of that. But the way that the Christian community has done it is with Christianity and the suppression of science. Even to today, they're trying to do what? Take science out of schools, and some schools and have what is that? Creationism preached and taught. Women giving birth to men giving birth to children from a rib. That's science. 3 days, 3 nights without a sun and the moon. That's science. Come on, bro. Let's not play these games. Because we have a, and America is not a Christian nation. It was not built on. It was not built on Christian principles.
Yes,
Or
it
Christian
was.
ideas.
Yes, it was.
No, it
You're
wasn't.
ignorant if
No,
you
it wasn't.
say that. Now you're
No, it
just
wasn't.
lying.
No,
Now
it
you're just
wasn't.
lying.
That is called the
It was
invention of man.
founded by Puritans, Quakers, Anglicans. You don't know anything.
You need to
Methodists. You
read
don't
the
know anything
Constitution.
about
You
history.
need to
If you're
read the
saying that, you don't
Constitution.
know anything.
You need to read the Constitution. You need to read your Constitution that you stand on.
Oh, you mean the one that says that we're all equal, created under God? You mean that? You mean that part? You're talking about that part?
Smokey, let me ask him a question,
listen,
Smokey, because
listen.
I'm curious to hear his
Listen.
answer to that, because I was always under the impression that
Listen, the
this is
founding
definitely a
fathers
Christian nation.
were deists.
No, they were deists.
They weren't
They were
necessarily
deists.
Christian. They
No,
were deists.
like
They were
one or two of
deists.
them were deists, man. You don't know
They
what you're
were
talking
the
about, man.
majority
Can we
of them
hold
dudes
up?
were deists.
I know you got a source if you saying this, Savio. I know you. Can you shoot that to the private chat? We can pull it up. You the king of sources, so I got so many
They were
PDFs
deists and Christian.
from you.
Protestant Christian.
He ain't even say nothing. He typing. He getting it.
Now let me.
I told you. Like anytime like you don't agree with him, tell him source up. Anybody on here. If you guys can't share your screen,
I mean,
I'll pull it up for you myself.
even if he does prove it, it doesn't help his point, because if they were deists, then they believe in a God, and he's saying that the belief in this invisible spirit is part of the problem. But they still at least had that, so he's still destroying himself.
Now let me jump in here and ask the gentleman a question. Are you a Christian?
Absolutely.
That's complicated. That's complicated. I'm in a spot with my faith. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
So then that means that you're a Christian in crisis.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if that helps you, sure, whatever.
Now, I'm just saying that to say that if you're,
I just don't like bad arguments, man. That's all. That's my thing.
No. I understand that you're really a Christian, and you're trying to defend Christianity, and I would expect that from you.
No, I'm just defending against bad arguments. Really, that's all.
Hold on. If you
don't frame me, and don't try and tell me what I'm trying to do, man. Show me some respect. Don't tell me what I'm doing.
Can you listen before you start to argue?
Well, you don't need to be framing me and telling me what I'm doing. Okay, I don't need your diagnosis of my spiritual condition. All right.
You see, there you go. I asked you a question, and you didn't answer the question.
You didn't answer the question. You're trying to tell me how you're trying to frame me and tell me why I'm doing this. That's not a question.
I asked you a question. Do you agree? If you disagree, say no, and then we can move on to my next point.
All right.
So you're saying no. Cool, I'm with that. But when you're living in a country and you are black, and you say people who said this, who talks about Christianity and enslave you and rape your ancestors, then we have a right to say we don't want to mess with Christianity. That's not your experience.
You have a right to say whatever you want.
Right. But you're coming on here, pushing a view on people who have
my
ancestors.
people. Who are my people, man?
Who can talk to their grandmother, and they talk about being enslaved. And if you don't have that experience, then you can't argue with people who had that experience. Where people who talked about Jesus.
That's a genetic fallacy.
Hold on. Burn crosses on the front lawn in the name of Jesus.
I reject your genetic fallacy.
So hold on. So don't come on here.
Hold up. How did the conversation get anywhere towards any of that stuff?
Now it's going to be about my race again.
No.
Hey,
now it's going to be about my race again.
I don't know what's going on. I just came back from the bathroom. We're not doing none of that race stuff over here, bro. You don't.
we should. Let's get back
don't
to
do
the.
that on my channel. Don't race bait. Don't do none of that weird stuff. I don't like when I don't know what just happened, so I can't even say.
Yeah,
nothing.
what the hell just happened?
Went to the bathroom for
I said.
And I hear about crosses burning on the front yard.
Hold on.
We were talking about the plague.
Hold on. Can I explain myself before you jump on me in? What I'm saying.
Okay.
That when you deal with Christianity, right, the individuals who enslaved us claim Christianity. Now, if you don't want to go into that topic, I'm cool with not going into that topic.
Okay.
Man, I'm allowed to have an opinion. I'm allowed to have an opinion on this regardless of where the hell my ancestors came from. I don't know why the hell you're even bringing this up.
Okay. I agree.
Okay, K1.
That's the point that I agree with too. Everybody's here to talk about these issues. We don't have to do it. Don't do that on here. I have sponsors from various places. And they're different races, and they love what we're doing here. And I'm not going to have that type of environment.
Let me
appreciate
ask
it. This isn't them other channels. This ain't the other channels.
American progress.
Can I apologize for what I said?
Yeah, you don't even have to apologize, Jose.
No,
You
no, no.
good,
If
man.
you don't want me to do that, I'm okay with
Yeah,
not
like
doing that.
I go. Hold on, and let me speak real quick. I go to a lot of other channels that you guys are on, so you guys see it happening where they be picking on white boys for being white boys. They haven't even done anything racist yet or none of that. I'm not about to let that happen over here.
Right,
Let
that's
them do
according
something
to you,
weird.
though.
Okay.
Yeah, he did something weird, fam. That's why I hit the
I
link. He
missed it.
did something weird.
Oh shit,
I
my
went to the
nigga
bathroom.
Taz in the building.
But let's
he did
get
What up,
back
dog?
on to the topic about I guess we still on topic. So let's get it. Go ahead.
So let me read this real quick. The founding fathers, religious wisdom. This notion that our country's roots are explicitly Christian is both foolish and wrong. In recent years, we have been told by a variety of conservatives that America's founding fathers established the country under Christian doctrine, that we are a quote-unquote Christian nation and should operate accordingly. This notion that our country's roots are explicitly Christian is both foolish and wrong, for it devalues the Christian faith and disrespects the genius of the founding fathers. Christianity does not need to be endorsed by law or some fantasized reinterpretation of the Constitution in order to have meaning in people's lives. Let's face it. Will Christianity be seriously jeopardized if its followers learn that only one of the 56 founding fathers was a member of the clergy? Will their faith be dashed if the proceedings of Congress? Will their faith be dashed if they discover that James Madison objected to chaplains opening the proceedings of Congress with prayer? And more recently, will people ignore the Bible if the 10 Commandments aren't posted in courtrooms, or if the nativity scene in town squares shares space with the menorah? When people say happy holidays instead of Merry Christmas at Walmart, are they attacking Jesus? For Christians to be secure in their faith, the answer to all these questions should be a resounding no. The genius of the founding fathers, this is where it starts punching you on the face. Who want to argue with me on this? The genius of the founding fathers, chill out. The genius of the founding fathers is they understood that Christianity could not only stand on its own, but would thrive without being written into the laws and founding documents of the country. In fact, it was likely their own quote unquote faith that led them to this conclusion. Many of the founding fathers, Washington, Jefferson, Franklin, Madison, and Monroe, practiced a faith called deism. Deism is a philosophical belief in human reason as a reliable means of solving social and political problems. Deists believe in a supreme being who created the universe to operate solely by natural laws and after creation is absent from the world. This belief in reason over dogma helped guide the founders toward a system of government that respected faiths like Christianity, while purposely isolating both from encroaching on one another so as not to dilute the overall purpose and objectives of either. I don't need to go any further.
That's the most radically generous extrapolation of deism I've ever heard in my entire life. Who wrote that?
Now it's
how do
who
you
wrote
define
that?
deism?
Of deism. That is what it is.
No, that is literally not the definition of deism, sir.
How do you define deism? Just define
Deism is the belief in a deity that is disconnected personally from his creation. It's the idea that there is an entity, a god, that does not care about the goings on here, but was the primary mover of all that exists. That's deism. Okay. Yeah. Not what the hell you said. So what are you reading?
So he just.
And by the way, you do not get those principles from deism. Where is it? No, hold on, sir. Where's the deist manifesto that tells you where those principles can be found? Is there one? Exactly. So you can't say that's the extrapolation from deism or what deism stands for. What ridiculous thing did you just read these people?
What the founding fathers
Decorum, gentlemen. Smokey. Hey, shout out to Slim Shady of Debate.
He's reading that some nonsense he pulled off of Google in some obscure spot. Man, what's your source, buddy? What's your source? Who wrote this?
Slim Shady of Debate. He got his sword out. He's let's go.
Well, man, I don't like bad arguments. I don't like people trying to spoon feed me bullshit. You know what I mean? spoon feed you bullshit, nigga. I read a whole
You don't think it was
article.
a bad argument?
What article, buddy? Where'd you get it?
I'm done.
Decorum, decorum, gentlemen.
Yeah,
Decorum.
just right quick though. So you don't
Hey,
think?
you know what? I found an article just now. It says that you're wrong.
Smokey,
I
let's
just
let
read
him answer your question though. You did ask him. Let's see
All
if
right,
he
all
has
right,
an
all
answer.
right, all right, all right.
Asavio, he asked you if you had a source, and then
I
after
did.
you, we're gonna pass it to Taz, and then
I
back
just read
around to
my
Smokey.
source.
What's the
Oh, well, he
argument?
was asking what it was or where it was from.
Oh, I have to go back and get the source for him.
Okay, if you post it in the private chat, post it in the private chat. I'll share it on the screen.
No, I'm gonna give you this came from American Progress. I thought I mentioned it when I read. I did mention it. American Progress. That's where I got that. Let me see. Go back into it so you can get the. This was in 2008.
He's a scholar, an editor, a journalist, an opinion pieces. It does sound like an op-ed.
Written by let's see, me, because I didn't go all the way down to the bottom. I don't see his name as of yet. Oh, Nicholas Rathod, January 8th, 2008. I think
That's a
something
good question.
recent.
Ben Eaton wants to know what's the argument.
Yeah.
What a deist is.
Now it's what a deist is.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
Hey, someone want to just type into Google real quick and just be like, "What is a deist?" and see who got it right.
Simple definition, right?
Yeah, just type it in real quick and show it on screen.
We both were. I was right, and he was
No,
right because the deist believes exactly what I read.
Right, but now according
That's not the definition, though. Which is what you
All right,
said. So
like,
I see why you popped off like that.
Theists believe in the God, but just believe that the God don't have any interaction in the physical world, right? Yeah.
In the physical world, that's what deism is.
But let me let me pose a question. Is there a difference between the core?
Nah,
belief
bro.
of deism and
I'm
Christianity?
next, bro. I'm next,
yeah.
bro.
Taz was next. Then we'll pass it back to Smokey,
So-
and then back to you if Smokey didn't want to go. Go ahead.
When I came in the room, what I heard was a white man say that all men were created equal using the Constitution as a foundation for that. So I'm trying to see if he actually standing on that or was he just talking?
Oh shit.
No, man, I believe that. No, I do believe that 100%.
So do you ignore the history of America not standing on that?
I don't ignore it. I condemn it.
But you didn't condemn
anyone that didn't follow the principles of the Constitution were technically in violation of the law, whether the people that were tasked to enforce it or not. And I still stand behind the principles regardless of people fail to follow them. It doesn't mean the principles are bad.
Yeah.
No doubt. Okay, so yeah, that's what I'm asking though. Is so when you were making that statement,
you want me to condemn white antebellum slave owners? Okay, I condemn them. They probably went to hell. Now what?
Look, what you're not going to do is talk over me, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to just have a conversation with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't want the race stuff to happen, don't talk over me, white boy. You got it?
Come on, man.
It's all right. It's all right. No, let him go. It's all right. It's all right.
Like, so go ahead and finish, and then I'll talk. But what I don't want to talk over you. You don't need to talk over me.
Man. I'm finishing my sandwich, so you take as long as you want. You let me know when you're done.
Yeah, it don't take long. I'm more so just simply asking, when you made that statement, did you make it not including the history of the country? Did you just use the argument because it sounded good?
I think he's waiting on you to answer that one.
1 second.
Right.
Is that goose liver all right? What you eating over there?
I never use an argument just because it sounds good. I use an argument because I believe it's true. And that's I stand on business like that. Anyone that follows me knows that's true. I don't like crappy arguments from people on my side either. So if I see a trash argument, I'll go after it. I don't care who's speaking it. Maybe Christian, Muslim, atheist, white, black, Asian, don't matter. If I hear a bad argument, that's what I go after. So I heard a bad argument. I went after it. I gave my take. I didn't ignore anything. I don't know what point you even think you're really trying to make, sir. Honestly, I don't know what every time. Hold on, real quick. And I'll finish with a question. You can answer. So, am I required in every dissection of every topic of every piece of American history to draw specific reference to the antebellum slave trade, even if it's completely disconnected from the point I'm making? Am I required to do that to satiate your desperate desire for recognition of some of the actions to people who, by the way, were in no way related to me? My ancestors got here in 1912. Okay, so I don't have anything to do with any of that, really. So do I need to reference it every single time I reference any piece of history to satiate you? Go ahead.
Did I reference anything about slavery?
Yeah, you did. It was literally your primary point coming in. Why I ignored it when I was going through my talk. It was literally your primary point. It was your primary thing you asked me about whether or not I was ignoring the years of slavery and my dissertation here. So it was literally your entire point, sir. Are you kidding me? Are you literally kidding me right now?
I'm gonna let you keep going because I'll ask you again. Did I say the word slavery or did you?
Oh my God! Now we're gonna deal with little semantic games. All right, sir. You're clearly dishonest. I'm not. I'm gonna disagree.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it like this. Taz, can you frame what you were trying to say initially? So that because maybe I'm confused as well.
I said the history of this country. His dumb, slow, white ass thought I was only talking about slavery because since his family arrived here so late, he's limited on the understanding of this topic. So I can't help it that you think we're limited to his conversation about antebellum slavery, but I know much more about America's history than that. So I wasn't talking about no specific thing, cracker. You talking to the wrong person.
You know, man,
come on, bro. Come on, Taz. Can we not do that up here, Taz?
Oh, man.
Please.
That's all right.
He just disrespected my intellect, not yours.
I know,
hey, man,
but it's one thing to disrespect him back, but when you do it in that way, you disrespected me and my channel. Go ahead, disrespect him back, but don't do it in a way that disrespects me. I appreciate you, brother. Because if you do it that way, you disrespecting me, you disrespecting the sponsorships that I have and everything I got going.
I got you one more time.
Okay,
but
my bad. Go ahead. I'm not gonna lecture you. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. You got it. You got the floor.
That is the type of thing what you said just there that would lead me to classify you as low intelligence. It has nothing to do with any other characteristic other than what you said, because you literally are stating that somehow based upon when my family got to this country somehow dictates the amount of knowledge I have about history. That's an insane thing to say. That's definitely the dumbest thing I've heard today, possibly all week. And I've talked to a lot of people. So, I mean, I got to tell you, man, it's reached a point of comedy, clearly. I mean, so I'm just going to disengage, man. You take the mic. Someone else can move it around. Thank you, A1, for hosting.
Yeah, no problem. I talk to the person that's laughing. So is it dumb to assume someone's going to say something they didn't say to the person laughing?
I think he was saying it.
That was me, man, the host. I was just caught off guard, man. I'm not in the middle of this, man. I was just, I was laughing. It was snapping.
I know for a fact that I did not say anything about slavery. He did. And he did it because he didn't want to engage in the conversation, which is fine. But if you're going to be disrespectful, be able to handle it back.
No, actually, I don't think you said slavery. Actually,
some of y'all might be impressed by white people. I'm not, fam. That was crazy.
I'm not impressed by nobody. Actually, what I want to do is make it. What I want to make it is a fair playing field for everybody. I'm not impressed by.
He tried me. He disrespected me. I responded to it, bro. I didn't say what he said. I said,
but and I think you're right, actually, Taz. I don't think you said slavery, but I think even I
didn't say slavery at all.
I know, and I think. Hold on, one mic, gentlemen.
He's white, it's okay for him to do that amongst these crowds.
No,
it's okay to make it seem like I said something I did not say.
I even assume that's what you meant when you said it.
That ain't gonna work with me.
You didn't say that word, but even
if I didn't say it, don't put like, bro. I'm not that small in terms of understanding. He put me in a box and tried to.
Can you hear me, Taz? Can you hear me? Even I made that assumption, and that's what you was talking about. That's all. So I would have been wrong too.
Right, but that's your mistake too, right?
I'm giving it to you right there, though.
You made the same mistake he made.
I've just told you that.
Here's the thing,
the way you was leading that's what I assumed you meant.
Here's the thing, man. I'll answer your challenge. It's the same answer that it already was, whether you want to make it slavery or a grander scope of social oppression and things like that. Anyone that treats anyone as unequal based upon, physical characteristics that they had no choice on is an evil person. That is very clear even from the Christian paradigm. They're not following ethics. They're not following Christianity. And yes, I condemn them. But I'm not going to blame the Christians for doing slavery any more than I'm going to blame the Christians for getting rid of it. People make their own choices and they interpret things their own ways. And many of them chase after their emotions, their pleasures, their desires. And if they hijack a good thing or a good religion or a good idea and lay claim to it to do their evil, that doesn't belong to the idea. That belongs to the people that hijacked it and tried to destroy it.
What do you mean by hijack? I mean, it didn't really take much for
for
them
instance,
kind of use the book.
I'll use the slavery example because it's a good example. You got half the country, which is strongly economically dependent on slavery, and another half of the country that isn't so much because it's highly industrial.
You can't shoot me with some shit I didn't say.
One is interpreting.
Now, what I can do is go back to my channel and just drag all y'all. Like I don't do this white boy praise shit, man. This is one of my niggas now.
Praising.
I was asked a question.
Yeah, bro, like this motherfucker sitting on here playing with me, bro, and the motherfucker gonna sit here and pretend like I did something
man.
wrong.
I'm answering a question.
My nigga, I step on everything over here, bro. Like you tripping,
answering a question, buddy. Calm down.
I'm just telling you, bro. I'm just telling you, and whoever listening, I step on everything over here,
like
nigga.
Michigan's Natural Living says, let's keep it clean, bro. I don't know what's going on right now or what's triggering you.
I'm just telling you, bro. I'm not
triggered by nothing he's saying.
Just let the man talk.
I haven't been triggered by nothing he's saying. I don't know what's triggering you by what he's saying.
I'll tell you again. So when the conversation, when I said what I said, as opposed to responding to the question, he took that shit and said something about slavery that I didn't say, and then tried to build off of that.
Okay,
and
was
you got
slavery
a chat
part of
room
the
full
lack of equality in America that you were talking about? Was slavery part of the lack of equality in America you were talking about? Was it part of it? Was it part of it? You're just trying to fight over semantics.
Go ahead, man. You cut me off. What you say? You cut me off. What you say?
I was asking a question about hijacking belief systems for the sake of doing evil. I literally was on this topic answering a question. You just jumped in. You don't like what I'm saying. What? You can respond,
you
man.
off topic. You off topic.
I'm not off topic. I was asked a question about how someone hijacks a belief system to do evil, and I was giving an example, man. You don't want me to give it.
This system, right. So what you're saying is this system was hijacked by the white people who started it, though.
No, just let him finish, brother.
Why is it got to be about them
being white? Again. All right, let him finish again. Okay, go ahead. Finish again.
Man, like you gotta get the color out of your vision just a little bit. Like, I'm gonna make a grand point here. Like so you have half the country that's leveraging the Bible to say it supports slavery, and half the country leveraging the Bible to say that it should be disbanded. Which one was right?
See, but herein lies the problem. If you have a system that allows you to have
simple. The one that was objecting to slavery, it shouldn't be an argument.
Exactly, because it preserved the moral paradigm of the teachings of Christ to the weightier measures of the law. Of course, it was right, and it did the right thing. So don't be blaming Christianity for the evils that evil people do when they hijack it to try and justify themselves. I got tons of people in my community that hijack the Bible to do all sorts of crazy shit all the time.
But here's the point.
I wasn't talking about religion.
Can I say something?
Can I do something real quick? Maybe
you don't realize that.
Before anybody says anything, we're going to a word from our sponsors. Yeah. Oh wait, wrong video. Go ahead, get it in real quick. I pulled up the wrong thing.
So I just wanted to ask one question to the dude that said that Christianity was hijacked.
In every debate.
Hold up. The question I want to ask is, where anywhere in those scriptures did your Savior say, "Don't own slaves"?
Yeah, good question.
That's a longer conversation. I don't believe slavery in every application is immoral, but that's a whole different conversation.
Oh wow.
But let me ask
nice way to bounce away from that question. I appreciate the bounce.
I mean, by the way, I'll throw down with anyone on that topic anytime. Even if you guys want to show up, I'll set up a special stream. You all can come in and challenge me on that altogether. I don't care.
You do your shit.
I love that topic, by the way. I love that topic, so I'll jump on that anytime.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again? I just got lost.
You on your platform, debate on.
I just said I tend to argue the position that slavery, while wrong in many applications, is not wrong universally in every application.
Oh, yeah, I guess the definition by that.
Give me an example of when it's right.
Oh yeah, that's triggering. Hold on, that was about to be fire.
I don't know if you want to have this conversation right now.
I mean, if people choose
you brought it up.
I think we should set up a face-off for that one.
Definitely do.
That might need a face-off, Taz. That might be deserving of its own face-off.
I need to hear that.
And real quick, now I'm going to that word from our sponsors.
There's power, passion, and purpose. In every debate, there's power, passion, and purpose. Titans Debate League isn't just a podcast. It's a movement, a place where big ideas collide and voices that matter are heard. But to keep this arena alive, we need you in our corner. Your support through Cash App isn't just a donation. It's an investment in truth, in dialogue, and in community. Every dollar helps us bring sharper debates, stronger guests, and bigger opportunities for growth. And here's the best part. When you give, you're not just supporting us. You're standing tall as part of the Titan family. We see you, we value you, and we appreciate you. So if you've ever felt inspired, challenged, or entertained by what we do, show some love and send your support to $Titans Debate League at Cash App today. Again, that's $Titans Debate League at Cash App today. Together, let's keep this debate alive, keep the fire burning, and keep the Titans rising. Have a blessed day.
Get down or lay down when we're stopping. This the clash of the Titans. Hear the sounds of the trumpets. Start the rounds.
And we're back. Back to you, gentlemen.
Indigenous black man wants you to ask him. Indigenous black man, just right quick, bro. Indigenous black man wants you to ask him the same question I asked him when I first got up here, for some reason. Because the only thing I asked was why he said that about the Constitution and all men being created equal.
Disingenuous black man, no attention.
Well, no, I mean, but that is a legitimate question. He said that all men were created equal under the Constitution. In the context of the conversation they was having, and I was trying to understand how that plays out historically. He ran to slavery and started talking that fly shit. Or did y'all forget?
Right, all men were not created equal under the Constitution because certain people were considered 3/5 of a human being.
Bingo. So again, we can have that conversation on slavery and all that shit right now. No need to try to put it off for another.
Where can someone find in the Bible a teaching where someone is 3/5 of another person? Where can we find that?
It's in the Constitution.
That's a scriptural paradigm. Where do we find that as a scriptural paradigm that a teaching can be leveraged to it?
So here it is. There is something called the Hermetic hypothesis, right? The Hermetic hypothesis was a hypothesis constructed around the 18th century by a specific what do you call it? Scientists who are in the Christian community, such as Charles Gabriel Seligman. These people used the Bible to justify slavery against Africans of sub-Saharan
Africa. Doesn't mean it was correct.
Who were not. Hold on, brother. See what you're not.
Because the other side used the Bible too, man. And your point's a non-point, bud.
Let me talk, sir. So don't get nervous.
I'm not nervous, man. Your point's a non-point. I'm trying to stop you before you go down this weird road.
Have some decorum, my Christian brother.
All right, buddy. Okay, go ahead. You finish.
All right, fix your face and wipe your mouth off. So, like I was saying, right? So, doesn't matter how when people interpreted the scriptures, you know what I'm saying? They could interpret it however way they wanted to. But with the Hermetic hypothesis, what it did was it left out all sub-Saharan Africans and made them subhuman, not scripturally supported. However, You know what I'm saying? They still used the Bible in its context to justify the inhumane treatment that they did towards Africans.
If the Bible supported slavery, like you say, but
my dude. I think what
oh
you
my
need to
God,
do
man,
is,
can you wrap it up, dude? You're just repeating
can you
yourself.
get
Go
off
ahead.
my dick, nigga?
See what I'm saying?
Let a
bro?
person
That's
speak.
crazy,
Decorum,
I know
decorum,
you feel.
Smokey.
I know you
Gotta let him
feel.
finish,
Okay,
Smokey.
the decorum has to start from one
bro.
spot.
Rock like that.
Gotta let him
Rock
finish.
the verses I can
So what we're
quote
not
for you
going to
too,
do is have this dude
Zion.
with his freaking epistemistic arrogance.
Oh my God, man, can you wrap it up?
Like he is a freaking authority over anything. Wrapping it up, shut the fuck up, and I can wrap it up. How about them apples?
And I
The
got
more
Bible
you
verses
cut me
for
off,
you,
the
Zion.
longer I'm gonna talk. Nigga.
Come on, bro.
Straight up.
I
Though.
want you to get back to the point. Let's
How about that?
go.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
let's
Shit,
get
he
back to
wouldn't
the
say to
point.
my face because I slapped the grease off his
Let's get back
Now,
to the
come on,
point,
You know
bro.
what I'm saying?
let's get back to the
Real
point.
shit though, Zion. That's real shit. bro.
Zion, you've gone on too long about
Yeah,
it
no,
now.
because what we're not going to do.
You
This is
still
what we're
about to
not
go
gonna
on
do.
about it?
So,
Just
so
go
let-
on
no,
with
no,
your
no,
diatribe.
I'm not. Let me get back to it. So
He out
to
of
sit
pocket,
here and
bro.
act like there wasn't some Christian.
Everybody, hold on. Everybody out of pocket every day on here. Before it was some white boys on here. What is y'all talking about? Like I wasn't dealing with y'all arguing, cussing each other out every day. It's the same thing. I just been trying to hold decorum.
Nah,
Go
this
ahead,
ain't nothing like
Zion.
that, bro. That's now Zion, my brother, nigga. This ain't nothing
Zion,
like
my
that.
brother too.
Yeah, but that
Zion.
cracker ain't though.
So
So
watch this.
don't use that shit.
Yeah,
Zion,
I'm
my
holding the
brother.
same decorum, bro, for everybody. It ain't nothing different for nobody else, bro.
Don't throw everybody in it, bro, because I'm gonna have to correct you and remind you that Zion is my brother. I talk as much shit to him, and I love that nigga. Ain't no love on the other side like that, bro. Not once he disrespect, but continue, bro.
Like I was saying, so to sit and to sit here and act like there was not some form of Christian indoctrination that was built off of, you know what I'm saying, Protestant ideals that supported racism is absolutely absurd and not substantiated by history. History shows that there was institutionalized racism in Christianity throughout the daggone slavery period, all the way through Jim Crow, and even to this day, we see Christian what do you call it? Christian certain white Christian people who still hold these values to be true. 3/5 of a human being was a part of our history, and to deny it is to be blind to the facts. You're not going to sit here and argue that it was not. It did not exist, and it was not supported or based upon people's Christian ideologies. That's absurd.
So
He done? Can I respond?
I have Bible verses that I could also bring up to help us show that the Bible supports slavery. And I asked you, where did Jesus ever
He
say
doesn't.
don't own slaves?
Man, save that for the
I missed
slavery
all
thing.
that. He don't think the Bible supports slavery.
What about the
Smokey? Let me ask Smokey a question real quick. I want to see what I missed.
No, the Bible does support a form of
I was gonna say
slavery.
I got a whole debate on it. What we talking about?
Hold on.
I'll bring up the slides.
The Bible does promote a form of slavery that has nothing to do with what was practiced in the American history at all. Okay, complete apples and oranges, two completely different paradigms, 100%. And I'll argue that. I'll debate that anytime. I'll debate that anytime. You can have a whole panel of them. I don't care.
Does the
I'll
Bible
debate it anytime.
cool.
But I want to respond to what was just said because it was insanely stupid.
It supports chattel slavery.
Does it not support
I can
chattel
show
slavery?
you.
That's what he's asking.
Oh my God! No, it does not support. No, the type of slavery. No, the type of slavery. Sir, I can answer you if you'll stop talking.
Hey,
I
I'm
can
going to
answer
show
you if you'll stop talking.
No. I don't need you to try to give me your eisegesis. That's what you're
well,
not
you
going
don't
to
want
give
an
me your
answer then.
eisegesis.
You don't want an answer,
That's a
so
good
why
point,
you asking
though.
the question?
Hey, Ruger Hale says that's not the
bro.
Constitution, though. So it is taken away from the point Taz was initially making, because that's what this whole
Sure
thing
is.
started off of.
Yeah, he been running. He ran into the church or with the Christians or whatever from the beginning. I wasn't talking about the church.
Yeah, let's bring it back to what Taz was initially talking about, man. It did go kind of left.
And it might be. I'm saying because here's the problem. He got smart and started talking that dumb shit and jumped to antebellum slavery as opposed to just answering. He tried to anticipate my answer, which pissed me off. instead of just answering.
But look here, to my point, you said something about white boy, but you know we do it to you every day over it, like everywhere with all these channels.
Nah, but he
I don't
started
care
that
about
shit.
any of this.
All right, not to bring it back up, but
Any of this race
all right,
baiting
start all the
nonsense.
way
I
over.
don't
Hit the
care about
reset
any of
button.
it.
Start over. Boom. So here's the question, bro. I came in the room. What I heard when I came in the room was y'all talking about something, and I'm not really keen in on that y'all talking about the Bible or Christianity. What I heard you say was, but the Constitution says that all men are created equally. That's what the founding fathers said or stood on or believed, right? So when you said that, it triggers me to say, well, hell no. They didn't treat people equally, not the founding fathers. So I'm coming to challenge that assessment. And initially, before he started the bullshit, he said he don't think that it's okay to do shit like that to people. But then he became a smart ass. So I thought he somewhat was saying, no, I don't agree with that. But then later on he says, I agree with some forms of slavery. So now I'm asking.
Yeah.
Man, I'll have that conversation with you all night long. It's probably better for a different stream. I want to try and stick to the core of this. You want to have an issue with my take on slavery, man? We can have a whole show for that. I don't have an issue with that. I've done it many times before. Don't bother me.
One statement about the Constitution. I asked about that.
I want to get back to the core, which is, here's the thing, man. You keep hyper focusing on the slavery side of this too. I'm using it as an example about the hijacking of a religion. And by the way, I'm going to answer both of you real quickly if you'll just stop talking long enough to let me get a couple sentences out. I will answer you right now, both of you, at the same time. Okay? What you're claiming is true about the Bible supporting slavery. They wouldn't. Oh my God, man.
Yeah, bro. Because like I said, I ain't said nothing about the Bible.
Here's the thing, man. I'm not going to play your little semantic games. Okay? If you're not making the argument, fine. But that's what I get from you. You want to clear it up afterwards, you can do that. But let me answer.
This is crazy.
Okay? Because the gentleman before you is trying to claim that the Bible supports slavery and that they used the Bible and the Bible was the method which was used to bring slavery and support slavery. Do you disagree with that? That's what he was saying. Do you disagree with that? Yes or no?
I don't have a take on the biblical
okay,
part of it.
then you got no reason to stop me from talking and answering, do you?
Yes, I do, because it was my question.
God,
See what I'm saying? Now look, I ain't supposed to say shut the fuck who you talking to, you white bitch. Cracker.
You know what,
I ain't supposed to say who you talking to. Like, but check this motherfucker before you even attempt to tell me something.
Good right
who
now?
the fuck you think you talking to?
Man. Relax.
The fuck? Like, bro, I ain't even talking to him like that. But I should be.
Go ahead.
What happened? Dang, I took the headphones off for 1 second. Damn. Damn,
but that shit crazy, bro.
You guys getting all excited about
Jesus,
this topic.
the church.
You guys getting all excited about this topic.
I even conceded that point that I'm not talking about the church, Christianity, none of that. So then
the guy before you just did. Well, the guy before you just did, and I'm answering him.
So why would you even attempt to direct any smoke at me, you white bitch? You ain't talking to me.
Man.
You ain't talking to me.
Bro, Taz, if you continue to keep doing that,
you ain't responding. Bro, like, but tell him quit trying me. What do you mean?
He ain't said nothing that can't get on Roku. That shit that you saying is gonna fuck up my shit, and that's why I'm asking you to stop doing that, though.
Oh my God, bro! Like, for real? Okay, bro. I'll learn to be insult nicer.
And that's why Bernie Mac didn't want to go to cable TV, and I understand. I'm not trying to tell you who to be or how to be.
I'll insult nicer. That's crazy, bro.
You got enough intellect, bro. I seen you. You could do it. You could have.
I can't believe he's sitting up here playing victim.
Man,
like he's playing victim, like he's not running from my question. You ain't dealing with what I said. Deal with what he said if you want to talk to him. Don't talk crazy.
I just put the headphones back on, and all I heard was you. I missed it, man. I literally said that when I came back. Like, fuck, what did I miss? 60 seconds.
Yeah,
somebody coming up to pull up and pick up these T-shirt orders off the website, man.
He's slick, bro. He's slick with it. It's cool, bro.
I know he's probably triggering as hell. But and the free
slick with it, bro.
And to respond to Free Spirit, look, to respond to the comment on here, Free Spirit 11111 says, honestly, I haven't heard Taz mention slavery. The insult is continuously assuming Taz is talking about slavery, and let me respond. I even make the same assumption when he said the same thing, and then I admitted it. Like, damn, I thought that's what he was talking about.
I'm not, bro. Even since I said I'm not, he came back and still saying it.
Still,
man, let me be clear. Man, let me be clear.
Channel and all this other shit, bro. So if you're not talking to me about what I asked, cool. You talking to him about the church.
Yeah, dude, I moved on from you. I'm using slavery as an example of something else, man.
Yeah, but you thought you was gonna move on. Hey fam, you thought you was gonna move on with a slick comment. That's where the white boy stuff start coming in, fam.
Can I answer the other guy who's saying the Bible is responsible for slavery? Can I answer him now?
I'll clip it and play it for you, because what I can't do is allow some white dude to sit up here and play with me like he can just dismiss me.
Oh my God, man, calm down. Calm down,
he's actually not intellectually capable. When he can't intellectually joust with me for real.
You're the one that said I can't know history because what time my parents got here. You're nuts, dude. Calm down.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, you can't intellectually joust with me, so you're running. But if you're going to run, don't run away.
I'll tell you what, let's let the audience decide. Let's let the audience decide that. How about that? Let's see who can handle themselves in front of the audience.
Why are you running from the question?
I didn't. I gave you the answer.
Unrelated to the church, unrelated to Christianity.
Yeah,
has
because
nothing
Christianity
to do with
does not teach inequality of people. Show me where it does.
Hey, Taz, one of my people from Cleveland, who's a big fan, says, Taz, at this point, you need to breathe. Stop letting him get you so worked up.
Yeah, bro, some people like white people like that, bro. I don't care about none of that.
Because you're correct.
To answer the claim.
You look wrong because you're crashing out. This is what she's saying from
I ain't crashing out, fam. I ain't crashing out.
It appears that way to the people in the crowd because they like, what is going on? It sounds like that way to me.
Right, they know what's going on. They just don't want me to ragdoll him like this, bro. It's cool.
Dude, you're not ragdolling me, man. Trust me. I've handled much worse and much smarter.
I'll ask you again for the 6th time, unrelated to Christianity. When you made the statement that the founding fathers created this country and all men were created equal, what were you talking about if you were talking about the history of this country? What were you talking about?
I already answered you. Exactly as it said, that all men are created equal under God.
Right.
Now, if there are people that didn't follow that principle, that's on them for not following that principle. What else do you want?
Hold on, Smokey.
Right, there's a continuation of it.
These 2 people are 2 judges in my tournament. They both saying the same thing. Taz, calm down. He getting you out your hookup. He making you.
Yes, I'm calm. But listen to what I'm telling you. This is what I'm trying to make you understand.
Is your question done now? Can I move on to the other guy? Is your question done?
So he didn't hear me talking? Could you please let me finish, Mr. White Guy? Thank you. So you got bitches like Chris Harris in your chat, right? People like him go around and play with Taz. That bitch ain't never wanted no smoke from the great one. But because you got a white boy up here playing and he's a pussy who loves white people, he'll get behind this white boy in this moment.
Man, do it again. I would hate to have to remove you, Taz, but that's the last time I'm going to allow you to do that white boy weird shit, man. Just deal with
white
him.
White boy weird shit, so I can't call him white?
Man, I show nothing but everyone respecting these
over
spaces,
here, man, and I just don't like it at all.
You sound like Ryan.
Ah, that's crazy.
No, it ain't Ryan. Ryan actually called me an N-word. He would never be on this
why
panel.
you don't come holler at me though, fam?
Ryan called me an N-word for debating about religion. He would never be on this panel.
Ryan,
he knew he ain't now. If I deal with something like that, then we'll have to make some changes. But until something like that happen, I need y'all to scale the hell back.
Yeah, that's crazy. Cool.
I don't know what's going on. This just looks weird. Yeah, I'm about to drop the link. The link is already pinned though. If you on my page,
I mean, shit.
But I'll drop it again.
Like, I mean, bro, I play this shit back. You know what I'm saying? Listen to it again, but I know, like, I know you're not paying attention to what's happening, fam.
I halfway am, and you're right. I'm trying to hurry up and finish this t-shirt.
You know what I'm saying? Like, because there's no way
right now.
There's no way this dude can cut people off, and
he is a little triggery. He says little things like.
But he cut people off that wheel, fam.
But we all do that.
Fam, I'm not the only person he's cut off in mid-sentence, bro.
Bro, we cut each other off every day.
Right. So don't get. I mean, why you want to jump in now?
No,
because we cut each other off and call each other names.
When he cuts you off, you go in the race, and that's not what I'm gonna let happen.
Right, so you're going to defend him, even though he's cutting me off. Instead of just saying,
no, I'm holding I'm holding the level of decorum. It's only going. You can disrespect him, but it's hey Taz, I'm not about to keep explaining this. It's only a certain level way you're gonna be able to disrespect people on my channel, and that's.
I mean, I'm saying you're not gonna disrespect me either. There's a point where it's like, damn, dog, he's disrespecting me though.
Out of respect for me, out of respect for me, just do a show on it and double back, bro. If that's the case, bro, if because I'm telling you, you're disrespecting me by disrespecting people with race, and it's not about to happen over here.
All right, we're not trying to get flagged, brother.
Yeah, y'all got it.
Appreciate you.
Now.
So can I just real quick, and I swear it'll only take me like 30 seconds, just to answer the guy who said that the Bible was supporting slavery. Can I just real quick, just real fast? If that was true, the Southern slave owners wouldn't have had to cut out big chunks of it in order to suppress the knowledge of the pieces of the Bible that actually showed that no, it did not support and condone the type of slavery that was being practiced. That's why they had to remove big chunks of it out of the Bible that they handed to the slaves, because the Bible taken in context, and that was the argument, the Bible in context supports slavery. Real quick, I'm almost done. I just need 10 more seconds.
Go ahead.
If the Bible is taken in its full context and supports slavery, there would have been no need for the removal of those passages. Now I'm done. Go ahead.
All right, so my response was that I said that. I actually said that there was a slave Bible that they took chunks out of, not that the whole entire Bible. But however, my whole premise was that the 3/5 of human being and all of that stuff was based upon the interpretations of white Christian extremists who were racist. Now, not saying that there weren't other passages.
Where did they interpret that out of the Bible?
Why are you cutting me off?
Because I'm asking you to cite your source.
Had a whole.
Come on, man. He gave you some time.
Where in the Bible does it say people are 3/5 of someone else?
Let him fly, Smoker. Let him fly.
You were talking to me. Were you not?
You're doing a good job, Smoker. Just let him fly. Go ahead.
All right.
Leviticus 25:44.
So like I said,
Leviticus 25 and 44, Zion.
Say again?
Leviticus 25:44.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, there are scriptures that were
in Exodus chapter 20, Deuteronomy 22, verses 20 through 22 through 25.
Right.
All of those verses say that it was okay to enslave. Now, to
nothing to do with 3/5. So there's nothing to do with 3/5.
Excuse me, hold on. Let me get him for a minute.
I'm just saying that.
I'm not okay. Excuse me. I'm not talking about the 3/5 compromise. No, the 3/5
who gonna go.
Okay, listen, guys. Let me go for a minute. The 3/5 compromise had nothing to do with saying black people were 3/5 human. That's a misunderstanding of that law. All right, so we don't have to get into that just yet. That's not what the 3/5 compromise was about. All right. Okay. Now, when you said, I want to clear this up with you. You said that under the Constitution, all men were created equal, where slaves were not considered equal under the law. Slaves were in fact chattel and not considered human. They were considered chattel, so they were not included in the Constitution. It wasn't until the civil rights movements of 1860 on through that they began to say that abolitionists began to hold the country to the same standard. People like Frederick Douglass began to say, you are creating a double standard. If all are created equal, why are you in turn saying that we are not equal? So you wrong there.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you for putting that so eloquently.
Very eloquently spoken. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Because maybe
so you can try. What I hear you doing is you're trying to lean on the proponents of Christianity, and then when you get questioned about the same proponents that you're leaning on, you're going to start interrupting everybody, pivoting all the time.
Right.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. And that is what I think we are trying to say. We don't have to say that.
Shout out Chris MVP Harris.
But the Bible The Bible definitely says slaves obey your earthly master.
No, the Bible indeed supports slavery.
It
I don't
does
know
say
what he's
that.
talking about.
And the slave
The
Bible.
Bible does support slavery,
It does.
yes.
It does.
And that lets you know that it's a Bronze Age document that is antiquated towards a certain people. That's it.
Absolutely.
Has nothing to do with
Absolutely.
me, has
It's the
nothing to do
context.
with anybody on this panel. The
I think he
context was for
agreed, though.
them.
Absolutely. It's the context.
Correct.
I think he agreed with that, though. And if you're going to talk about the context of slavery in the Bronze Age, that wasn't chattel slavery, and that was the distinction.
No, it's technically chattel slavery.
No, it's not.
No,
Chattel
it definitely
slavery.
wasn't. Yeah, no, it
Chattel
definitely
slavery
wasn't.
is something new, brother. There was only one
Oh,
occurrence
it
of
was
chattel
definitely
slavery
chattel
in
slavery.
world history.
Okay, define.
Okay, so wait a
It was
minute, real
definitely.
quick.
Let's define it.
When he
Let's define
says it was, it's hold on. When he says it was not chattel slavery, it's simple. Define chattel slavery. And let's
Slavery
read the
chattel.
Bible and see if it's in there one at a time.
It's
Let's see
in
if we
there.
can do that.
It's in there.
I
Okay,
know it's in
I
there,
can do it right
but
here.
let's get the person that's saying that it's not chattel slavery to define it, because chattel simply means
Share my
property.
screen, A1.
Absolutely. Chattel simply means property. Thank you.
Property.
Right.
That's all it means.
Go to
It's property.
Leviticus 25, verse 45, and watch them dance around
that
and
is
make the pivot
inherited
and keep y'all
livestock.
cool.
Keep playing with Baby Joe.
Share my screen, A1, when you get a chance.
Leviticus
Guy,
20.
don't come in here with no cape on, man.
Hey, I'm trying to save the platform. If anything, Smokey got y'all triggered, and y'all should
save
be
the white boy. Don't save the white boy.
Yes.
Hey, yo,
Hey, I missed it,
A1,
man. Who
A1,
said
I'm at
what,
work right
man?
now. A1, I'm at work right now. I'm gonna give you a call. Can you answer? Can you answer real quick?
Yeah, I got a customer in
Because
my
I'm still at
convenience
work.
store. I'm trying to multitask, and y'all
Yeah,
really
this
messing
is
my stuff
crazy.
up. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it's
But
like,
when I watch this playback and figure out what happened with who, man, it's gonna be, look. I'm telling y'all about to. I'm gonna reintroduce myself to y'all.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm about to step away again. Emmanuel, King Naga, hold it down for me for 2 or 3 minutes, please, while I deal with a customer in my convenience store.
I got you, bro.
Appreciate
you. And what I was saying, bro, I'm trying to save the platform. Smokey got y'all triggered, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, we supposed to be more intelligent than that. You know what I'm saying? Me being a viewer in the audience, you know I rock with most of y'all on this panel. I rock with Jose, I rock with Zion,
I'll
you
be
know what I'm
back.
saying? So we bump heads, you know what I'm saying? But I rock with y'all, you know what I'm saying? And as a viewer in the audience, it's a bad look for him being attacked as a white boy and not a human like the rest of us. You know what I'm saying? And it's like his difference of opinion shouldn't trigger you to the point to where we divulge into a racial dichotomy. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of what Smoke is saying is true if you just do your due diligence and look it up. You know what I mean? He agreed that the Bible condones slavery. He just made a distinction between biblical slavery and chattel slavery. He did.
But guess what, King Naga? Some of us are disagreeing with his idea that the Bible doesn't support chattel slavery.
He said it has
And
a form of slavery.
Jose, that's perfectly fine. You know what I'm saying? It's just when it goes to this white boy and all that other extra stuff.
No, that was between
That's when
them.
it get derailed.
That wasn't between the most people on the panel. That was between
Yeah,
them.
it wasn't. You know what I'm saying? I'm just speaking in general, and he never got out of pocket like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, give him the same respect he giving y'all. You know what I'm saying? We could intellectually joust within the paradigms of decorum. You know what I'm saying? We could keep having the decorum, so you know what I'm saying, we grow, bro. That's what it's about at the end of the day. So let's go ahead, continue.
I think what the main problem is that, a lot of times, people coming from their cultural backgrounds, you know what I'm saying, have a position that sometimes can come off insensitive or inaccurate in regards to how another culture, like for instance us, how we perceive certain things. And so when they come with an argument that may seem apathetic or disingenuous about some of the plights that our ancestors had to suffer, that's when, you know what I'm saying, it's like, okay, you know what I'm saying, we're dealing with one of these dudes. You know what I'm saying? I'm putting that there to not say the other thing. You understand what I'm saying? So it's a Dunning-Kruger situation where one person will be defending a position because of their cultural background and how they, perceive reality. We're perceiving it from a different aspect. And when there's a lack of empathy or respect for that, then all of a sudden, it becomes contentious, on a racial level. So we do want to try not to do that, However, it's a emotionally triggering discussion. And when we deal with certain ones that we feel like, after all of these years, y'all should understand, but they don't. They really don't understand. You know what I mean?
I think you do understand that it got lost in the conversation that he said it was illegal, unethical, and immoral.
No.
According to the Bible, they could beat their
What
slaves
else you wanted to say
to their
about
lives.
that? Yeah, and according to the same Bible.
Can I read 25:44?
And according to the same Bible, that same slave, if being mistreated, could have exacted revenge, right? You know what I'm saying?
No.
It's like
It depends.
So you're telling me
Depends.
the slave didn't have right to self-preservation?
No, not the Bible.
Because you have difference between a Judite slave and a foreign slave. So
right.
Right. You have to know the difference.
So why did
Leviticus 25,
why did preachers like Jim
hold
Bob revolt against that shit?
Can I read Leviticus 25:44, please?
Let us have your fly, man.
Bookman Dutty revolt against that shit based on his knowledge of the Bible? Why did Nat Turner revolt against that shit based on his knowledge of the
These are
Bible?
non-sequiturs.
You know why?
Hey, can I read Leviticus 25:44 real quick? All right, Leviticus 25:44 says, "Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life. But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly." So there's a clear distinction, and that is clearly chattel slavery.
And we don't need the Bible to prove that ancient people did chattel slavery. It's not that deep. So.
Right, but you see, now here come in some arguments when we talk about certain cultures and mention the word slavery. This is where the problem comes in, because we have this idea that this European idea of slavery applies to everyone else in every other culture, and that is not true. So that's a separate topic that we always talk about. If there was slavery in Africa, if there was slavery here, and if there was slavery there, and then we come to the conclusion that it's not the same thing. The concept is not always you're bound and you have no choice. Sometimes the concept is you attach yourself to a particular spiritual tradition and you become a slave in the sense that you have no choice but to do what it says. But that's not the same thing as what we're talking about here. And all of that plays a role in these arguments when we start to bring in race and culture. Slavery is not the same in every culture. We just have one idea of what slavery is based on the culture that we are exposed to. But when you go back in time, you know that's not always true.
I agree.
That is just one particular group of people who dealt with it that way. And if you go back to ancient Kemet, the idea of slavery is not that you have no choice, you're bound in your property. It means that you have no choice in, like, for example, Hemneta means I have no choice in being a priest, and everything that I say and do has to go according to this. I can't go against that. This is my life now. And I can't go against that. It doesn't mean somebody beat you up, slap you up, and force you into it. It means you have committed for life. And anything you say must reflect what you have committed. And therein lies the cultural difference when we start to talk to people who are not black, because we're accustomed to talking to black people. And when other people who are not like us come in, sometimes we don't know how to deal with that because we're not accustomed to dealing with people like that on these platforms.
Correct.
We can go into race and nobody's offended because we all understand. Because there's one individual who is not of that, we want to go in on it, and maybe we should go in on it, maybe not. But sometimes we have to calm down and make our points more clear, and then we can have a better conversation about it, as opposed to just calling people those names, because we don't like it when they do it to us. So we shouldn't do it to them. We can point out slavery without necessarily using the term white boy, which I do have a problem with sometimes, but sometimes we have to deal with that. We can't always talk that way. And it looks crazy on the stream too.
Yeah, it looks real crazy on the stream to my sponsors and my Roku people who sending people to watch from all different races. Like, it looks real wild. It looks like we can't maintain ourselves at no level of decorum. It looks like we crashing out. It's real distasteful, and I don't appreciate it. When I go to other platforms and I see it, I immediately feel weird about it. Like, what are they doing? Why are they doing him like that? I'm like, why are they picking on him like that? Like, he ain't let him do something first. Like, just because he might not get it from your perspective, like, it's just the weirdest behavior. And I'm not gonna tolerate it on my watch ever, 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 ever. I don't care. I'm not sticking up for nobody, but I don't look at. I'm not even about to say nothing, like, because y'all got, and you know, the internet is undefeated. So I should just probably be quiet, because the more I talk, the more they just gonna jump on it. But y'all know what it is, and I'm standing on that.
Nah, I feel you. I feel you, A1.
But what you're saying is correct, A1, and I'm with you on what you're saying. But if we want people to view us differently, we have to act differently. We can't act with these tendencies that we don't like and then get mad when they call us on the niggerish tendencies that we display. We have to display more tendencies that show them that we're not niggerish. We can have a conversation without resorting to those type of tendencies. There's a time and a place for that, I agree, but this is not the time and the place to do that. You understand? All of us are intelligent enough to make a proper historical argument without doing that. All of us here can do that. We've done it before. So let's stick to that. And if we want to do,
let me promote my Roku sponsors too as well. You guys go ahead. I'm gonna pull up the ad right now.
Yeah,
shout out G1, shout out G1 NBC. You can go ahead and download that app on your local Roku networks. Yeah, and we don't appreciate what's been going on. If you guys are gonna come up here, you have to maintain a certain level of decorum. Y'all are putting me. I don't want to have to chastise grown men on how to act. Even in my intro song, it says all the kids are being grown because the parents acting childish, and that's exactly what we see throughout the duration of these episodes. And I'm about to get tighter, so expect that from me, y'all. And you know, I'm going to try to be fair across the board, because half the time I don't even listen. I'm not even listening to the conversations to follow along. I'm just making sure that you guys aren't cussing, fussing, and fighting. And that when I hear somebody over talking or cutting somebody off, I can tell what's going on with that. But I'm actively over here doing t-shirt orders for my website and running stuff. So, you know, it was kind of, and my apologies for being a half-ass moderator. I do have some help up here, but nobody else was jumping up. Like, I got other moderators on the paddle. Emmanuel, where you at?
A1. A1.
What's up?
If I may, I am officially taking off my glove and slapping Domo in the face to challenge this Negro to a debate.
Let's challenge. It looks like maybe we should debate on if you should be able to call them this on live. Should that be the topic? Can you call a Caucasian a white boy on live TV? Let's set it up here on Coliseum Arguments. Come on, Domo. Let's get it in, man.
Great debate.
I'll take the affirmative.
Let's go.
Taking off my glove and
you know what?
Domo across the cheek.
Hey, y'all think it's spicy now? Wait till Smokey Saint the judge. I'm about to have him being a rotating judge in this tournament, man. We about to shake stuff up around here.
I'll be objective, I promise.
I already know you are gonna be, and you're gonna give great explanations as to why you came to your conclusions. That's why I picked you, because it's not about preaching to the choir. It's not about speaking to the echo chamber. It's about being able to change people's perspectives along the way who may have never seen things how you were seeing them. But you can't get to that point through fussing, cussing, and fighting. You will never, because their frontal cortex, what did we say the other days? Pre-developed frontal cortex. It was something.
Yeah,
their frontal cortex.
Yeah. Fine, I know where you got that from. I know
the undeveloped prefrontal cortex. Now, you know, once we get to the point of insults, all reason is going out the window. Defenses are up. Adrenaline's rushing. Nobody's going to get anywhere. So that's why I try to scale these conversations back. So not only that we can learn from each other, it's people at home trying to learn as well. My peoples is in the crowd. What's the name is in the tournament, and he's showing up here embarrassing himself in front of the judges right now. Like, it was weird stuff going on. And they, he didn't do
actually
it in his
really do.
debate, but it's just weird. Like, come on, man.
I really do appreciate you, A1, and you are a good guy, and you're a good mod. And I like your channel. I shouted you out. I drove traffic to you as much as I could today. I think you're a good guy. I believe in what you're doing. I think you got a good head on your shoulders. I like that you're bringing these conversations forward and showing them to new people and being really open with your space. And I appreciate you, man. You're a good guy.
It's 30 people watching right now. Half these people, people. You streaming on 2 platforms for me.
Yeah,
I appreciate you. I don't,
sure, buddy. Yeah.
And
but they'll be quick to call you a racist, though.
This is what I want.
That's all right, man. I got a thick skin. I don't got no offense to it. It's all good, man. Really, no big deal. I don't want you compromising your platform, though.
Man,
That's
I don't
the only
know none of these
care I
people,
got
and the
about it. They
people that
call
know
me
me-
whatever they want, man. But I just don't want you getting compromised.
It's funny. Everybody that knows me in person is in the chat saying the same things I'm saying, and they're also trying to protect what I'm building the same way I am. So shout out to them and shout out anybody who disagrees. I still got love for you.
Absolutely. Domo, I'm 6'2" with long arms and long legs, and my feet are faster than my hands, brother. What are you talking about?
All right, let's pass it around, change the subject, and let's lighten things up a little bit, man. We got Lord Banu in the building. This is his first time hitting the panel. This was one of the first debates I had was against this man, and shout out to you for helping. That sounds weird. I was gonna say helping me get my feet wet. Should I put a pause after that?
Ain't tall enough.
I mean, it feels like it needs a no Diddy.
It need a pause. It don't need a pause, but it need a pause.
It need a pause. Okay, yeah. Shout out to him. What do you think about?
Need a pause and need a pause. God damn it.
What was we even talking about? We was talking about Christianity and the plagues, and did Christianity suppress scientific?
Right.
What's the word I'm looking for on the end of that? Scientific progression, evolution, advancement. That's a better word. Yeah.
Right.
Shout out random info as well.
Me personally, I don't think that's a past tense. I think that's still the case.
And I do too.
don't think
I disagree
Christianity-
with Smokey Saint honestly on that topic.
I don't think Christianity could solely be held accountable for that. It's
I would agree.
Let me tell
Cook.
you.
Hold on. Hold on. I want Lord Banu to cook, man. This is first time here.
ahead,
This is first time
Ponzo.
speaking. And then you next, Zion.
Yeah, Ponzo. Go ahead, brother.
And I was just gonna say that I think it's other religions and not even religion, just like hierarchy of societies that suppress information from people that they deem to be lower level, you know what I'm saying, and just fed them what they felt was advantageous for them to stay at the place they was at. So
Right.
I wouldn't exclusively put it on Christianity, but I would say that the higher ups in that sect did have a part to play in suppressing information on their level. Yeah.
I'll agree with that. Now, what I was going to say is that somebody doesn't necessarily have to be racist, but they can have what they call implicit biases. Somebody who is outwardly racist, you know what I'm saying, and that's called explicit bias, right? So they're explicitly hating on the people, whereas somebody who is implicit may have good intentions and may not be racist at all. However, like I said before, culturally and from the perspective that they're standing at, it's hard for them to see the other side of the spectrum. You know what I'm saying, of the perspective. And so that's what's called implicit biases. And we oftentimes, because it's a sensitive topic to us, you know what I'm saying, we do get triggered by it, you know what I'm saying, because it's like, how don't you know, and why would you say that type stuff, not really understanding that the person is not coming from now there is one place that I did agree with Smokey on, when Smokey talked about hijacking, when somebody hijacks, you know what I'm saying, I was bringing that out in the debate with Taz about, you know what I'm saying, because he kept on bringing up the cult leaders and not focusing on that. See, the cult leaders were not liberationists. They were not freedom fighters. They were just people who were trying to, you know what I'm saying, ride the coattails of a movement and bring the attention towards themselves so that they can manipulate and gain off of the people. So a lot like some of the the mega church pastors and stuff, hijacking the faith instead of actually sticking to it. So I agree with him on that. I don't know if he saw my debate with Taz the other night, but I was in defense of black messianism, because at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, in the same book where we can find slavery, we can also find words of liberation, words of freedom. And this is what African Americans took to, you know what I'm saying, when they looked at the Bible after so many years of subjugation and oppression and slavery, they began to look at the liberation words and discussions within the scripture and lean towards those things. So I agree with the brother when he says that, you know what I'm saying, we cannot basically paint a broad stroke over a religion because there was, you know, a few bad apples in the barrel. That it's called a hasty generalization. You know what I'm saying? That's a hasty generalization fallacy argument. You understand what I'm saying? So I agree with him on that. We didn't get to that point because things got a little funky.
So enslavers are just bad apples. I think
Say it again?
everyone who I said enslavers aren't bad apples. They're interpreting the
No, yeah,
text
no,
like
they
any
hijack.
other person interpret the text. Like if
Yeah,
you interpret the text and you grab out of the text that slavery is not okay, and the other person can just go into the text and grab out that slavery is okay. It's because they're reading different variants of a text. They don't
right,
really know how to read the text objectively.
right.
And so anybody can say anybody's a bad apple or a good apple. The enslavers are who they're bad apples to who? Not to them because they're reading the text objectively to the best of their knowledge. So, you know.
I feel what you're saying, and I would give just a little bit of pushback because, you know what I'm saying, when we get to, you know, the New Testament, we start seeing the morality, you know what I'm saying, change from the Old Testament, even somewhat in the the Tanakh, the prophets. We start seeing a shift in some of the moral values that we saw earlier in Leviticus and etc. Right? So we get to the New Testament and we start seeing that we're supposed to treat all human beings or all men a certain way and blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? To lean specifically solely on Old Testament when the book was ratified. You can say that Christianity with the New Testament was a ratification of old laws, right? Or an amendment of old laws, right? Because that's how I kind of look at it. You know what I'm saying? I kind of look at the old laws as you know, as a constitution in and of itself, but then there are amendments, there are ratifications, and there are also abolishments. Right? What law did Christ end? It basically, according to the Christian narrative, he ended the death penalty, according to that. Right? So we see that religion does evolve. You know what I'm saying? Along with science, along with morality, as time goes on, we morally begin to say, well, this is not working. This is bad. This is causing, you know, detriment to the society. And so we have to change it. And there's no institution, religious or scientific, that has not done that.
Are you saying that the people that instituted slavery here in America didn't know that it was wrong until like they seen the aftermath of what was happening?
I would say that people were indoctrinated, and so they did believe it was right. Now, a lot of their indoctrination may have been based upon certain insecurities about, you know, whatever, genetic inferiorities, or, you know what I'm saying, mixing in with another race that could, what have you, you know what I'm saying? Because the images that they had, the iconography that they had, always posed themselves in this place of divine power, but to share that with someone else that they were indoctrinated to hate or to think as lesser or lower, that would have been difficult for a large majority of people who were maybe not as educated. There were a lot of people who couldn't even read the Bible in Europe. You know what I'm saying? Like reading the Bible was held as specific to like priests and you know what I'm saying, and clergy. You know what I'm saying? Even lower level people who were like considered, you know, like serfs, or, you know what I'm saying, lower class people were not even necessarily allowed to read the Bible. You know what I'm saying? The way African Americans were not allowed to read the Bible. You know what I'm saying? At some point, they didn't even want us to read. You know what I'm saying? But when black folks started reading, you know what I'm saying? Well, here, we'll give you some strips of the Old Testament to keep you indoctrinated on your role in the status quo. So yeah, go ahead, brother.
And I wanted to challenge that by saying, like, you know what I mean? You said that they were indoctrinated, so they believed that what they was doing was right.
Absolutely.
When I ate flesh, you feel me? Like cow, beef, you feel me? I knew, you know what I'm saying, what was happening in order for me to get this burger on my plate. You feel what I'm saying? But if I had to watch a cow get his throat slit, get his stomach cut open, I would have to turn away. You know what I'm saying? I would be mortified. Like, even though I know it's not even a human, it's a cow. You feel what I'm saying? So to say like they didn't know what they was doing was wrong, like it's something inside of you that'll let you know, like, even killing an insect is still a little part of you. You know what I'm saying? But it's either they don't have that, or you know what I'm saying? It's something bigger than that. And I think a lot of it has to do with us always being examined and us always fighting so diligently to prove that we're human and we're moral and we're righteous enough to be alongside any other people. But there's never any inspection of their humanity and where they came from with all of this, and where did that psyche go? You know what I mean? And is it still a
Hold on,
moment? You know what I'm saying?
I
Yeah.
don't want to cut your wisdom. I see a couple. The stage is full. I'm only paying for the $50 plan. If you want to hop on the stage, go ahead and hit that Cash App up. I'll add you right now and upgrade it. You know what I'm saying? No problem. So, yeah, support the channel. Support the channel.
So real quick, I would like to say, you know, like when somebody's indoctrinated, and then indoctrination oftentimes elevates one person over another, and in human behavioral studies, we see that human beings are geared towards trying to elevate themselves, right? Or being raised up. There's this thing called cognitive dissonance, because, you know, while we understand like what it takes to make a hamburger, you know what I'm saying, a lot of us will still eat a hamburger regardless, you know, because we didn't see the atrocities or the gruesome acts that made the hamburger to begin with. You know what I'm saying? So we're in a sense blinded to that, right? With indoctrination, you know what I'm saying? And there's a hatred that is taught along with the indoctrination to dehumanize another person. After a while, people tend to lose that sensitivity or that empathy towards another human being because they were so conditioned to hate them, right? Or to just see themselves as being above them. You know what I mean? And I think that that's where the cognitive dissonance starts to play in, because how could people stand there and watch a brother get castrated and lynched and hung from a tree and set on fire and have a cookout? You know what I'm saying? There's photos of these people sitting there smiling and having a good time. You know what I'm saying? At the expense of another person's lives and his family's suffering and what have you. They did not have the feeling or the sensitivity to empathize with them because of how deeply indoctrinated they were, or maybe even just their own fears and insecurity issues caused them to be able to commit those atrocities. But there are human beings who have a compromised prefrontal cortex, and they have no ability to feel any empathy for anyone. And this is where we get serial killers and mass shooters.
Yes,
And
but Bazard, you are correct in what you're saying. But in some cases, it's just like when you have a lion, right? A lion is a meat eater. So they hunt. You'll never see a lion eating grass. So a lot of this goes to people's general nature. That is how people are. And it has nothing to do with, that's just some people's nature. People argue that that's just the nature of certain people to do that.
Right.
And they put color on it, and they may be right, they may be wrong. But we see throughout history, we see people of a certain don't hear what I'm saying. We see people of a certain color doing those things to us. So we're going to assume that those people are that way. There are people of that same color who rescued us and helped us as well.
Yes.
So how do we then suss out if we're correct about a whole race of people by the actions of some, or if we're just tripping?
Now, I'm not saying the whole race. I'm not saying all.
No.
Question.
But here's what I'm saying, Zion. If you go through your history and people who look like those people have consistently done that to you, then what conclusion should you come to?
That they might
the
be
opposite side?
that they might be most proponed to having lack of empathy.
Right, and this goes back to your point. The fact that their skin color may play a role or may not play a role, they may just happen to look that way, and that's their nature. Right. We're just trying to figure it out. We just history tells us that you can't just people who look like that.
That's why Naga always bringing up abolitionists like John Brown. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't a one-off occurrence. It was a lot of white and black abolitionists during that era. You know what I'm saying? And John Brown started out as a conductor for the Underground Railroad, helping free runaway slaves and get them to Canada. Right. And he gave his life for that cause. And there was many other abolitionists like John Brown who were exiled from the United States. See, the indoctrination goes both ways. We've been indoctrinated with one side of that story, so we think we were always the victim, and we're not the victimizers. That's why I took the stance I took in my last debate with Suave Boss. You know what I'm saying? And we'll always maintain that being American does not conflict with being black. You know what I'm saying? Because we are American. We are all American. Is there a conflict between Americans? Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? But we have historically always fought back against the oppression, which is, to me, the American thing to do, because that's what America does when they faced oppression. They felt they were being oppressed by the British. They fought back. They felt they was going to be oppressed by the Japanese when they bombed Pearl Harbor. They fought back. You know what I'm saying? And we embody this as a people. So at some point, you know what I'm saying, we got to stop having the victim mind state and learn the actual history of what's going on, because it wasn't all peaches and cream for those people that y'all are talking about. It wasn't peaches and cream.
I'm with you. Naga, I'm with you on that. But when we look into African history, we don't see those same atrocities being committed.
Yes, we do.
On ourselves in that particular way. We can argue that.
Yes, we do.
No, we really did.
Yes, we did.
No, they didn't.
Ghana killed slaves for sacrifice.
Remember,
I would agree with Jose. What you had going on in Africa was more along the lines of tribal differences. That's no different than what you see between Iran and Iraq in the late 80s, early 90s. You know what I'm saying? And they did have slavery in Africa, but it wasn't the slavery that we know of in America.
Right.
Like I said earlier, it wasn't chattel slavery. If you go look up the history of chattel slavery, then that entire history is going to be centered around the transatlantic slave trade.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
But there's
but that's simply applying the colloquial definition. But if we were to be technical, by definition, chattel slavery can be applied to many other particular points in history on slavery.
I would agree with
and
you.
Nobody's suggesting that Africa was some kind of utopia where, you know what I'm saying,
right.
Wakanda and nobody was, you know what I'm saying, fighting. However, they did have a structure, like even, you know what I'm saying, it was so interesting if you actually study Shaka Zulu, the Shaka had, he basically decided to become more savage in his warfare against tribal, you know what I'm saying, and colonialist, by shortening his spear. The way they fought was quite different, you know what I'm saying, when they were trying to assert whose land this was or whose land that was or what have you, you know what I'm saying, was quite different than what we saw Europeans come in when they came in to try to, control Africa.
Correct.
They were a lot more savage and a lot, but you got to also remember the reality of what they were living in. We're talking about the Dark Ages. Everyone talks about science being suppressed during the Dark Ages, but you know what science was not suppressed in Europe? The science of torture. They were creating all forms of torture racks and all kinds of ways to dismantle a human being while they were still alive. And you know what I'm saying? And so when we talk about Europe's culture and the violence that was committed there, when they got to the Americas and to Africa, you know what I'm saying, their mind state was quite different than how we dealt with, wars and you know what I'm saying? They were brutal.
But guess what? But
dealing with their own brutalities, though. You know what I'm
but
saying?
guess what?
And the
But guess
Africans are
what?
brutal too.
But
Everybody is
guess
brutal.
what? But guess what? What you said once again goes back into the argument of religious persecution, because a lot of these things were created to deal with Christians. You understand? Christians tortured other people because they weren't Christians. Correct?
Right. That's true. But we ain't never
That
really
dealt
seen
with Christians. That dealt with Christians and
continents.
Muslims.
We don't. I don't really. Oh yeah, Christian and Muslim. When we come with the Abrahamic faith, then you're going to see a whole lot of atrocities.
See,
I'm
but
not
then I had
lying about that. You know
But then
what I'm
here's the question.
Yeah.
Those people who were visiting these things were Europeans, and we should be allowed to talk about them being Europeans. We now know in 2025 we have other people who are not Europeans who are visiting these things upon people too, but we know where they got it from.
Right.
They didn't get it from their culture. They got it from colonization. So we
And I
should be
want
able to
to
talk about that in a constructive way without
I
hurting
want to
people's
touch on something. I want to touch on something that you said earlier too, when you was saying how could we explain the Europeans that assisted us in trying to fight for our freedom. And I would say that there's no concrete evidence that what their intentions were behind siding with us, you know what I'm saying? Or even if it wasn't a means to a bigger end, because a lot of times out here, like in my neighborhood where I'm at in Jersey right now, it's like the only urban area in Monmouth County. So people from other places will come here and set up organizations because it's funding for them to help us, and say that they're out here helping us, but what they really doing is opening up resources for their friends to come out here and exploit and do what they do too. So on the outside it's looking like, yeah, they coming out here, they helping us, they doing all of this. How could we explain they hate us? But behind the closed doors, the intentions ain't pure. So just because we could see on paper that somebody went out and did something, it doesn't mean that their intention was that we were as human as them. You feel me?
These people sacrificed their lives. I mean,
Yeah,
John
I'll make
Brown, for example, like somebody else gave, he sacrificed his life. So I'm pretty sure he was compassionate about it.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
wow.
Yeah, there were those.
I don't
yeah.
think.
I mean, why can't people just see the horrors of slavery? I mean, we got plenty of slave records, plenty of
during the
records
time
that
Right,
literally
because he gave
They
his life.
could, but we
enslaved.
comparing those people up against the majority of their own people that we're saying we're witnessing this, and then we're saying that this is this a genetic trait of these people, and trying to explain the difference between these people that's saying that they helping us alongside these same people that's destroying us. So all I'm saying is, we don't know if it was because they saw the atrocities of slavery, or because they seen another end game. You feel me? Let me help them out, because we know that this is about to end. So we want to be on the good side of history.
Right.
But
Well, I'm not
that's
saying that is
conspiratorial.
what
I
happened,
got a
but
question.
we can't
I
rule
got
that
a
out.
question,
Can
right?
I interject real
It
quick?
sounds like conspiracy.
Are we aware that the British naval campaign off the coast of West Africa that
Yeah.
effectively put an end to slavery, and
Yeah.
at the same time this was being done, that were actively on
Yeah.
the United States soil enlisting runaway slaves to fight against the 13 colonies? Are we aware of that history?
Was
The British spent
that
most of their gross domestic income to prevent slavery. Yeah, he's right. They set up naval ships on the coast of West Africa to prevent people buying and trading in slaves, because Ghana was the main contributor of slaves. The majority of their income was solely reliant on slave labor. But
Can I ask this?
British were the ones who eventually abolished slavery.
Can I ask this? Was this before or after we fought them?
I don't know what you
Good question.
That's a good question.
This
That's
was like
an excellent question.
Great
what before
Excellent question,
after
Lord
who
Bunny.
fought?
America, before or after America fought Britain.
Oh,
Listen,
it was during that. It was
Yeah,
during
exactly.
That, you know
So
what I'm saying?
Oh, so that makes a whole lot of sense.
It was before
Stop there.
and
Yeah.
during. It was
Yeah,
before
That
and
was
during.
beneficial to them to stop the slave trade, because the slave trade is what was giving America the financial power.
Yeah,
that
but slavery was
So let me
almost on its way out anyway, because it was becoming economically inviable.
unsustainable, right? So
Yeah,
so here's the thing with like for instance, the perfect example, Abraham Lincoln is oftentimes given this high credit
Right.
Yeah, but he didn't care.
dignity
But we all know that he didn't care.
for abolishing slavery. However, what he was doing was trying to take power from the South, because the South's cash crop was basically based upon slavery. From the South, that was their the adversary of the northern, countries, states, who were trying to deal with what was called the what do you call it, industrial era. The industrial era was happening at that time, and so it was more important to try to get the workforce into the industrial areas than into the agricultural. They had
Now let me say this.
Well, the industrial era is the exact reason why slavery was becoming
exactly.
allowed.
It wasn't
It was
because
cheaper
about
to
us.
pay for
It's because we
people
were
to do the
extra
labor than
hands.
for slaves that
So
you
let
have
me
to
say
support.
this. Let me say this real quick. If I was a smart businessman, right, and I was trying to do what you just said was the point of the North, I would pay churches and church leaders to do exactly what they did.
Like what? To do what?
Free the slaves. Yo, start a campaign to free the slaves. It's going to look good for you in history. It's going to look even better for us in our pockets.
That was the argument, but initially, but that's an argument that came later because it started getting popular votes. People were already becoming distasteful of slavery. So
But this is what
Abraham
I'm saying.
Lincoln, which initially his plan was to keep the North and the South together without releasing slaves, it was more popular. It was becoming more popular for them to say, "Oh, this is about abolishing slavery for a moral reason." That's how he grabbed arms. That's how he got people to fight. So that's
right.
why.
And this is my opinion. You know what I'm saying? It is my opinion. That's why I'm stating that up front. But it was my opinion that they were forced to free the slaves. You know what I'm saying? Because it was constant conflict. It was constant insurrection. If you look back through history, if you look back through history, there was never a time throughout that period where it wasn't conflict. You know what I'm saying?
The Gullah was fighting.
Yeah, the Gullah was fighting. You had the Seminole Wars going on.
You had
and
the
at the
Haitian
same
Revolution.
Time, this place was a hotbed for conflict all throughout that period. So they were forced to do that.
So my point being, right? We got this idea that it was this moral point of view behind it. But still in all, it was a financial, structural viewpoint for America's sake. It was all these other reasons, you feel me? But we can't just say that all of these people that went down in history for doing this went down in history for doing it for the reasons they saying that they did it for.
I mean, well, what's the benefit of Britain putting so much money into their naval force to prevent slavery?
Well, that was going to cap off
To
their
stop
trade.
so they could whoop our ass.
High money. So America was making a ton of money off of the transatlantic slave trade. And,
for a period of time.
How do you economically
right? And if I'm fighting them, I want to cut that source off.
Cut that source
No,
off.
but
Yes.
you see,
but But that's
But here,
not
but
everyone's motive. That's not.
but here
He's
comes the
saying, what? How
but
can we
Shit,
tell who was
I'm willing to
genuine
bet
and who
that that
wasn't?
was Britain motive.
Folks, that's
but
why
here's
You
you
the
think
have
thing.
Britain
people
give a fuck?
felt
So
some kind
you
of way
think
about it, but that wasn't the
Britain
majority.
Britain don't give a
Listen,
fuck about us
we
now?
can speculate on what they. I mean, it becomes conspiracy theory at a certain point.
No,
Why
but listen.
Britain still not fighting for us now? Where was
It's
they at?
but
Where was
it's
they at
not
when?
a conspiracy theory because you know what
I mean,
happened.
it is because it's
But
Historically
speculation. There's
no. But
really
hold
not
on,
much you can
hold on, Lord
say
Bender.
on their intentions. So
Hold on, Lord
we
Bender.
don't really know.
Historically documented that even Lincoln was not freeing the slaves because he
I
thought
just
that
said
they were
that.
equal.
I just said that. When
We're
he's
Okay,
with
talking
but
about
you.
Britain, he's
he
talking
wasn't
about an
doing that.
entire empire
Written
and
the
what
So
same
surrounded
I'm
it.
gonna
way.
hold
We're
that. I'm
with
gonna
you,
hold that.
It's
I'm gonna hold that
strategic
standard to all of them.
hold
economic
on
warfare. A part of warfare
Okay,
is to cut off the economic resources. That is a
that's
part of
fine.
warfare, bro.
That's
we're
fine.
with you.
That's fine.
We're with you on that, Zion, but we have to understand when the British were benefited when America was a colony, they were okay with it. They were cool with
Right?
slavery because it was benefiting
Exactly.
them.
That's the
Exactly.
point.
But then we have to understand they had something called abolition of the slave trade. So while they were still enslaving
Yeah,
people here,
and the
they
North
had
was
to
the
impress
first
the
to
idea
abolish
that we can't
the import of
import
slavery.
any new slaves. So they were dealing with that, saying you can't bring any new slaves in, but if the niggas is already here, they're fair game. And that is what and that is a nuance that we need to
And
discuss.
also
And then there just
understood.
came a time where the economics just wasn't making no sense because these dudes was rebelling too much. This one is rebelling.
Right.
And after they abolished slavery, the same people who are complaining got compensated, and we still fight to talk about
And
what we should get
we
for
ain't get
the
no
slaves.
reparations. So watch this.
But
Here's
how
the
do you?
interesting
I mean,
thing.
how do you get it? How do you get it?
Let me ask you this.
You're not gonna get any
After
How
reparations
Britain
do
did
if
you?
you
all of
keep
that,
asking for
How do
money,
you
Lord
get it?
Bender.
hold on. Let me ask this. Let
Slavery
me
is
ask
a
this real quick.
spectrum. It isn't black and white. So how do you explain the black slave that had slaves? So who pays who is the question.
So wait, let me just say this. So one of the things was to create internal conflict. You had a nation that was built off of slavery, and you had a bunch of slaves, you know what I'm saying, who yearned to be free, you know what I'm saying, not to sound like Martin Luther King, but they had a yearning to be free. And one of the ways that Britain thought to undermine the United States was to try to get some of these African Americans who were very effective in warfare, even against the Britons, to the Brits, to also fight against their subjugators. So one of the ways of opposing abolitionist doctrine and abolitionist propaganda was to cause, you know what I'm saying, some slaves to pick up arms against while they were still there fighting. You know what I'm saying? So
I mean, if you think about it,
economically, it was in their best benefit to try to get the slaves to also fight against the American subjugators. Britain had an interest in all of that. It was all psyops. It's all psychological operations, not
you're referring
a
to the American
conspiracy,
Revolution, right?
not a conspiracy.
British. Go ahead. Britain said as soon as they entered the Chesapeake, the first thing they encountered was runaway slaves, pointing them out to the master's plantations. So they enlisted those runaways because they knew the terrain, they knew the land. You know what I'm saying? And this is the history of the British colonial Marines. Right. They didn't come over here and start fighting.
The French did the same thing in Haiti.
Right.
But they didn't come over here saying, "Oh, okay, let's go over here and free these niggas."
Yes, that's exactly.
Pardon my language. You feel me?
Because it's not in a vacuum. History doesn't exist in a vacuum. You have instances just like what you described. Yeah,
I agree.
Where Britain did. All right, so let me ask you this: anytime
wherever you want to check.
anytime after the slaves was freed, when could we go over to Britain and be seen as the same way British people were?
It just seems like you're going.
You
You
know
keep
when
going on a tangent, brother.
you do
No,
know when you're talking about the British Empire. Canada was part of the British Empire at the time.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
that
we're
was called
talking
British
about
Columbia.
Canada.
Yeah, it was called
But
British
we're
Columbia.
talking about Canada. We're not talking about
The Canada couldn't
King
really
and the
have
Queen.
slaves because they didn't have any cash crops. The only thing that Canada was producing was lumber and daggone hides from freaking daggone raccoons and deer.
Right.
That was the
I
main
agree
thing.
with
So
you.
slavery was not sustainable in Canada.
I agree.
And if it
But we have
was,
to
they
put
would have had slaves.
but we
But they
have
did
to
have
put
Damn
slaves, but
sure
it just
would have.
wasn't as sustainable.
but
That's
we
what he's
have
saying.
to put into context when we say the British Empire, we
No,
don't mean
historically it says that in many books that Canada was not sustainable for slavery in
no,
Canada.
no. I'm not
Yeah, no,
arguing that, but
absolutely.
we have
Yeah.
I
but
bet
what I'm
you they
saying is
tried.
we have
But
to
they did have
understand.
slaves, but it wasn't as sustainable as
But
if
we
you was
have
to
to
do it. Yeah.
understand when we say Britain, we don't mean England. We're not talking about the king and queen. We're talking about a British colony such as Canada. So we have to make that distinction and that nuance. That Britain
We was
that the
used
British
as
Empire was a large place, not just
we was
It
England.
was very
used,
large.
we
Yeah.
was used strategically, not on the
I
when
know I know they were
Yes,
fighting Africans to free African slaves. So
right. Well, look at Prince Hall. Prince Hall had to go to the British in order to get his charter for the Prince Hall Masonic Lodge, right? And Masonry was huge at this time. You know what I'm saying? He was one of the black people, you know, he was on the $2 bill or whatever, what have you. Prince Hall, you know what I'm saying, had to go to the British. The British didn't even want to give him the charter, but they did because they thought that it would benefit their propaganda campaign with the African with the slaves and the you know, the people who were enslaved to fight against their own adversary. So it was all strategic at the end of the day. I wouldn't say that it was a moral compass that led them to the abolishment. I think that
I
it's
didn't
an
say that either.
economic one. You know what I mean? And one based
I
on
think
the
we both
other.
agree with
I think
I
it
think
was
it's a
more of
mixture
a.
of both.
I
think
think
it's
it was
actually a mixture
more
of both.
of a. I think it was more of a strategic move by the U.S. colonies because after British enlisted runaways, only then did the U.S. colonists turn around and start doing the same thing. They enlisted 20,000. You know what I'm saying? People off the plantation into
Yeah.
the Union, into the
Right,
U.S.
And then
right.
the
That
Union
military.
was the
Army, yeah,
response.
So
Right.
that
absolutely.
would have been a strategic move right there.
That also is a strategic move because they saw that they were coming after their slaves and say, you know what, here, we'll give you a musket gun and send you in the front line. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that that their motives were any better.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, regardless of motive, let's think about the black armies in the Civil War. To anyone else, it's okay, whatever. But this is everything to them. This is their freedom that they're talking about, and eventually it paid off. So, I mean, I guess
You
the
know them
motive, whether
Negroes
it
are
was
gonna fight
moral
for
or
their
anything,
lives,
it
right?
doesn't really
Yeah, you
matter.
know they're gonna fight. They're gonna fight heavy.
Absolutely. So, I mean, it's really all how I see it is
You had a
it
whole
meant
bunch of
everything to
Michael
them.
Jordans and
Yeah.
they wanted all of those Negroes, you know what I'm saying? Because they know they was going to do the work.
Oh yeah, man. I think like when I read and do the research on that, man, it looked like them brothers was eager to get out there and fight.
Yeah, and that's what it
Some
looked
of
like
All
them
the way
were
to me.
too.
around the
Some of
board.
them were.
Yeah.
Yep. They were like, let these motherfuckers, you know what I'm
Yeah, let them
saying,
fight.
fight themselves. You know what I'm saying? Some black folks were smart and didn't even, you know what I'm saying, was like, yo, I'm gonna fall
I
back and
mean,
let people
you
do
got to think
yeah.
about the black people that was fighting on the Confederate side. Who you
Mm-hmm.
think they was shooting at?
Yeah.
right. And that's
Right.
what
Yeah,
that's my
not only
point though.
that, not only that, like it was an already standing black militia in New Orleans when the Union got there that was already fighting the Confederacy.
Yeah.
Yep.
And once the Union Army absorbed that black militia, then that was the tipping scale. That would tip the scales in their favor.
And it didn't
You know what
help
I'm
them
saying?
at all.
So it's like we gotta understand and recognize our ancestors fight to liberate themselves.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
man.
That's what I think.
Dude,
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
if they didn't do what
And
they
understand
did,
it objectively. It ain't black and white.
if they didn't do what they did, man, Florida, Louisiana, all that shit in the Bible Belt would be a black republic right now.
Facts. yo, Laurel, you live in the Bible Belt?
Nuh-uh, but that's that's my ancestral land. That's where my
Yeah.
my grandmama's mama, my mama's mama, my dad, all them folks.
Yep, absolutely, man. I got land over there too on Warren Drive in South Carolina.
Yeah, we down in Mississippi, Choctaw territory.
I feel like it's interesting how you know, people in the South, you know, our African American brothers in the South look at the situation to a degree. I feel like African Americans in the South in the Bible Belt states kind of romanticize slavery no less than our white counterparts do. Because when I went to South Carolina, I was seeing women pushing freaking daggone white babies around, you know what I'm saying, which is fine. You know what I'm saying? Get your, do what you got to do. But why do you have to dress like a man? They was dressed like mammies in 2002 with the old school freaking daggone head freaking daggone white head wrap and the freaking
yeah, that might be the dress. That might be the dress attire for that particular client or some shit.
Yeah, no, but they were rich white families who still had black folks who were willing to make a dollar by dressing like they were in old slavery times, which really freaking effed me up.
That's because that's what I was trying to get to the point of. You feel me? Because the same mindset and the same way of thinking still exists even after the slaves got free. You know what I'm saying? Because even after they went into the war and fought and died, you feel me? After the war was over, they was still robbed of the shit that they was promised, and then now they was fighting another fight to say, "Yo, where's the stuff y'all promised us?"
They had
Fighting
to become
again.
sharecroppers to their slave masters. So now, you know what I'm saying? Oh, you free, but you don't have the economic resources to sustain your families and your community. So now you have to go back to sharecropping. That's what I think that the brother was saying when he said, his grandmother or whatever, you know what I'm saying, was still in slavery. She wasn't necessarily in slavery because slavery was ended. You know what I'm saying? I'll give that to a indigenous black man, was ended in 1860, you know what I'm saying, 8 or what have you. However,
but even that, because I was about to
stole that from. I ain't stealing nothing. He said that.
Hold on, even that, because I was just about to say, you know what I'm saying? I went and looked up the definition of racist, and it changed. It's not the same as it was a couple years ago.
Because
Right.
racism is made
they want
up
to try to
in people's
redefine
head.
things so that they can whitewash history and make
Exactly. So that's even the same thing with slavery. They say slavery was abolished, but it's just a word. It don't really exist. The
Yeah,
whole
but
concept
the
of what they
way
did.
they use the word racist is kind of wrong though, because racist shouldn't have a negative connotation to it.
Exactly. And that's what I was going to say earlier. And that's why I went and made sure I looked up the definition, because I was going to say, I think that black people's one of their problems is that they're not
Being a
racist.
racist should have a negative connotation. Absolutely.
Why?
No,
Why you think that?
To think one quote unquote race is superior than another. That is textbook.
No. See, that's why that's supremacy.
That's textbook racism. You can look
That's
it up
white
right now.
supremacy.
That's supremacy. But being in love
That's
with
what
your
racism is.
but being in love with your own race and your own genetic makeup is not.
That's your definition.
Natural.
That's your definition of
Natural.
racism.
Because we're gonna find
A
beauty in what
textbook
we find.
definition of racism is simply superiority.
But I just told you it changed. They just changed it.
Yeah, that's what I
Change it
agree.
to what?
They just changed it now to a person that's prejudiced and that shows hate towards another group of people. That wasn't the definition before.
See, I mean, it's still used wrong.
Before
That's what I'm saying. They changing it to make it more like so you don't want to be racist. So you don't want to love your own people more than you love the other people. You
So
feel me?
what did the definition change from? Like what was the original definition that it changed from? Because it's simply just superiority. I mean, that's the anthropological
that was
definition.
that,
Maybe
that was the one that I seen prior to that. But thinking that you're better than somebody else is a problem.
I don't think so, because
I mean that's subjective to you. I mean,
that's the same thing as being patriotic. Like what's the difference being patriotic and your nationality, which is also a fictitious social construct.
In regards to
I'm talking about the genetic superiority.
That's
anthropological racism.
Yeah, but if I say my genes make me better than you, how is that
that's
hurting
fine,
you?
but you just have to prove that. You just can't say it.
I mean, why do you gotta prove it?
Prove it every day.
Yeah, why do you gotta prove it? You can just say it. It's a free country, free world.
I mean, he can say it, but that doesn't mean no one should respect what he's saying because he just said it. You have to provide the evidence.
But now you put me. But now you.
I think
that's
nothing wrong with being proud of your race. You know what I'm saying? And who
Look,
you are.
now
I don't see nothing wrong with that.
when you ask me a question like that, now you put me in a position to make it look like I'm talking down on other people. When I say look at us in sports and look at us in this, and when you read this book and say that we second to none and from birth before any of these,
right. We talk
But do you
first, we
see the
walk
problem with
first,
that? Because
all of that,
anybody else can
all
do
of
the
that.
same thing, and this is what creates the.
We
no, they
walk
Well,
did.
look,
first.
I'm gonna say this, man. I got a redneck. I got a redneck friend. You know what I'm saying? In Winsboro, Louisiana. Shout out to the
Of course
318.
we would.
You know what I'm saying? I'm welcome in his home, in his parents' home, and we talk about people in their 50s. His parents are in their 70s and 80s, and they welcome me into their home, knowing I got a 40 caliber Ruger P91 DC with me. You know what I'm saying? And it don't be no problem.
Get out.
Shit, I bet it don't.
But here's the deal, man. You know, and I respect it. You know what I'm saying? I got white friends too. You know what I'm saying?
That's racist.
I hate that. I hate when we all do that. I hate it when they do that, and I hate it when we do it. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't take away from the history, you know what I'm saying, of racism in this country and some of the implicit biases that even our friends may still have. You know what I'm saying? I grew up in Long Island where I was surrounded by African Americans, indigenous Americans, Hispanics, Latinos, and white Jews and Italians, very heavy with Jews and Italians, you know what I'm saying? And I have a whole bunch of friends and gotten into these conversations all throughout my years, you know what I'm saying, with their parents, with their, you know what I'm saying, and still understand that there are implicit biases, there are perspectives. I even have a friend who's mixed and his mother, you know what I'm saying, believes that, you know, mulatto children are superior to full black children.
Yep, it's a whole book on that.
Yeah. So yeah, like literally thinks that, you know, because she got some high yellow babies that they're more, you know what I'm saying, they're superior to their you know, black counterparts. And we got to be careful with that because this is really interwoven into American culture. You know what I'm saying? Race and race identity. Now, when it comes to, you know, like superiority and stuff like that, I mean, what's the criteria? We're talking about physical attributes. We're talking about intellect,
I mean, if you're talking
intelligence,
about
IQ
superiority,
quotient. They throw IQ at us all day, even though, you know what I'm saying, half of their IQ tests were culturally biased for years. They were asking people in Africa, you know what I'm saying, questions about freaking daggone historic European characters and grading them based on their lack of knowledge of European figures and how to freaking daggone properly bit a horse. You know what I'm saying? Like you ask questions and then you know and find out what the criteria for what people are claiming to be superior or inferior is. You find out later on that science does not support that because, you know what I'm saying, black children are talking by the time they're, you know what I'm saying, my daughter was talking before she was 1.
You made that up, though.
You know what I'm saying? My children both
You say he made that up?
Before 1.
He made,
you know what I'm
he made that up in regards, for one, humans are 99.9% DNA wise all identical. Let's just get that clear.
Well, I'm not talking about, I'm talking about development.
But yeah, I know what you're talking about. I heard
Development,
you.
child development is different in African communities than it is in European ones, and that's a fact.
Okay, but so that's not the point. So the point is this: when you mentioned phenotypes, right? Phenotypes are so we talk about like things like nasal width, right? Skull cranium stuff. All of that is attached to intellect. So on the top of wait.
I didn't say nothing about pheno.
Because on the top of that chart, right? The people with the thinner, narrow nose are at the top. The lower people with the bronchiolic type nose or whatever you want to call it, with are at the bottom. So when you talk about
intellect,
of what?
Yeah, of intellect. Intellect.
These
are
the
things that science. These are the things that science use. Right?
They used to use.
That was considered a pseudoscience in today's scientific world.
That's pseudoscience.
Look, it's a book called Infancy in Uganda, where a lady did the actual research with like studying children from birth and comparing the development, like where they were like cut off from any type of where they could be tampered with in any type of way. You feel me? And the research that
Diet
Right,
and
that's
environment.
scientific racism. Thank you, Tiffany. That was
Wait, let
scientific racism.
Right. That's what
I
I'm
was
saying. You're
answering
subscribing to
something.
Zion. Everything that you're
Listen,
saying, Zion, was based off of scientific racism.
Yeah, it's pseudoscience.
Yeah, no, I'm not in disagreement with that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't state that.
this a white lady.
I agree with that. It was scientific racism that
This a
presumed
white lady that did this.
right, that you had a thinner nose and a lighter complexion and straighter hair, that somehow you were smarter than others. This one dude even said to me, "Oh, you guys got smaller heads," and I'm like, Japanese people got smaller heads than both of us, but they still smarter than you.
Right. So when we talk about manifest destiny, right? These Caucasians believe that they're superior than you.
Yeah, because it comes out
Right.
of
And what is
pseudoscience.
manifest
Why though?
destiny?
Why do they believe that? They
What is
believe that so
manifest
that they can
destiny?
have merit to conquer the world, right?
No,
Right.
because
What is
this is a lack of
you mean
scientific
civilize
knowledge
the world.
mixed with a
You mean
very
civilize the
religious
world.
mindset.
Right.
That's it.
Whatever they plan on doing, whatever they want to call it, however they want to frame it.
Manifest destiny was based on a biblical doctrine of God's will. On a biblical idea that because they were able to subjugate certain races, that it was manifest by God.
Exactly.
Smokey.
Exactly. Same. Go ahead.
No, I'm good. Go ahead, y'all.
I agree. I agree with that.
So wait, was you saying that the research that I was saying was scientific racism?
What was the research that I didn't get a chance? What was the
Nah,
research?
no. Yours is not. When you were talking about the babies and how the stadium dealt with the babies and compared them, did it come?
Yeah, she compared them from birth, and the information that the results of her research was that black babies is second to none when it comes to motor skills development from birth to any other race on the planet.
All of that.
What study is this?
Wait.
What
Look,
study is
I'll
this?
just give you some pushback because I don't
It's in a
believe
book.
it. But we'll
No, I'm
know.
saying what's the name of the study so I can, go back.
Yeah.
But when you look at
Uganda.
when you look at the
I think her
continent of
name is Mary
Africa,
Ann Hainsworth.
So can you explain why the continent of Africa has the lowest IQ?
Because IQ is
in
made up.
all regions, not even just saying that in the lower developed regions of Africa, they may be, of
Because we're
course,
not
have lower
talking.
IQ.
We talking.
The whole
Look,
continent of Africa, IQ is low compared to China, European. Why is that?
because this is what she's saying. This is the information that black psychologists had developed from her research. It's saying that because of indoctrination, because of colonialism, everything that happened to those people in Africa, and the structure on how they see the world, and the tests that they're taking from the people who put them in the position that they're in, are always going to say that they're inferior.
Right.
You feel me? So when we're talking of what her research, hold on, wait, let me finish though. But what her research was talking about was from birth, before they got a chance to watch television, before they got a chance to read a newspaper or hear that they was inferior to these white people or know who Jesus was or any of that. You feel me? Before that,
I mean,
before any baby had that opportunity, we were number one when it came to motor skills and development. We developed first,
I'm
faster.
asking, what was
We
her
recognized our mother and father. We could pick our head up, look around, notice who we were in the mirror, everything.
Gender and all of that. We understood that at earlier ages than most children from European.
All of them.
So here, the book is called Child Development and Intersection of Race and SES, volume 57. Here's another PDF that you can find, Race, Ethnicity, Culture in Child Development. So this is what science has proven, and this is not scientific racism. This is actually the honest evidence.
Diane, what's the determining factor between the races?
What's the methodology used in these studies?
If we're 99.9% all the same on the DNA level, what separates us?
Well, here, let me read this part right here. It says here, in the Advances of Child Development and Behavioral series presents a theoretical and empirical scholarship illuminating how race and ethnicity, socioeconomic status. So there's multiple factors that interplay into coming up with this. So one of them is socioeconomic. When people
And I
have
guarantee
a
you, though,
lack
Zion, none of them are
let
skin.
me land. Let me land.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So when people have a lack of resources, of food, the integrity of their food and the things that they're supposed, because a woman who is nurturing and nursing her child has to be able to eat good food in order for her child to eat good, either in her womb or from her breast. You know what I'm saying? The quality of food also. So the socioeconomic realities also affect and shape children's development. We have to remember that they was giving us chitlins and all the bottom of the barrel foods because they understood then that the quality of food also affects the quality.
So Zion, your argument isn't race.
How old is
none
this study?
of that has to do with skin color. All of that has to do with diet and environment.
No, that's just
it.
No, but Mary Ann's Hainsworth study was done with babies that went through the same thing. These is babies. The parent went through the same thing.
Look, man, the thing that separate all humans is culture.
So exactly. That's it. Skin color does not make you less smarter or more smarter. I guarantee you that.
There are genetic predispositions. You
like
know what I'm saying?
what?
Within certain
Like
people
what?
that cause them
Nobody said smarter though. We said development. We said develop faster first.
So you're making an argument that you're gonna make an intelligent argument that skin tone makes you develop faster.
No, not just the skin color.
It's
not just the skin color.
Tell me what makes you black.
I think high
So when they find bones and remains of people, how could they tell they was black?
They can't. You can't look at skeletons. You cannot look at skeletons and tell
yes, they can.
race.
Yes, they can.
Why not?
Yes,
so
they
now
can.
we're going back to scientific racism because they used that to say we were
No, we're
stupid.
not the
The
scientific
wide
racist.
nose in the skull size.
We're not the scientific racist.
You cannot physically tell the race of a dead of
That's
a
what you're not going to do is try to superimpose
That's all I'm
scientific
telling you. You
racism on
can't.
us because the science is racism because the science is proving otherwise.
What the science is doing is using the DNA.
You made that up, right?
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
So they can't get the premises. Right, so here's the thing. How do we know? It doesn't have to always, and you can find a color in DNA. They can find certain. I think it was called SPL. This genetic mutation.
SLC 2485 and SLC 45A2.
Thank you. So it's not just about color. This is about genetic development and mutations that happen in certain areas. Mutations would happen due to the environment.
You keep going back to environment, and I keep saying it.
So
listen, hold on. Zion, you're long-winded, brother. You went on for 3 minutes. Just let me just say,
has a lot to do with ethnicity.
Zion, you went on for 3 minutes. Let me just say something for 30 seconds.
Hey James,
and then you can have it.
Pseudo, but
you can have it. No, your brother. What you're saying is pseudo. All I'm saying is, so when you just talked about the skeletons, you can't look at a skeleton and tell race, for one. Secondly, nasal width is determined by climate.
Absolutely.
I agree. I'm not arguing that.
Okay,
we're not saying look at it. We're not saying look at it and tell the difference. Nobody said that.
You wanted King J. How about them apples?
But
moving in the colder region is not gonna make your nose smaller.
Nah, because like the mutations you brought up, the SLC 2485 genetic mutation that accounts for light-skinned Europeans, is tied to diet. It's more tied to diet than it is
diet and environment. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. And that's the dichotomy we got going on with that.
And that's all I'm saying, Zion. It has nothing to do with your skin tone that makes you smart.
I didn't say it did.
But you keep saying black people. Listen, the brother said.
Oh my God, bro!
Zion.
I'm the one who brought up.
Zion, the argument on the floor is this. The brother.
It's committed.
Color might not necessarily make you smarter, but having a higher concentration of melanocytes will.
No, it doesn't. So
Come on,
when
man. I
I
see
can
though.
so
I see
listen,
though,
brother.
man.
No, it does.
MCA, brother, you're not gonna tell me about MCAs and mellow sites and how they create. So listen, when
I gotta
the
get some
UV,
blood, y'all.
when listen, in mammals, right? UV melanin is expressed through darker tones. And in fish, the chastity in fish is the opposite, it's pale, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in high levels of UV radiation, it's expressed in darker skin tones. If you're in a region with a lower UV radiation, you will have lighter skin tone. That's just it.
Yeah,
Like
but
Eskimo?
it's all different types of melanocytes. All
You talking
and
about like
Exactly.
Eskimos?
And they're expressed differently
Like
yeah,
Eskimos, right?
depending on the region that you're in.
Now,
Like
here's the
Eskimos,
deal.
right?
Here's the deal.
Like
Light skin
Eskimos,
does
right?
not denote white skin. And
I'm
this has
saying
been
you got melanocytes in your
Well,
kidneys.
no, because Eskimo in their region has high UV radiation. It's not.
There's
It's high levels
melanocytes
sometimes.
in your kidneys and your organs.
That's why you will find the polar bear skin black. Come on, brother.
Yep.
Radiation. It has nothing to do with. So when people make the argument of black, I'm black, I'm black, they're going off of skin tone because if you ask them anything else, they have no intelligent answer.
So when she did her research, right?
blacker than black.
Hold on, wait. When she did her research, it was no way for her to make the comparison on what type of kids she was documenting down
Can
in
you
there.
break down her studies? What is her methodology? You keep saying this paper. I don't.
He said
What's the
socioeconomic.
methodology?
Socio
I
means
got the PDF over here if y'all need me to bring it
Yeah,
up.
you could post it.
All right, let me look at this real quick. Y'all go continue to talk. I'm gonna
And
pull up.
it's her conclusion that black children grow at a faster
Develop,
pace than white children.
develop.
Develop at a faster pace than white children. Come on.
Yes,
that's crazy.
yes.
Why? Why is that crazy?
It has to be due to diet.
Women develop
Making an
mentally
argument
fast.
about diet.
Girls develop mentally faster than boys. Why couldn't it be like this?
How big are the studies? I mean, how big are how big are the ratio? Like how many children are they doing these tests on?
I mean, but that's not saying that advantage stays with them all the way up into puberty, adolescence, and all that other shit.
Yeah, like you feel me? You seem so adamant to disprove it and be like, you know what I'm saying?
It should be speculative
Why you so
of a
afraid?
paper that says that
Why
black
you
kids
so afraid to be the first
genetically.
to develop on the planet? Why you so afraid of that?
I'm not afraid, man. But you're just saying things. You're just saying things, and anyone should be speculative
I didn't say it.
like that
I
because it
told you
seems
that
like
this lady said it.
it's already a preset bias.
Nah, I told you that this lady this is a white
You
woman.
saying this
She
lady?
did the
What's her name?
research.
I don't know this lady. I don't know. You
Mary
didn't
Ann
give
Hainsworth. I said
the
that in the
value of
beginning.
the study. How many
I said
kids were they doing it
all
on to
that in the
say to come
beginning
to that
before I started
conclusion?
talking. All right, my bad. Go ahead. I'll let you finish and then I'll say.
I'm sharing my screen. We can read this this intro. You know what I'm saying? The introduction or whatever of what.
What up, Morphine? Cuz
I think this is not even her, but this is another study.
Mary Ann
shout out
Hainsworth
to
book
the
is
chat,
called
man. They be
Infancy.
live in this joint, man.
So
I
let me
gotta
see
give
here.
peace to the chat, man.
Mary Ann Hainsworth book is called Infancy in Uganda. If anybody want to look up her
Oh, okay.
research.
So it's primarily a
Yeah, let
study
me.
in
Yeah, I
Uganda.
want to check that out because this is another source here. But it says the editors of the special issue reflect on the current status of future directions of research on race, ethnicity, culture in child development. Research in the special issue disentangles race, ethnicity, culture, uh, um, immigrant status, and identifies mediators of sociocultural variables on the development outcomes. The special issue includes important research on normal development in context for ethnic and racial minority children, addresses racial and ethnic identity development, and considers intergroup processes, the methodological innovations as well as challenges of current research are highlighted in it is recommended that future research adhere to principles of cultural validity described in the text. So maybe I should just find the book that you were just talking about as well.
So that seems more external.
Yeah, that is pretty.
Here's another aspect y'all can think about. Like we, as far as the question goes, like, why would just one race, be like that, right? Well, think about this. The immortal cells of that black woman, I forgot her name. She's the only right. Okay, like so ain't no white. They ain't got no white cells doing that, right? It's
Exactly.
the only one doing it. You see what I'm saying? So could it be that it might just be something in the dark ones? I'm just saying. It
Why
could
them
be.
saying white women? Why
It's
them
rare. I
saying
mean,
white
her
women?
her
You
a little
talking
condition is
bit
about in
rare
something
South
compared
extra
to
in
Carolina?
black
there.
people.
I'm just
So
saying.
what are you saying?
Why them saying white women you talking about in South Carolina was having a slave breastfeed their babies?
Be-
What was different in their breastfeeding?
It was nothing different. It was nothing different. It was just
It
easier to have
tasted better.
breastfeed.
It wasn't nothing different, right?
Chocolate taste coming in.
No, I think
That
a
hot
lot of
sauce
that had
gonna
to
have
do with
you.
the fact that the white women were having trouble lactating.
Yeah, it
Yep,
was just
yep,
easier to
yep.
have a slave
Huge
breastfeed, man.
problem
It ain't
amongst
nothing. It ain't that deep.
amongst white women. Amongst white
It's
women
always that deep.
It ain't that deep, bro. They just
they were
had slaves
having
do the work.
a harder time lactating than black women. So that could be a huge factor as well. But I see this here. It says
Because then that mean that they will always have to have a slave woman that's
right,
knocked up at the same time as the mama. Because
right.
like you
So
just
women,
don't walk around. Women don't just walk around with lactating breasts. Just
no, a woman
as
can
No,
lactate.
a good amount of women do, man.
A woman can begin to lactate if she's close to a baby for a while. Like if
man,
she
not
will
like
start,
that.
she will
Like
start
bro, it
lactating.
ain't
If a
not
woman,
like that.
no, wait. Studies have shown that where a mother has passed away, and say for instance, a grandmother is now in care of an infant, the grandmother who is beyond childbearing years will begin to lactate for the child.
Man, I ain't never seen no shit like
Yeah,
that.
there is a deep study on
Yeah,
that.
yeah, man, you
That
gonna
where
have to pull
women,
that shit up, man.
and there's a study where
Our only ally, man. You
not just
pull that shit up
grandmothers,
right now, man.
not just grandmothers, but if a sister of a sibling of
Mm,
the sister
pull
passed
it
away.
up, man. We want to see that because that sounds amazing.
You
No,
said
it's
pull
not
it up,
amazing.
Brian.
It's no
Pull it
different.
up,
Women,
man. Like that sounds
it's
beyond belief.
no. Why do you have to talk over people?
I mean, you
What is
talk
the
for quite a long time,
insecurity problem for
just,
letting somebody else finish their statement?
I mean, you've been the
I
only
mean, it
person making
seems like an
statements.
insecure because I do this, and I'm here on the panel like you are, and you like to control freaking daggone narratives all day, and nobody says nothing, but it's okay.
All right, man. Go on here,
Five
'cause
flowers and
I
five
come back. I come back, and
Why
y'all
not
are
you?
arguing about titty milk or some funny shit.
Why
always
not
comes
you
back
putting the
down
milk
to
in the
the
room
breast
shit down
milks.
your throat?
Always come back down to the freaking daggone breast milks, man.
and
I
nothing
don't know
wrong
what
with
it
this,
is,
man.
man.
I'm crazy.
Like two freaking panels when we talk about breast
I'm
milk.
just saying, like that just sound outlandish. That
So when a woman, if a woman is around another woman who is having her monthlies at a different time, don't you know that women their monthly you know what I'm saying, what you call it,
I
will start to
understand that.
coincide. It
They
is
sync
the
up. Yeah, they
same
sync
kind of
Yeah,
up.
thing
That's
they
true.
think
that
up,
a
but
woman who
that's
is around
over
a
a
baby.
very long period of time.
Okay,
That's not
I'll look
like
it up. I'll look it up.
I'm saying that's over a
But you
very
don't.
very long
You
period
just
of
don't
time. If
know
those
about it,
group
but
of
I'm
women,
right about
or
this, man. I studied
I'm
this.
just saying that's over a long period of time. If them women been together like that, that's not gonna happen just in 30 days. You see what I'm saying? It's not gonna just happen in 30 days. Just like all these bitches, motherfucking, all they periods just came on at the same time. Like that would be ludicrous. Like every woman at your job would have their menstrual cycles. All of them. Imagine that.
Let's stay on topic, man.
I'm
Hormones.
I'm just saying. Just think. I just want you to think about what you're saying.
I know what the hell I'm saying because I studied it, bro. I go to
I
school,
mean,
nigga. I'm not one
yeah,
of y'all niggas who just sitting
I
around
think you might
reading
be
books
misinterpreting
and
the
shit. I
information.
actually fucking goddamn have an education. So when I tell you that there is a study on women who have not been pregnant or beyond freaking childbearing years, lactating because they're taking care of an infant, just understand that I'm not freaking lying about this, right? So this is not something that I made up, right? So let me find a study. Y'all go ahead and flap gums. I know you love it.
What was the original point?
So here we go. Here we go. Let me look at this right here. Breastfeeding without giving birth. Alyssa Chanel is an international board certified lactation consultant based in the United States. She speaks intentionally about inducing lactation and relactation, and specializes in helping parents who have not given birth, non-gestational parents, to breastfeed their babies. This article, Alyssa discusses how parents who have not given birth can breastfeed by inducing lactation, how lactate can support them. Here's more. There's other sources also. So there's another one: breastfeeding when you have not given birth. Hamilton Health, right? This is a university page. Will I be able to breastfeed my baby? It is possible to breastfeed a baby even if you have not been pregnant. This is called induced lactation. The regular intimate touch and the calming, relaxing effect of breastfeeding can ease transition from the birth mother to a new family. Children up to 3 years of age have successfully started breastfeeding from an adoptive mother. Some mothers are able to make enough milk for their babies. So, some will need to give their babies extra milk as well as breastfeeding. So one of the things is when a woman who may not have had a child or is beyond breastfeeding years, when she is caring and nurturing a child, all of a sudden, somehow, some way, her nipples get freaking daggone.
Well, I
They
said
get
induced.
sensitive, and all of a sudden lactation begins. And then
What
they
did
have
it?
a process called self-inducing. But naturally, a woman, because she is geared towards nurturing a child, if she is caring for an infant, you know what I'm saying? Say her daughter passed away and now she's taking care of the infant, or her sister passed away and now she's taking care of her little niece who is an infant. Naturally, her body will
My
go and
wife has
kick
some.
in and shift in to gear to lactate for the baby. I'm sorry, it hurts.
Zion, my wife actually has some knowledge of this too. If she could contribute, she actually backs up what you're saying. Actually, so
No, he is correct. You can start lactating outside of pregnancy and even after breastfeeding. Like, women actually will start lactating even if they hear a baby crying on occasion. Women can start. That can be induced just by the biological urge to nurture.
Yes.
So even if
Yes.
they hear a baby crying that they're not even in direct contact with.
Yes. Thank you, sis. See,
Yeah.
and where
But
did
did
Darrell
we
go?
did we
Where did
correct it
Darrell
on?
go when he about to get slapped up?
Cool. Yeah.
Did we correct ourselves on
Ran.
menstrual cycles linking up though, syncing up?
It's similar. It's similar because women who are around each other, there's no biological connection or anything like
Yeah,
that.
but that
Somehow
menstrual
the
cycle don't
pheromones and the
sync up.
hormones
Women's
and
menstrual
living together,
cycles
they
do
begin.
sync up to an extent. It's not 100%, but their cycles will sync up.
And how?
It's just because
they smell each other's hormones like armpits and sweat and stuff like that.
Well,
And then
that's a really gross way.
that's what it does. That's what it is.
It's a really disgusting way of putting it. But
Your bodies are disgusting.
No,
Yes, I
keep it
know.
100. Yeah, it's all right. We
Yeah.
all empirical in here, so you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, essentially, women give off pheromones naturally, and they're exposed to each other's hormones, and you start to sync up with your cycles. That can happen. It's not 100%, but it absolutely does happen. If you've ever worked in a female-dominated environment, you'll see that happen between women.
Yeah, I've seen that in I mean, I used to think that in like proximity, like in the household, stuff like that. But when I did the research, it said that was like no, it just said it don't do it. It don't happen.
Well, does it say explicitly? My question is, does it say explicitly that it doesn't do that, or that not enough data has been collected that they can empirically draw that conclusion? You get what I'm saying?
Probably the latter. Yeah.
Oh, I like her.
Yeah. So maybe it just hasn't been studied.
Shout out Miss Smokey Saint.
Sorry.
Indeed,
Dropping them
yes, indeed.
facts.
That was
I
cool.
loved her knowledge. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
that was all right. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Now you got me about to look it up though.
Laurel like
If
to
Suave ain't gonna
disappear
pull
when
it up,
he
I am.
Your boy Laurel like to disappear when he getting slapped up, and that's so terrible, man. You asked me a question to prove it. And Sister Smokey's wife came in and freaking daggone backed up my sources. You know what I'm saying? Gonna sit here and act like I made it up. This is what's bad about our little conscious community debate.
No, don't bash the community, man. It's good and bad in every community.
I just said,
good and bad.
You know,
Okay, we gotta love it.
We have some hurdles. We got
I love this community. I personally love this community. I'm glad I found you guys. I love this place. Really,
You're
I
awesome,
do.
bro. You're awesome.
Appreciate you, bro.
We appreciate you too, and we like the dialogue. You know what I'm saying?
And
Just
just
be mindful that there are still sensitive topics that a lot of us are still struggling with, and and as a Christian brother, you know what I'm saying. A little empathy and a little love goes a long way. You know what I mean?
He said he's on the fence.
Yeah, I'm a little. Yeah, but I get what you're saying, man. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I get what you're saying.
No doubt.
Man, we got to stop being so sensitive.
When you
people are doing shows on the show right now. There are people doing shows on what happened earlier already.
You remove your prefrontal cortex.
Here's the thing. I can understand there's a lot of feelings about a lot of these topics because everyone does believe that the way that we see these things today affects the world around us. I don't think these conversations are bad, and I don't think anyone's position is necessarily bad. Well, I mean, some people's might, but you know what I'm saying? I mean, clearly the reason that it drives so much passion is because you guys, and I agree, you believe this affects the real world you're in now, how all this stuff is perceived. And I don't disagree with you. So I think it's real positive that these conversations happen and that it happens really not just in front of one racial group, but in front of everyone. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Right, because that's what's gonna bring about the healing. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of wounds that still need to be mended. You know what I mean?
Reparations
in our community, as
is
Americans.
Oh,
we definitely have
like according to ChatGPT,
a lot of healing to do.
Reparations.
What do you say about ChatGPT?
Yeah, I do want to read this because
according to ChatGPT, Laurel was right, Zion.
It looks like Suave was also right. This isn't what I expected to find because I was also in belief of the myth that women's cycles link up. But let's see exactly what it says. I haven't read it in its entirety.
My discussion was about breast milks.
Well, we're gonna.
I'm not trying
to take away from that. But the short answer, just to see if
the menstruation thing as a side note. You know what I'm saying?
Well, just because I didn't think that Suave was right, I wanted to look it up because I'm not going to just discredit him without looking at it. But it says short answer. I asked, do women's menstrual cycles sync up? I don't know why it's like that. Okay, short answer, not really. At least not in a reliable, proven way, which is also what Mrs. Smokey Saint said.
Yeah, that's she said.
Here's the breakdown.
Like what I said.
I missed that. Well, I didn't even catch.
Now he come back after.
After the ChatGPT come back up. The myth. People often say.
That dodge, yo. He dodged.
The myth.
That's what I said before.
Often say that when women spend a lot of time together, roommates, friends, co-workers, their periods sync up. Science. Most modern research shows menstrual cycles do not consistently synchronize. It just says do not consistently, but as she said, sometimes they do. Earlier studies from the 1970s suggested syncing, but they haven't held up. Later, better control research found no real evidence of biological synchronization. Why it seems like they sync. I just want to read further for my own curiosity. Even though syncing isn't real, wow, it said that pretty definitely.
Right.
Okay, even though syncing isn't real, it can feel like it is because cycles lengths vary from month to month. Some women have shorter cycles, 26 days, some longer, 32 days. What does EG stand for?
As is, like
it's a continuation.
Specifically, I know what it means. As an example, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I would take it as an example, but
it's time. It's RE in example.
Tell me if I can.
Like you ever see those commercials where he was like, "You might remember me in films such as Blase, 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 Blase." That's what that EG stands for.
Now, did you hear what the
it means for example.
Brother,
Yeah,
that's
what I just said.
Okay.
And
You heard
over
about the
time, the
lactation
shifting makes cycles overlap by coincidence, then separate again. It's kind of like two clocks that occasionally show the
Right,
same
that mean at the
time
same
but aren't
time.
connected.
Right. So
Bottom
when y'all hear
line,
people
women's
talking about
menstrual
that shit, y'all
cycles.
know it's some bullshit. And New Kakarot told you first.
Well, let me
Shut up.
finish. Bottom line, women's menstrual cycles do not biologically synchronize, but cycles may appear to line up.
You want
And
to sit
again,
over
this
here
is
act
just
like
Chat
you won
GPT.
something. This
I
wasn't even
haven't,
the topic.
man.
and
Naga world.
you know what I don't like?
This
Hold
wasn't even
on.
the
Only
topic.
ally,
Okay,
nigga.
yeah, Jehovah's Witness
That's
world.
your boy, cuz.
Why,
Yeah.
it didn't cite any sources. Before we get too happy, I just want to see what sources
Go
it's
back to
citing.
the Cambodian breast milk.
About going to school and
Go
shit.
back to the Cambodian breast milks.
Nigga, I ain't never been to college, nigga, but I knew that shit.
This was not the topic of discussion that we were beefing over. We were
I
talking
know.
about
I know.
lactation, nigga.
I know.
We were talking about
you niggas
lactation.
need Google
See
to
how
have a
pigeons
conversation with the God,
pigeons want to shit and
Warm
walk
up
over
in
the
this
chessboard like they won something, and he off topic.
My
He
bad,
off
bro.
topic.
My bad, cuz I just had
Shitting
to
and
get that
farting
off.
all over the chessboard like he did
I just
something.
had to get that off real quick.
Shitting and farting all over the chessboard like he
All right,
did
let's
something.
tighten up, gentlemen. Tighten up. TITAN. Tighten up.
You didn't do nothing.
Let's pass it around. Suave, how do you feel about being right about that? Because I definitely didn't agree with you until I looked it up.
Oh yeah, nah. Yeah, it's cool. Like I said, because it was something that I said on before, and I almost got whooped saying it. So
And
before
Laurel said it
you-
first, just for the record. Laurel said it first.
Congratulations on your win, Swab
I
Balls.
heard it here first.
Congratulations.
Man, thanks, God. Appreciate you, God.
Now, next time, you know, so I want y'all to call me his honorable master stupid. That's me, nigga.
His honorable master stupid.
Honorable master stupid, nigga.
Oh, master student or master stupid?
Student.
Okay, okay.
Nah,
I thought you were just clowning when you put the master stupid on.
Clowning, but it's all good. You know what I'm saying?
Student is better.
So what's been going on new in the science world? I want to pull up some science news for us, cuz. I don't know which news site you go
tell
through.
me where to go to.
Y'all wild in the chat.
Which one you go through? You go through Google.
I really just want to pull up a YouTube video. I'd rather pull up a video or something. I don't want to do all the reading. I'd rather let them talk to you.
I mean, it might lead to videos. That's what I'm just saying.
Either or, though. Either or.
Let's see what they got.
We already went over that. We already went over them talking to the Dolphins.
I know we ain't doing.
I need something on that level. We need
you
something
say-
on the talking to the Dolphins level today.
Well, we gonna see what's in the in the science world, man. Share my screen real quick. All right, y'all see I'm going through Google. You know what I'm saying? Google News or whatever the fuck. We got what we got here. Nearly a decade.
Talk me
after
into
the
it. Talk me into it.
All right, nearly a decade after the foundation of special relativity, Albert Einstein submitted his paper, Field Equations of Gravitation, for
It's not
publication on this
showing.
day.
Hold on 1 second.
I guess this was the day. I guess this is the day he won that you dig. Don't like care about that shit. Stone Age gum discovery. Anybody want to hear about that? No, not really. Okay, brain has 5 errors. Okay, that sounds interesting, right?
Wait, was that
New
talking
study
about
identified 4 key turning points in the human brain development at ages 9, 32, 66, and 83. We was just talking about something similar to this, right? When we just talking about something similar to this?
Yeah, they were saying black babies.
That might be something interesting. Y'all might want to go look into that shit. What we got right here?
That gum discovery said something about finding out whether they had color or not. That was interesting.
Poverty point purpose found, right? Poverty point
So they
purpose
were
found. That
able
right
to
there
find
down the road,
find-
man.
Hold on.
They were able to find the DNA in the
Y'all
saliva.
jumping ahead. Y'all jumping ahead. Hold on, baby.
Yeah, I can find Louisiana from
I'm
a
trying to
mile
go
away.
back.
You trying to go back? You want me to click on? You want me to click on
the
this?
Stone Age gum discovery right there. It says archaeologists in Estonia discovered a 10,500-year-old birch tar gum with tooth marks and saliva. DNA analysis revealed it was likely to be chewed by a teenage girl with brown hair and eyes. So they were able to take from the saliva from this little piece of
And they saw color.
They were able to distinguish her color. Of her
Bing,
eyes
bing,
and her
bing.
hair.
Oh, look at that.
just from DNA.
That's why you always got to go to the science news. It's always affirmations out here for you. You see what I'm saying?
So yeah, you can actually find out whether a person has a dark skin through DNA. That's what we was talking about a little bit earlier.
Right. There goes some confirmation for you. You know what I'm saying?
Why I ain't getting no pushback?
2 points for Gryffindor.
Yeah, we're talking about the superiority though.
But then again, y'all was also talking about this right here, and it just so happened both of those topics is right here in the science news. Kudos to you niggas, man. Baby, I can see your halo. Hubble finds young and old star in Halo Andromeda or nearest a major galaxy neighbor. This image resolution over 300,000 stars ranging in age from 6 to 13, blah, blah, blah. I don't believe that shit. Poverty Point purpose found. New research suggests ancient Louisiana mounds at Poverty Point,
baby,
built by the egalitarian hunter gatherers.
Egalitarian.
I don't know why I don't sound like that when I say it. For shared ritual, not by a hierarchical society. Artifacts indicate extensive trade networks and temporary gatherings. Okay, mountain builders in this bitch. Mississippi Valley stand up.
Shout out the boat. You heard me? That's right down the road from it.
Right on.
All right.
Bible Belt stand up.
Louisiana hot sauce.
You know what I'm saying? We got Roman fort yields fruit. Archaeologists at Bremen Fort in northern England unearthed a record number of Roman artifacts, including a remarkably preserved 2,000-year-old plum. The findings include pottery, military items, jewelry, offer insight to trade. We don't really care about the Romans. Oh, Kuiper belt found. Inner Kuiper belt. So this is an inner Kuiper belt, right? That's interesting, right? Y'all don't care about the solar system. We can keep going.
Yeah.
We can keep going if y'all don't give a damn. But I find this highly interesting.
Yeah, me too.
Celestial Network, Nature Network. Y'all want to learn about the fungi kingdom?
Wait, go back up one. I walked away for a split second. I want to see that one right there. Astronomers discovered a potential new structure, the inner kernel within the Kuiper belt. The dense cluster of icy objects has remarkably stable circular orbits, hinting at a primordial origin. How do you come to that conclusion?
Bruh.
What do they mean by primordial origin, though?
That's what I'm saying.
Open that one. I want to see what they mean by primordial origin.
That's what I'm saying.
We're going back to the primordial ooze again. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, I want to see what they think they talking about.
When they tell you shit like that, that means the standard model just got broke again. When you see shit like that, that's what that means. Our vast region of the solar system, called the Kuiper belt, stretches from the orbit of Neptune out to 50 or so astronomical units, which is light years. I told y'all that they measure the universe in light years. You hear me? It says, whereas AU is the distance between Earth and the Sun. This region consists mostly of icy objects and small rocky bodies like Pluto. Scientists believe the Kuiper belt objects, or KPOs, are remnants left over from the formation of the solar system. Now, a new preprint paper on ARXIV describes a newly identified region that appears to be completely distinct from other parts of the Kuiper belt, but some uncertainty remains. The kernel. Back in 2011, the team of astronomers noticed a denser region of the object located in the Kuiper belt around 44 AU. The team dubbed this region the kernel and found that objects within it had low elliptical inclinations and eccentricities compared to other KPOs. In other words, the orbits were more circular and lay closer to the plane of the solar system rather than at an angle. The kernel itself is within another distinct population of KPOs, referred to as the dramatically cold population, in which all objects tend to have a lower eccentricities and inclination. Because this initial observation of the kernel was visual in nature, it might have lacked some of the finer details.
Some researchers wonder whether the deep dive in the data on these objects might reveal a new feature within the kernel or other parts of the Kuiper belt. Clustering algorithms raise a new question. To search
See,
for data,
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
to search for distinct structures within Kuiper belt, the author of the new preprint paper decided to try out a clustering algorithm called density-based spatial clustering of application with noise, or DB scan. The algorithm had been used for other astronomical data sets, but not for the Kuiper belt. The team first calculated the barycentric free orbital elements like the semi-major axis, eccentricity, and inclination for 1,650 classical KOBs, and used the DB scan on these to search for clusters of similar objects. The algorithm found not only the kernel, but also other distinct structures right next to it, about 43 AUs, which they simply refer to as inner kernel. The inner kernel sticks out as potentially separate due to its eccentricities, distribution being narrower than the kernel, suggesting a distinct population. They say the inner kernel contains 7 to 10% of classical KOBs. However, the team says the distinction between the kernel and the inner kernels depend on the clustering parameters. This leaves some questions about whether or not the inner kernels is really distinct. The discovery of the inner kernels described here was achieved by DB scan, the conditional manner requiring that DB scan recover the kernel, and asking whether in those cases it's simultaneously identified with any other clusters. However, removing this condition is unclear whether the inner kernel and the kernel are a single or combined structure, or are actually two distinct ones, the team explained. New data on the way. For the moment, the inner belt existence as a separate entity is still unclear. However, the new data from Vera C. Rubin Observatory is coming soon and should provide more clarification. This, as well as other surveys, can clarify the nature of these structures and more about their origins. To the studies of the authors, however, the inner belt is still significant. They say there are two alternative explanations that they cannot distinguish between. Either the kernel is significantly larger than previously thought, or there is an additional distinct structure in the cold classical Kuiper belt. Either case, the inner kernel is described here as an additional component. So that's interesting, bro. All right, but so that right there is when I say like that's a shot at the at the standard model, right? Is because gravity. That gravity shouldn't allow that shit to be there. You see what I'm saying? And that kind of steps on the standard model. So like, there you have it. Again, we got the Fungi network, cause the mycelial network, man. Everybody better get hip to mushrooms. The mycelial kingdom, get hip to them, man. They are friends. Me personally, I think that might be one of the reasons why our primeval ancestors was able to develop mentally where they was, because we were sitting around eating mushrooms, because they were readily available.
Right.
They're easy to collect. You know what I'm saying? So we was probably eating those, and we and the mycelial has been basically controlling us this whole time. Our whole brain system, nervous system, could be all
right.
fungi, mycelial.
What they call I forget what it's called, the because they have like a little underground like neural network.
Psyllium, all over the planet.
Psyllium, psyllium is the
mycelial network. That's what I'm talking about.
Fusion magnet breakthrough recording.
Where you going, man? You going ahead, cuz that's holiday. Beauty crowd. Oh, we don't care about the Romans. Fusion magnet breakthrough on record, right? God is like light as electromagnetism. I want to read it, but I know it's clickbait. I know it's
right.
and the reason why I know it's clickbait because they would have cut their ties with America and said fuck everybody if they got this shit. So I know it's clickbait. You would have heard that in the news, like for real. First light for NASA escape mission. What they talking about? Cause the first light. We go.
Let's get back to theology and philosophy.
All right, let's see what
science.
we got in theology and science.
Theology and philosophy. Or unless science crosses is somehow, yeah. Let's see if look up some of that stuff.
Well, you did hear that, philosophy actually crosses along with science because we have to, basically interpret the data, through our brains. So I like what I forgot who was it who had brought that out.
Yeah, actually, you're right. Philosophy of science is actually a whole separate field to science itself. So that is very true. Yeah.
Right. In order for us to interpret the data and make meaning out of it, that's when the scientific philosophical science comes in.
Get up.
So
Get up.
Who yelling at their child like that? No, I mean. But yeah, good stuff, y'all. You know what I mean? We love the exchange.
Vatican News. I'm about to pull up another video real quick. I got something.
You got something for us?
Yeah, I was watching some stuff on Paul the other day.
Okay. On Paul? Oh, I got some issues with
Yeah.
Paul.
You got some issues with Paul? What are your issues with Paul currently?
There's a large question of whether Paul was
did you
hot, you know what I'm saying?
A1, did you ever finish that Tupacian
No, I didn't even get it. Can you send it to my inbox, please? Paul. Hold on, he was explaining Paul though. But send that to my inbox. I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah,
Go
so
ahead.
there's some discussion of whether Paul was a op, saying that he was killing, basically slaughtering Christians, and then there are certain points within the books, from his accounts of the Damascus Road issue. In one part of the text in the King James, it says that no one heard or saw Christ when he was on the road and had his spiritual awakening in a sense, and then there's another verse that states that everyone heard it and didn't see it, and I believe there might be a third verse where it says that everyone saw and heard, Christ speaking to him on Damascus. Also there's another verse where he says that if my lie, glorifies God, then why am I also called a sinner? There was a lot of issues with what Paul was doing, not necessarily saying that he didn't have good intentions, but I think that Paul, he kind of he blurred the lines of on what he could and could not do as a Jew, and that's why he shaved his head bald when they accused him of teaching against the circumcision. If he wasn't teaching against the circumcision, he would not have shaved his head in shame. Shaving of the head is an act of repentance for a sin committed. So if you committed a sin,
It's also mourning.
you would shave your head bald. In order to
it's also mourning also.
Yeah,
yes,
and in that
mourning.
particular instance, though, it didn't have anything to do with a shame. He was doing it to keep with his Nazirite vow, and that was him saying that he wasn't actually preaching against the law, but to its fulfillment and completion. So he fulfilled his Nazirite vow and shaved his head to complete his vow. So, but that was basically the challenge from the Jews at the time. That here's Paul. And he's saying, don't follow the law is garbage, and they're misrepresenting him. And he's saying, no, that's not what I'm saying, but the law has its place and its season and its time and its function and its purpose, and it isn't what you guys are saying it is. This was the whole contention.
I agree with that. So even with that, the issue wasn't necessarily whether he was preaching against the law to Gentiles, but whether he was preaching against the law to Jews. You know what I'm saying? So obviously
Well,
the scripture
yeah,
in
he
there
chastised Peter.
that if the, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, no, I was just commenting, like he did chastise Peter for being too, keen on dragging in, Jewish traditional legal customs into his Christian evangelism, and they had a whole thing about that, kind of a throwdown in Acts about it, because this was a bit of contention, with the disciples, but they did come away with the understanding, or at least seemingly so, that Paul was correct in his diagnosis of the condition. So,
Right. Well, I mean, if he's preaching to Gentiles and saving those who were not of the law, who were not born to the law, natural, in the sense of being Israelite, there's a scripture that says that the law, that the Gentiles were not subject unto the law, but if they wanted to keep the law, it would become a law unto themselves. Not that they had to keep the law, because that wasn't the covenant that was made with them. Doesn't mean that they could not be saved, or that they were not, able to receive salvation, through Christ. However, to teach against the law to Jews was frowned upon, and that's why he had said to those who were the followers of Chloe and the followers of Apollos, shall the eye say unto the ear, or the hand say unto the foot, that you are not a part of the body? You know what I'm saying? Because what he was saying is, for the Gentile is different. You know what I'm saying? As long as they acknowledge and accept Christ as the Savior, and acknowledge Christ, that they also too can be saved. So his doctrine was a little bit different, because he was going, and he said I had to be he said he had to be all things, to win a few. You know what I'm saying? And so he did, do certain things that would have been considered taboo as a Jew, but he was preaching to save those who were not under that covenant. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I have a kind of different soteriological take, but I do follow with what you're saying. I don't want to pull this into the weeds, into a huge thing. I get where you're going. Yeah.
Right. So that's the only issues that I really have, concerning Paul. I think his teachings were sound.
And before we get too deep into that, I want to go ahead and play.
What you got?
I want to play some of this video real quick. St. Paul the liar, what earlier followers of Jesus really believe. Let's see what this guy's talking about.
Was St. Paul a liar? And did he replace Jeshua's message with his Pharisee beliefs?
Uh-oh.
Hey guys, it's John sitting here in the studio with a fabulous mug of John's Joe coffee. So Paul, let's talk about Paul. Paul is a very interesting thing. If Paul never walked with Jesus, why does most of Christianity follow his teachings instead of the people who actually supposedly did walk with Joshua? But what if I told you Paul wasn't just confused? He may have been the false teacher warned about in early texts. So let's talk about that. Paul never met Joshua in life. Neither did Luke or Timothy. Because Luke and Timothy and Paul are 50% of the New Testament. And it's very interesting because his teachings are highly in contrast with what Joshua supposedly taught in the rest of the Bible. In fact, Paul himself was a Pharisee. Don't take my word for it, take Paul's word for it. In the Bible, he literally says, I'm a Pharisee and the son of a Pharisee. He also never anywhere in the Bible gives up his Pharisaic beliefs. The concept is interesting. And I want you to understand, this is not an attack on faith. This is a return to true teachings of love, truth, and spiritual power that Joshua talked about. This channel is about awakening and reclaiming spirituality, the individual divinity within yourself, from the dogma it's been buried under. The modern church is more Pauline than Christian-centered. And this video is about setting your belief free. And belief and faith are interchangeable. In Christianity, they'll tell you that faith means faith in Jesus. He never said that. He literally said the kingdom of heaven was within you. You didn't need faith in something outside of yourself to connect to that God that's within you. You know, he spoke of fearlessly present and returning to that love that's within you. As I said, Paul was a proud Pharisee. He never left the roots as a Pharisee. That's from the book of Acts. The Pharisees were obsessed with laws, external laws, sin, consciousness, ritual purity, and status. They were an authority figure. They were a group that was trying to literally interject rules and laws on the people around them. Instead of freeing people from religious fear, Paul
I'm sorry, did I hear somebody say something? Did somebody ask me to stop?
No,
I'm
no.
tripping.
I thought it was just kept freezing or something.
Oh, my bad about that. It's freezing on y'all.
It
Let me
seems to
check
be.
my connection. It say I got 3 bars out of 6. Let me double check.
Yeah, because it's kind of like chop. Well, at least the image is choppy, but it keeps going in and out.
Okay, well, let's just talk about Paul being a liar and forget this video. Go ahead, y'all.
Well, he does say he said himself. You know what I'm saying? If my lie glorifies God, why am I also considered a sinner? Well, I'll just go back to the 10 Commandments. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? What is a lie? You know? And I'm not taking nothing like, you know, for those who do. I do believe that Christianity, especially Protestant Christianity, is very Pauline. You know what I'm saying? Leans more to Paul than I think that it does to Christ's teachings. What would you say about that, Smoke? Or Ben Eaton?
Oh no,
You don't really
I mean,
live
I
into that.
don't take, I don't necessarily take what the biblical text say as objective truth. So
Okay, a subjective or objective truth?
objective truth. So
Okay, gotcha. Can. Smokey, you got any thoughts on that? He
I
might
mean,
step.
we can say what we want about Paul, but you know, the
Yeah.
reality is that the most of the Pauline epistles are pseudepigrapha, and the
Right.
very few that we have are critically disputed. So we don't really
Right.
necessarily know what Paul believed or what he saw, what he didn't saw.
Right.
So
And that's the biggest issue with Paul, you know. Besides the fact that certain things that he states contradicts the teachings of Christ, you know.
do we
Is
do
it
we do we know
is
what
it
Christ?
the teachings of Christ, or does it contradict the teachings of the Tanakh?
I would say both.
So they're different.
The teachings of Christ and the teachings of the Tanakh,
No,
or the
they're
teachings of Paul and the teachings of the Tanakh.
So you said there was a difference in Paul's teaching than in Christ's teaching. So
Yeah.
so I was asking, okay, so is that a difference in the teachings that we find in the Tanakh, or
I
are
would
you
say that
suggesting?
Christ came more out of the Tanakh, more so. So yeah, it would also that would encompass the Tanakh.
Okay. Because he came to fulfill the law, not create a new one, correct?
Right.
Okay. Right, so we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Don't get too much contention.
I agree with that.
did fulfill what?
Well, I'm saying he was
Exactly.
just saying that it contradict the teachings of Christ in the Tanakh. I would say that Christ's teachings are very much akin to the Tanakh. And so if his teachings go against Christ's teachings, then it naturally is going against Tanakh scriptures as well.
Do you subscribe to Isaiah
I'm a
mentioning?
big Isaiah fan. I'm a huge
Okay.
Isaiah fan. Yeah, I'm a huge
Okay.
Isaiah fan.
I
Okay.
subscribe to the consensus that it has nothing to do with.
Me, I agree. Like
He did
that
that.
Emmanuel
The
is
price of a can of beans in Bosra.
so that Emmanuel is reference to Yeshua. Yeshua, in your opinion?
Do I think that that Isaiah is speaking solely about Yeshua? No. I think Isaiah and books of the Tanakh we're talking about more than one Messiah. So it wasn't identified as specifically about Jesus. Like for instance, Isaiah chapter 11 verses 10 through 12 talks about God setting his hand 2 times. And now when you read from 1 down to 10, one could say that those verses are synonymous with Christ, because it predating Christ's advent, that it's describing things that we can see in the New Testament. However, you know what I'm saying, there are also, God sets his hand a second time in verse 11, and we don't see Christ doing none of that. So I think the Tanakh wasn't specific about one Messiah. In fact, if we go to I think Ezekiel talks about 2 olive branches, 2 olive trees. You know what I'm saying? One was a Messiah in a sense of being a suffering servant, and the other one a king. You know what I'm saying? One who is coming to rule.
Isn't the suffering servant Israel?
The suffering servant can be tied to Israel, but Israel never moved without God's intervention through a figure, through a Messiah. So Israel alone being a suffering servant would not be biblical in context, because they would have to have a prophet, priest, or a king to be the focal point of that shift, or whatever, you know what I'm saying, Israel is being claimed to be. There's always a leader somewhere, or a hand of God, or a what do you call it, an emissary in a sense, that goes before Israel. And Israel can be a suffering servant, but not without the suffering servant Messiah. And then Israel can also, according to Scripture, be redeemed and crowned in glory, but not without a king.
so you're saying, I know, right? That's why I said king.
Yeah.
So you're saying the verse? Are you saying the verse is referring to a Messiah?
It's referring to a Messiah, because look, it says there that
So that goes against every
God
academic
sets his
consensus.
hand the first time, right? And that would bring salvation unto the Gentile and to the nations, right? And then it says God sets his hand a second time to gather the outcasts and disperse of Israel from Shinar, from Pathros, from Cush.
Yeah, he's talking about
So
lost tribes.
somebody
He's
had
talking about
to come
Israel. He's
first.
talking about the lost tribes.
But it's not Israel alone. There is always a lampstand. There is always an olive tree that comes before Israel. Israel is under the authority of the emissary that God sends. His hand, he sets his hand, and a hand, not a literal hand, the hand being a prophet, priest, or a king. That's his hand.
You know that goes against the academic consensus. So.
No, it doesn't. It does not go against the rabbinical consensus. The rabbinical consensus says
Hebrew
there is
Bible
a seed.
scholars says that this is talking about Israel. Why would it be talking about a Messiah when we're talking about pre-Orthodox Judaism?
So let's go
this is not even First Temple Judaism yet. This is where all the Messiah stuff start to emerge.
I disagree with that. I absolutely disagree with that, because we can see that also spoken of in the Ethiopian text, which predates a lot of the Masoretic. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily.
What Ethiopian text predate the Masoretic text? None. There's none.
The Masoretic or the
you talking about the Kebra Nagash?
Kebra Nagash
No.
late
Kebra
text.
Nagash is 12th century. Kebra Nagash is 12th century. The Ethiopian Orthodox Bible is actually more in line with the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Septuagint than the Masoretic.
Say
Every
again?
book that was found in the Ethiopian Bible was documented as being, let's see, prior to it was considered apocryphal, up until they opened up the scrolls of Qumran and found text from the book of Enoch, found text from the book of Jasher, found text in the Dead Sea Scrolls that predate what we consider the Masoretic. Now, I'm not saying the Septuagint and the Codex Sinaiticus. I could be wrong. However, the Ethiopian text does assert a Messiah, and more than one, right? A Messiah simply means an anointed person.
I mean,
A person who was anointed to be a
different
king
variants,
or a priest
by the way.
can be a Messiah. Now, a Moshiach is a savior. A Moshiach in the Hebrew is a savior. That is slightly different than somebody being anointed to be a leader, a priest, king, or a judge, according to ancient Judaic traditions. So when we talk about Malachi, which is, it basically builds right off of, I know you was shaking your head when I was on Sonnet the other day, King Jay, when I brought it out that Malachi is a lower prophet who was only adding on to Isaiah's text. Isaiah being a major prophet, you know what I'm saying, according to the Tanakh, his text was very specific, and he spoke of a Messiah. He wasn't speaking of Israel being a suffering servant. He was talking about one who would come as a suffering servant for Israel. All through the text.
What text is
Isaiah. You go to Isaiah 42. He's not talking about Israel. He's talking about a dude.
You said something about Malachi? What was that?
Malachi, back in we had a conversation. King Jay was on the platform, and they had an argument about this scripture wasn't in Isaiah, but in this book, I think it was Luke.
The land.
It was Luke, the book of Luke, right? Or Mark, right? That was that cited.
It was Mark and Isaiah.
Right. So it was citing a scripture that we found in Malachi, and then citing the next verse was a scripture from Isaiah. It gave all credit to Isaiah and did not give credit to the verse that was in Malachi. And I stated the reason why is because Malachi was building off of Isaiah's text. And so the credit was given to the book. His commentary was given to the book that that Malachi was building off of, which was the book of Isaiah. All of Malachi is building off of Isaiah.
Sorry about that. I'm back, y'all.
Building off of the major prophet. And so when they cited the verse in, I think it was Luke, was either Luke or Mark or something, that didn't come out of Isaiah. Read the next verse. The next verse does. In Malachi, that verse that they're saying did not come out of Isaiah. Malachi is building off of Isaiah. And that's why I wasn't giving credit to Malachi in Luke. Does that make sense?
Right. The Malachi contains Isaiah verse, but the credit was given to Isaiah instead of the Malachi verses. Sure.
Right. And that was that,
Hey, I knew.
Isaiah.
I knew. Drop your email in the private chat for me so I can make you an admin. I don't know. My computer doing something weird. So in case it does it again, I want you to be the admin. Because I froze and I don't know what happened. I dropped off. I came back and then there was a bunch of people.
King Jay was going to say something.
I'm gonna make you the admin in case it happens again.
Oh yeah, I was asking. You've had debates on this platform before, haven't you?
I've had 2 debates now.
What's your record?
Well, I did a presentation. I debated with Taz. Who else did I debate on? No, I don't think I debated anybody else on here besides Taz.
Did you want a Taz debate?
Yeah, that was your first debate over here. I have one judge's result. The other result should be back tonight, and we'll probably be doing them tomorrow or on Thanksgiving. Yep.
I'm gonna have to check it out.
Yeah. I think we both did a good job, you know what I'm saying?
What was the topic?
Taz liked to throw, he liked the mudsling, you know what I'm saying?
What was the topic? Zion, what was the topic?
Did the Black Messiah movement of the 1920s and 1930s benefit Black people?
1930s, yeah, 1930s, and whether it was beneficial to Black people. So I saw the residual effects, you know what I'm saying, later on in the 40s and 50s. 40s and 60s, 40s, 50s, 60s, up even, you know what I'm saying, to present, we still have residual effects of the Black Messiah, the positive effects of the Black Messiah movement within our culture. You know what I'm saying? So when I say Black Messiah movement, not necessarily, even though, the Black Messiah movement did start with religious folk, you know what I'm saying, because Christianity was the paradigm you know what I'm saying, of the time period, that it later became something larger where, you know what I'm saying, even COINTELPRO started calling any black person who had a good voice, had charismatic leadership, you know what I'm saying, like the Black Panthers, you know what I'm saying, they started labeling them black messiahs, not from a religious perspective, but symbolically as somebody who could galvanize, unify a people for liberation. And so that became a threat to the state. And because that was a threat, my assertion is that anytime we threaten the status quo, that is a good thing.
So that's when we
Varel, I
have
sent that invite to you. Go ahead and accept
that's
it.
where we have the COINTELPRO come into play.
Right.
To
They
infiltrate.
had to remove our charismatic leaders. You know what I'm saying? Because those leaders were so prolific in galvanizing, unifying people, whether it was multiple churches. It didn't even have to be the church. The church was one institution and many different churches, you know what I'm saying? But there were other institutions as well where black folks, you know what I'm saying, such as the Black Panthers, who were also considered charismatic leaders, quote unquote, black messiahs, you know what I'm saying, were able to galvanize a community without the religious dogma, without, you know what I'm saying, but for the political, you know what I'm saying, the political ideologies of freedom, justice, equality, you know what I'm saying, those were considered messiahs as well. Now, even in music today, you know what I'm saying, just look at how we view Tupac Shakur and some of our other Public Enemy, you know, Brand Nubian. We still dealt. I can even go into the 70s. You had Isaac Hayes, Black Moses album. You had all of these people, Nina Simone. You know what I'm saying? That message still resonated within our community from the Black Messiah movement, which was seeded in the 1920s and 1930s. That was also one of the biggest reasons why we had a Renaissance period during that time, when Black folks started to re-identify and redefine themselves, not from a position of being lower or lesser, but from a position that we were divine, that we were no less, you know what I'm saying, divine. And we started redepicting our iconography as Black, and our gods and divinity and our heavenly host is Black. That's when we started to stand up against and started to build community. So I would say that while there might have been some negative effects, you might have had some cult leaders and some, you know what I'm saying, some idiots who, like Brother Smokey said, hijacked, you know what I'm saying, that movement, does not mean that you paint a broad stroke and over generalize, you know what I'm saying, harsh or rash generalization over the entirety. To say that there was no good that came out of it is absolutely absurd. You know what I mean? There was some good that this good that comes and bad that comes out of everything. Was the good more beneficial than the other? That wasn't the topic of the debate. The debate was it beneficial at all? You know what I'm saying?
You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Right, exactly. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Just the same way as saying, you know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, just because we have discrepancies as being African Americans, do we just say, well, I don't want to be an
African
American no
Diaspora
more?
News, and we are in some new dangerous territory when it comes to AI and its capabilities and the unregulated social consequences of it going unchecked.
Why does
And
he
of
look like he
all
got
the things
makeup
that I
on?
kind of feared when AI was coming online that it might influence, I was not ready for AI to influence Black history and our understanding of our past. This one that hit me in a blind spot right here. But the fact is, there's a phenomenon online called AI slop. I don't know if you heard this term AI slop, but you're about to learn today. AI slop is basically, it's garbage, it's trash. It's invented either by AI content creators or sometimes self-generated by AI itself. And it literally is clickbait, or it is view generating content either for profit or for likes and attention and followers. And it has ventured into this gaping hole that we have when it comes to Black history. AI can map legitimate stories of Black history. It can read books. It can create its own narratives that are akin to very, very detailed fan fiction. And not only that, coupled with AI's ability to generate images that look almost identical to authentic photographs from the past or visions from the future, you can't tell what's what these days. And now it has gone into some sacred territory when it comes to Black history. Now, there are a few sites on YouTube that are really getting out of hand with this AI slot Black history content, but the main one that's causing a lot of confusion is a site called the Dark Epoch Tales. Dark Epoch Tales is phenomenal, visually speaking, and a narrative that it creates from AI. As somebody who's actually read slave narratives, as somebody who
somebody go look that up. Somebody go look up the
AI slot.
Nah, what he just said. This website. What did he say?
What was the website?
The main one that's causing a lot of confusion is a site called the Dark Epoch Tale.
Oh, Dark Epoch Tale.
Somebody go find that. Let's do our own investigation, cuz this is what we do around here, man. Truth our only ally, man. Man knows not by being told, so we got to look him up. I don't believe him. Let me know when you got it so I can show you the screen.
I found it on YouTube.
Let me
Dark Epoch Tale. Oh man, this is crazy.
Oh yeah. Hold on.
Oh man, it's a whole bunch of fake ass images. Hold I'm gonna share
your screen. Right.
Yep. Yeah, this is crazy, B. Oh man.
I'm not familiar. I never heard of this.
Me neither. That's why when I see the title of the video, I'm like, oh, let me look at this.
Oh man. Look at this.
You know, I always find some good shit.
Look at this.
Oh damn.
Look at this shit. For real? This is what we doing?
Hey, cuz you ain't gonna know what real or fake no more.
This is what we doing right now.
This is the reason why you supposed to be teaching history to your own damn children, and you're not supposed to be getting taught history from other people. But this type of stuff wouldn't be happening.
This is mad.
I don't think they should be teaching history in school. I think that's something that you ought to be getting taught at home.
You silly. Well, it's some you should definitely be getting taught at home, but don't say they shouldn't teach in school.
These are not real images, but they look like real images.
How do you know they're not real images, bro?
Bro,
how do you know that?
You don't know that. We would have seen these kinds of photos in books, and we would have seen some of these
photos in some secret vault somewhere or some shit. And snap some pictures out, nigga, and did us an A1. You know what I'm saying?
Just track your image if it doesn't have a reliable source.
I don't know, bro.
Never know. I'm just saying. I mean, are they real or are they fake? Where they get the faces from? They just made up all them faces out of nowhere.
This looks sus, bro. You know all of these photos that they have. All these photos. They have all these photos.
Got a storyline, nigga.
Tell me what black folk, what white women and black women.
AI helping the apples, bro.
We're taking photos like this.
They got an allegiance.
We're taking photos like these back in those days.
I gotta be on the lookout for the fake news, man.
Damn.
Okay, so which one look like it's the most wildest claim?
All right, let me go back up because
let's look at about 2-3 minutes of one. Let's just look at like 2-3 minutes of one.
Let me look at this. Okay, mistress mocked her slave. The mistress,
find a good one, man.
I'm gonna find a good one. Hold on. I wanted to see this other one. The mistress who freed her slave to marry him.
Welcome to this journey through one of the most disturbing cases recorded in the history of Savannah. Before we begin, I invite you to leave in the comments from where you are watching this and the exact time at which you are listening to this narration. We are interested in knowing to which places and at what times of day or night these documented stories reach. Savannah, 1844. A city of contrasts, where wealth built on the backs of enslaved people created an atmosphere of genteel prosperity for some and unimaginable suffering for others.
Hey,
The
bro.
cobblestone streets along River Street echoed with the footsteps of...
What's up?
Hey, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. We screwed.
Yeah, we done, bro.
Yeah, we screwed, bro. We screwed, man. Because there's nothing about that to make me think that shit's fake.
Yeah, right. It sounds like, you know what I'm saying? Well, maybe it was a real story,
good.
but
it looked good.
It looked good. It sound good.
I don't know.
Let's see what else he's saying, man.
Hold on, man. What's up, chat? What y'all think, man? What y'all think, chat, man? Like, chime in. Like, tell us what y'all thoughts is on this, man. What the chat is? Put the chat up there, man, because y'all got to give us some insight. You know what I'm saying? Chat. Hey, chat. Let us know what y'all think about this. Like, is AI making up fake history and fake?
I know the photos. Pictures? The photos definitely fake because there was no Negro and no white woman taking photos like this in 1844.
So you saying
they would have listed both?
That might be a logical fallacy.
They would have listed
both. That might be a logical fallacy.
Nobody taking no
what
photos
y'all think,
like
chat. Let us know if y'all think that this is a good thing or a bad thing for our people, and what type of implications does this hold? Like is what kind of negative drawbacks? What type of positive drawback? Like talk to us.
I think the only positive drawback that we can conclude from this is that we're going to have to start encouraging our people to actually do their own research and not just, you know what I'm saying, watch some freaking AI generated video.
Right, so that means you're going to have to go back to reading books?
Yeah, teach your children how to use the Dewey Decimal System and send them to the library.
These Negroes don't know how to Dewey, yo. They don't know how to Dewey.
Man, that stuff outdated. That's why I don't know how to do it, man.
It ain't outdated. It still worked. The Dewey Decimal System worked for years.
All right, man. Let's finish the video, man. Let's finish.
That call catalog ain't gonna never stop working.
You want to finish some of this?
No, I'm gonna play the original. See
you go ahead and play yours. Yeah, go ahead.
Scales is phenomenal, visually speaking, and narrative that it creates from AI. As somebody who's actually read slave narratives, as somebody who actually has delved into what the actual
that's the same reason why I'm like, hold on, bro.
Yeah, we done.
Yeah, because it's many. I done read a lot of slave narratives, bro. I read a lot of antebellum era literature, bro. And nigga, when I tell you, as soon as I heard it, I start seeing it in my head. So, I mean, bro, yo, I don't know. I think that might be a serious thing.
History looks like this stuff is almost indistinguishable. But take a look at this site. I mean, look at these photographs. The AI has been able to literally regenerate the nuances of those black and white sepia tone photographs that are from the 1800s. Eye shine, wrinkles in the paper, hairstyles, clothes, you name it. It can make it look as authentic as anything to the untrained eye. And the only thing that gave it away to me was the clarity. But then again, you can take a real black and white photo from the 1800s and make it even clearer. But what's most scary about this is if you really delve into these tales on Dark Epoch Times, I mean, goodness gracious, they sound like real narratives. I mean, from the names of the people to locations, they got dates, they got real places that exist actually in the world, in America. It is unbelievable how convincing this stuff actually can be. Now, my first thought was, isn't this kind of stuff illegal? Like, how can they do this? Well, if you look at a site like this, right, right in the description, it tells you that this is for entertainment purposes only. But here's the problem. If you're trying to YouTube and Google and find Black history stuff, this will pop up and YouTube ain't stopping it. So are people falling for this? Oh, yes, they are. Hook, line, and sinker. Even though it says right there at the top of the page, this is entertainment purposes only. This isn't real. Even the YouTube on your phone will give you a notification that says that this is false content, but go to the comment section. Go on and read these comments, and you will find people literally like, "Oh my God, I never knew I never knew something like this happened." They'll say, "This is related to my family. My family has this last name, this, that, and the third." And it goes on and on and on.
Oh,
These
man.
kind of make believe content.
Like, dude.
Right.
Cause like, so I mean, chat, cause y'all gotta holler at us, man. Like, y'all just heard that, bro. He like, there's people in the comments like, "Oh, nigga, that talking about my family. My family got their name. Oh, we went through that." I mean, come on, chat. Like, talk to us, man. Like for real. Like what we doing? Like, this what we doing as people, man. Like we didn't resorted to this. Like who like.
Talk to the
social
elders
media,
of your family, man, so you can learn your own true family history. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And you won't be fooled by stuff like this. Being like,
You
"Oh, that's
know,
my
I
family."
would have been more. I would have been more impressed, and I would have been more happier if it was a future tales of the future.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then it's like you went and created more pain and suffering that don't even exist. You went and created more of it to do what exactly?
Well, it's this information, and that's a part of psyops as well. Disinformation, you know what I'm saying, and basically tainting the well. So now we're going to start creating false narratives, you know what I'm saying, in an age where people have become very lazy in their research. You know what I'm saying? Most young people now are getting their information from memes and from, you know what I'm saying, what have you, or off of social media, and not really reading books or text themselves to be able to protect themselves against such falsehoods. And
Right.
You know
Shout
what I mean?
out to the chat, man. Hey, Nisha, I agree with you. She said AI can never write your history if you know it yourself.
Right.
But what if you do know your history, a little bit of your history, and you got a little bit of information, and you feed it to AI and let it write you a new history? You know what I'm saying? Won't nobody be able to tell the difference because it'll be based on the. Hey, bro, like that's. Wow,
but that's the thing. That's why you always have to get sources and stuff to back your stuff up. If you're going to use AI, it's supposed to be a tool, not something like you know what I'm saying, that you rely upon. The AI itself is not a source.
The information AI can manipulate, like it's a way to write stuff where it creates a reasonable doubt and circumstantial evidence. You see what I'm saying?
It'll argue either way depending on how, you know what I'm saying.
Right. And it's just like, you know, somebody just didn't argue that angle before, and now here's this new dimension, this new angle that's created by AI that never ever existed.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I mean, imagine that same narrative, people creating alibis, and I mean, using it for like alibis and just I mean, the implication just goes on. But maybe I ought to keep my mouth closed.
And then there's something called AI. What is it called? Freaking
AI. What y'all think, chat?
Hallucinations. Okay.
So look. All I'm saying is, can y'all really think about that implication of that? Somebody using the AI to create their own alibi, bro. Like, I mean, and then the way how automated the world is, like you can get your devices to turn on and do certain things at certain times to prove that you was at a different place at a different time.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like that's some serious. Ooh. Like you could almost be a whole nother person.
Right. And this is where I see a lot of this stuff going, because within the last, couple of years, we've seen a rise in the Abo community. You know what I'm saying? Not to say that we as African Americans don't have Native American ties. You know what I'm saying? However, you know what I'm saying, there is a level of disinformation that comes in when people are unwilling to actually do their own DNA and trace their genetic roots. They just want to lean on what Granny said, you know what I'm saying, and what some AI video done told them. and all of this, disinformation being propagated in our community, that's causing further division within our unified. We were unified, even with different religious beliefs. You know what I'm saying? We all had one common goal, and that was our equality and economic security. You know what I'm saying, in this country. And right now, what we're seeing is a division between groups that might have had different ideological beliefs, but had shared a common goal. We're seeing this divide happen right in front of our faces. Like this is not a part of the same kind of COINTELPRO, psyops, destabilize the community, cause dissemination of false information to divide and conquer. Come on, y'all. We got to do better than this.
How they engineered black hate to steer black people away from fighting whites by focusing on fighting each other. Check out this clip.
Boom!
Hey, I was a conscript in the South African Army in 1988 and 89. Used to have to do 2 years. 1989 was the last year of having to do 2 years of compulsory military service as Nelson Mandela was led out of jail and we moved towards the first free and fair elections in South Africa. But I was based up in northern Zululand near a town called Matubatuba in 121 Battalion, which was a Zulu battalion with a small cadre of white officers, but all the troops and a lot of the non-commissioned officers were Zulus. And one of the things that was going on in my area, because I was the law officer covering a very large area of northern Zululand up to the Swaziland-Mozambique border, was a small group of recce officers. That was like our equivalent of the SAS, Navy SEALs type soldiers, training local Zulu men to go up to the townships and the mine hostels around Johannesburg and in the Transvaal to deliberately foment racial tension and violence with other tribes based in those hostels and townships. And this was a very deliberate strategy of the South African government and the South African military at the time to create black on black violence, to detract from the potential for black on white violence, which in those days was very low because we had a very strong and violent police.
Okay, hold on.
That sounds familiar.
That sounds real familiar. Hold on. What if the black on black violence is all a psyops?
Mm-hmm. Right. But then they also have these cats out here.
Dude, I'm saying, like, chat, did y'all just hear that? Like, and because, I mean, when you start thinking about our own plight, it kind of makes sense that they would foster that. No wonder they allow gangster rap to come in. Like because that black power shit, they don't want you on that black power stuff. That make you in unity, and they let the gangster rap stuff come in so we can kill each other to stop from whacking their ass.
Right, and then point the finger at us.
Wow, that's diabolical, bro.
Right. No, it's strategic. It's absolutely strategic.
That's diabolical, son.
We know this is like some new age shit, but like we know we caught like white police officers and white people in blackface and black masks going to do stuff in certain areas. Like we actually caught people doing that shit, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, it didn't get the publicity that it should have. But
Right. They got these real looking masks nowadays.
Man, I want to click on this bad, bro. Hold on. I don't want fuck.
Got these really realistic looking masks nowadays.
Realistic. And the hand, they use that like the hand gloves too that look real.
Right.
Only ally, cause we can't be
gotta ask you. I had no idea that you auditioned for O-Dog.
Menace? Yes, sir. Audition for O-Dog. I don't know if he had everybody audition for O-Dog, but audition for O-Dog. And man, he liked me, man. He was like, man, but I don't know if I was, too old. But, I don't care how old I would have been or how good, man. I mean, Lorenz Tate rocked that part, man. Nobody could have been better than that dude. That dude, he one of my favorite actors, man.
Lorenz Tate. I go to the movie to see his movies because he put work in, and I like his style. But I auditioned for that part, and he liked it. The Hughes brothers, they liked it. They say, man, you know what, we gonna get you, and we got something. And they put me in the beginning, you know, Clyde, you know, get a little nigga a drink. That was my junk, you know. It's part of a grown folks, you know. So that was my claim right there, man, in Menace to Society.
That's what's up.
I didn't know it was gonna turn out to be such a big movie like that, but it did. I was playing like I was 15 years old. Yeah, I think I was 23 at the time. On the porch, on me and Glenn Plummer.
And you did a good job from what they told you.
Yeah, they loved it. They loved my character. They that's how I got that part, because they say, man, we gonna find something for you, because you did a good job. I said, okay. And they put me in that.
And I know Pac, he was actually, you know, supposed to be in that movie. And I know you told a story about seeing him at the Comedy Store, right?
Yeah, man. I went to see comedy at the Comedy Store in Hollywood, man. I went there and I was just watching comedy. And then, you know, I said I'm gonna leave early because I want to leave before everybody come out, because, you know, they'll be taking pictures and all that stuff. So I said I'm gonna roll out. And I rolled out, man. He was standing in front of the door, like he was saying bye. I said, hey man, what's up, man? He said, hey man, how you doing, man? How you doing? I said, I'm right. You know, that was the brief little moment we had. And but it seemed to me like he was saying, almost like in the doorway, waiting for everybody to come out, like he was saying bye to people. Like, you know, okay, that was a bye, you know, I take it, you know, I don't know. That just seemed how it seemed to me. Then right after that, man, he was gone. You know, same thing with Nipsey. I seen Nipsey at the airport, man. I was buying some water, and he was on the phone. He came over, he saw me, he gave me the pound. He said, what's up, man? I said, what's up? 'Cause I think I did a movie with Nipsey. This movie called, I can't remember the name of this movie, but it was I think it was called Red Drum. I think the movie was called Red Drum, I think. And he was in the movie. And that's when I met him, you know. So yeah, I guess he recognized me. He said, what's up, man? And I said, hey, how you doing? You know, and right after that, he was gone. It's crazy.
Real crazy, man. R.I.P. Nipsey. And to go back to Tupac, you saw him 2 weeks before he passed away, right?
Yeah. He's gone, man. He's gone. Like, it's like he was like setting it up. Like, I'm just like, wow, you know. I mean, why would he stand in the middle of the door when everybody coming out? He was like right there in the middle so everybody could see him when they was coming out. You know, so I don't know if he was waiting on somebody or what it was, but he was saying, you know, like, you know, told me because I left and because I was the first one out, because I had left before everybody else got ready to leave.
You being in Hollywood so long, right? Have you ever been offered a role that you wasn't happy with?
Yeah, it was a role that, speaking of Tupac, it's funny because it was a role that they wanted to play in this movie, and I was supposed to be like looking at Tupac and like excited by Tupac, like I was finna masturbate to the Tupac video. I ain't want to audition for that.
Friday after next.
That was Friday
I
after
ain't gonna call
next,
the
man.
movie out, but I ain't go audition for that.
I know exactly the movie you're talking about too. Friday After Next.
I ain't gonna tell you the movie, but I ain't want to.
Like the way you talk gangster, nigga.
I thought, ain't that Ice Cube movie?
Yeah, that was your boy did that. Terry Crews.
Ice Cube say he ain't had did none of that type of stuff going on in his shit.
Yeah, Terry Crews did that, man. Terry Crews got that role.
Yeah, that's the closest you got to it.
Hell no, cuz. Hey, somebody got some explaining to do. Cube, where you at, cuz? You got to explain that one, son. They saying that happened on your set. Let's see, man. Let's see what else we got going here, man. Hey, if y'all don't ever check this out, this little white dude right here, he hella boring, but he stay on top of that space news stuff, bro. He's super boring. Y'all can look up. Let me know if y'all see something that pop out. Hey, Swat, we gonna have to talk about that screenshot I put back there in the back chat, man. You know what I'm saying? I might have to. You know what? I might expose it right here, right now, since we already live. You know what? I am gonna do that. How about that? Let's just do that shit. Hold on. Watch this. Let's get into it. All right, let's look. Here we go. I want y'all to see this. Y'all watching? What's Suave at? Yeah, man. Yeah, you see all I typed in was world.
What's good, God?
You see all I typed in was world of the Moors, right?
Uh-huh.
That's all I typed in. And then look what popped up. The world of the, now let me know if they're using the word world wrong. Because they're using it the same way I'm using it, right?
No, they put of the Moors, world of the Moors.
The Moors symbolize the world. That's their world. The Moors' world that they symbolize. Yeah, same. It's the same tense, right?
Yeah, man. You got concept, man.
Look, I don't make the rules. It says
Yo, funny, man.
But the world of the Moors refer to the culture of the medieval Muslim inhabitants. Ain't that what I keep on saying? The medieval Muslim inhabitants.
Medieval Spain.
Out and the Luz. Look, they gave the same place at the same time. I didn't add nothing else up here. All I said was world of the Moors. Now let's keep reading to see if they mention Egypt or Ethiopia, right? Because
why would that? You talking about the world of the Moors? The Moors weren't even in Egypt.
So why would you bring it up in the debate?
Because you said the Moors civilized the world.
So
you led it.
I feel you though, but as you see when you type in "world of the Moors," that's what pop up, right? And you see world of the Moors, and that's just the world that they conquered and civilized, right? You know what I'm saying? And you see all the stuff that they did. You know what I'm saying? Even though you say that all they did was wipe some ass and hand out shampoo and shit.
Yeah, that was my job, man.
Yeah, even though you say that, but this right here says military and social structure, architectural legacies. Legacy. It says a legacy, cause like you said, they ain't do nothing of any type of work. They said this is a legacy, cuz.
I never said that. I even correct you on that when you said in your question around your first question was like you said they never did nothing respected. I said no, they did something respected. Like in that corner of the world, the Moors put it down, but it was just oversold to us, and we shouldn't be making statements like they civilized the world.
You just reduce. But look, let's see. Let's click on here, right? Okay, it still say the same shit. What are the Moors known for? Look.
But see, you framing it wrong. Because remember last night I brought this up.
I know. I'm just saying. All I did was type in "world of the Moors," and everything about the Moors that's pertinent pops up, right? And so I can keep going. Look.
Yeah, but if you were to phrase it and put it in,
what are Moors? Look, if I click on "what are Moors,"
he don't give a fuck.
What if I click on? What do you think this is gonna say? Like before I click it, this is good right here.
I understand what you're saying, but I want
to get everybody on the panel. Everybody on the panel. If I click, if I click what is more blood? What do y'all think gonna pop up, man? Everybody give me an answer on the panel, cuz what's gonna pop up if Hey chat, let us know. I'm finna click on it. And we want to see if we got some psychics up here. Let's see if we got some psychics.
But the thing is this, because you probably the brother with the faulty premise.
What?
If you type in Arab expansion, it'll pop up, right? So the Umayyad are Arabic.
Now what are you talking about, man?
I'm talking about what you're talking about, but you using so you're calling them Moors, right? And I'm telling you that.
I think you're getting a little too deep into that, man.
You come deeper than that?
Yeah. I think you're getting way a little too deep into that, man. Like,
That nigga don't give a fuck, dog. Man, quit
yeah.
talking to the
Like,
real,
this
man.
is
Quit
wild,
talking to
cuz.
the real, man.
Like,
No, I'm not. I want you to say. I want you to be right with what you say. I want you to be right with what you say. So that's why I'm just putting some
Oh yeah,
clarity
well,
to it.
I'm just talking about the Moors according to the Europeans, man.
Right. So that's what I'm letting you know that when
The
you talk this
Europeans
time
don't
period, that's
blue
listen, brother. You
Israelites.
can't listen. You can't listen and talk at the same time. So
Huh?
all I was just introducing to the conversation was that to say more was incorrect. Like, so that's how you know the AI shit is bullshit. So so it's called the Arab expansion and it's the Umayyad dynasty, right? So they're
Yes.
referring to this as Moors because there are Moors in the army, and
I
that's
know,
it.
but bro, I
So
just really,
it's incorrect to say if you're saying that the Moors do this, the Moors no, the Moors didn't do anything. The
I
Moors
know,
were
but
Berbers.
just
The
lighten
Moors
up,
were at the bottom of the pole, the elite.
just lighten up. I don't even care, man. I really don't.
Well, if you don't care, let me talk. If you
He
don't
brought
care,
that
let me
shit up.
talk.
I'm just
Yeah.
look, smash the thumbs up, like, share, subscribe. You know what I'm saying? Y'all hearing it here first, man. We doing research right here on the
Because when the
spot.
Umayyad,
Right now, chat.
goes to Andalos,
Chat. Hey, look, chat.
What's going on,
What
guys?
do y'all think gonna
Man,
happen
fuck
if I
with
click
that.
this button where it says what is more blood? What do y'all think gonna put in the y'all put in the chat what y'all think gonna pop up if I click on this button? Because
Man, why y'all?
I'm really
Why
at
they,
a
why they
spot.
do
What do you
that?
think what you think is gonna be?
Look, let me pull this up right quick. Let me pull something up.
We gonna have to give out
And
some
then let the brother get his
we
thought
gonna have
off,
to give
man.
out
What y'all
some
doing, man?
Titan tokens for niggas who get the answers right.
Yeah, go ahead and land your plane, bro.
Okay. Well, let me go click the button there because I'm curious. Hold on, let me see what it's like. More blood. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought it was going to say.
Wow.
All right, go ahead, good. Ruben.
Ruby.
Yeah. I'm here. Now I want to share the screen right quick.
All right.
Right. Just a question I asked. Did Europeans consider the Umayyads Moors? Yes. Europeans often use the term Moor to refer to the Muslim Umayyad conquerors of Iberia. Though the two are not the same, the term Moor was a European created exonym for the mixed population of Berbers and Arabs who came from North Africa. While the Umayyads were a specific Arab ruling dynasty that led the initial conquest, the Umayyad dynasty was a ruling Arab family, whereas Moor was a general term Europeans used for Muslims from the Maghreb, which included both Berbers and Arabs, and sometimes even black Africans. Right. Yeah.
exactly.
So I think we all agree.
And so to be even
I
more
wanted to hear what
technical,
King J was saying, though. He never got to land his plane. The railhead cut him off.
yeah, and that's exactly
Hey, go
what he just narrated. But just to be a little bit more clarity is that that Western Army is where they get that term from. The Umayyad Caliphate that's in Mecca, they
That's
are
why.
a strict, yeah. And so when we look at Al Andalos, we see one of their, I think, generals or something running away because they're fighting a war with the Assibians. Abias, or whatever you call the word, Abbasios.
Abbasids, yeah.
Yeah. So
right.
one of their little generals run away to Al-Andalos or whatever, and then they are the elite of Mauritania. You know what I'm saying? They're not the Berbers. You know what I'm saying? They're not the lower class of the. They are the ones who brought the Arabic math into the Maghreb. They are the ones who brought the paper into the Maghreb. They are the ones who brought agriculture and all of those things. Not the indigenous Berbers or the indigenous Moors who was already there.
You trying to get Silky on your top, bro? You trying to say that?
Yeah, I think we agree with you on that because the term Moor don't just apply to Berbers. You know what I'm saying? It would apply.
Man, you trying to get
from the European perspective. It would be a blanket term encompassing all of those people. You know what I'm saying? The Arabs, the Berbers,
For
and the
sure.
Black Africans.
Mm-hmm.
Suave, where you at?
But even in those, go ahead. Yeah, Suave.
You muted.
I'm still here, God. What's good, God?
Streaming to your channel.
I tried. I'm on my phone, man, and
Oh,
it
okay. Don't
logged
worry
me
about
out. And it's making me do all type of stuff. Yeah,
it. Oh
I
no,
got you,
you
bro.
good. You good. No, take your time.
Yeah,
When you figure it out, take it.
streaming be glitching with
Yeah,
the
no,
Appreciate you.
The Moors didn't civilize the world, man. That's all, man. We ain't got to do this, bro. We ain't got to do this every day, man.
So let me ask you a question: is there a distinction between the Arabs and the Moors that are in Africa, the indigenous
Oh
Berber
man,
Moors?
because how many times we got
I
to
would say,
read that Moors is a blanket term for a whole bunch of people. It ain't no one distinct group of people called Moor.
man, the dude showed you his definition of Moor, which was the Islamic inhabitants of Mauritania,
The
bro.
Maghreb. Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're Muslims. They're not. They're
So
not
that's what he went to. But did Moors predate Islam?
Moors or Muslims
Did
that
Moors
live
predate
in Europe.
Islam, brother?
The
Yes.
Muslims that live in Europe.
You see what I'm saying? That shit
The
crazy,
word
bro.
Moor predates
Well,
Islam. Yeah.
Yeah, like Moors predate Islam, bro. So Moor isn't
Synonymous
capsized
with
to
Islam.
synonymous with Islam. No.
Well, I'm saying like what you talking about. Like before that, they were called Maori. You're talking
Man, it
about
was called
Maori.
Moors, bro. I brought a primary source
Well, they
from
were
the
called
book from
Maori.
Procopius, man.
Right?
Procopius
They
showed
would
you.
have been speaking Latin and Greek, right?
Man, Procopius of Caesarea showed you, bro, more.
I'm saying that those two characters would have been speaking Greek and Latin, right?
Man, bro, do the Moors
But
predate Islam?
Never
yeah,
mind.
but watch this. But
Like,
watch
what are
this.
we doing, bro?
They
But
would have
watch
been
this.
saying Maori, bro.
But watch this. Those people you trying to call Moors that were in North Africa, right? Those at that time would have been Jews.
Hey, that was some new shit going on.
I
They was
mean, yeah,
converting at the
I
time.
don't know nothing about that. Like, I
Yeah, they was
can't.
That
converting at the
population
time.
group, familiarize yourself with the population of North Africa during that time period.
hey, I just looked
And
it up.
then,
Copernicus, the primary source you just referenced was from a Roman, right?
Let's say
Roman era.
it in Latin.
Procopius, yeah. He was like a
Yeah,
Roman
yeah,
general, became a historian or something.
yeah. He would have been right. They would have referred to them as Maori. That's where you get the
Maori.
term Mauritania.
Okay.
More
And so what does that mean? Because when we talk
because
about
because
Moors,
because more.
hold on. You're not gonna keep doing this shit. So, like I said, when we sit up here and we talk about Moors, everything that got M-O, M-R, M-A-U, M-A-U-R, Mauritania, Maury, all of these are Moors. And all of a sudden, oh, they not Moors because they use Maury? They were Moors. Moors predated Islam, brother. And if you can't stand on that, if truth is your only ally, then stand up and be an ally to truth and say, yes, Moors predated Islam.
Calm down, bro. I'm just saying.
The fuck, we don't know how long we supposed to let you just wrestle over us
Bro,
with like
calm
talking and
down.
shit.
Calm down, brother. Let me explain. So the Moors, Moors, which is what we were talking about, is an English variation of that name, right? So it's only dealing with the Western Europeans, Spain, Europe. Spain, England, and all that, right? So that's the angle that we coming from. We
Did
not
the
coming,
Moors predate Islam, brother? Can we get a
bro.
clear answer out of you?
Again, Moors is a
That's
blanket
crazy.
term. That's a blanket term. That's an exonym.
And everybody see this happening, bro. Like, how you don't lose credibility, bro, when you just obviously
Because I'm
dodge
telling the
questions?
truth. I lose
What is the
credibility.
truth? Did the term Moor predate Islam? Yes or no?
Bro, Moor itself is
He's
English.
going into another lesson. They think every time you ask them a question, they got a little goddamn index card they pull out. Did the
Hey,
term Moor predate
Ruben,
Islam?
So Ruben,
Yeah,
go
pause
pull
for
up
Ruben.
go pull up when
Ruben, hey, King Naga.
MOOR
King Naga,
coming
did
to
the Moors predate Islam? Did the Moors predate Islam?
it's the English
It's
rendition.
hard to answer that question because Moors don't
Man,
apply
all
to.
right, man. Y'all get real fucking stupid when a motherfucker
Can
correct
I
a
land my
y'all.
plane? I can't even answer your question, brother.
Don't be so
More is a blanket term that don't apply to one specific people, brother.
Man, I don't give a
It don't apply to one.
fuck
So when you
what
ask
term
me
you using.
more,
Did the term Moor
so
pre-exist Islam?
what I'm asking
Yeah.
you,
Did the term Moor predate Islam?
No, because it comes
Why the
from
fuck you gotta be
English.
English? Oh, okay.
No, it comes from English. Now, if you're asking about Moros, yeah, Moros would probably predate Islam because it goes back to Greek.
To Latin and
But
Greek.
that's semantics, right? That's
it goes back to
semantics, bro.
Latin.
Like, come on, bro. We speak
And
That's
it's
English,
not,
horrible
bro.
semantics.
You know
it's
what he
not
mean when he say more? He meaning more
Hold up,
random.
wait.
nah,
Define. Look, so semantics is the study of word
Now
origin
he
and meaning.
finna fucking tell us
That's what
what semantics
semantics
is, man. Fuck
All
y'all,
right,
man. Y'all niggas
and
just y'all got a
we're
bunch of useless
and
information that
so
y'all use to
hold up,
push
brother.
your own
Runway,
propaganda, bro.
are we not? Are we not dealing with the meaning and origin
Yeah, I just
of
wanted
the
to make sure
term
that that's what
more?
they wanted me to do because I know he was picky. So, but I got you.
mute out A1. A1, mute out.
Oh, my bad. I ain't muted. My bad.
Nah, I mean it's like we're dealing with the meaning and origin of the word more, so semantics is absolutely applicable in this instance.
So the reason
Well,
why
we all know who are we referring to when we say
no,
more.
we know
You know?
that MOOR is English. We
Right.
know the origins of it in English in dealing with
Is
7-Eleven.
more exclusive to Islam.
No.
I want to hit
And like you said, it
the
predates
agenda
Islam.
holders. I want to hit the agenda holders.
Man, why we
It
gotta
pre-
be all that, brother? Ain't no agenda,
Why
man.
we
We
hold
just
the
Man,
agenda,
is
brother?
more
Please point out that
exclusive to Islam, brothers.
we
bro.
read to you that it's not. We have
Y'all don't
read
it's
to you
answer
not.
that it's
shit,
not.
bro.
It's a blanket
You'll
Y'all don't
find
answer shit, bro.
you'll find a lot of Hebrews. You will find a lot of Hebrews under that banner too.
Nah.
like the brother Silky will keep telling y'all. The Geneva
Man,
Bible
fuck Silky,
say
nigga.
the black Moor, right? It's not talking about anybody who was practicing Islam. You know what I'm saying? In the
Man,
Bible,
why
what
you
that
gotta
word
teach me all that? Why you just can't say no? Is the word
Bro,
more exclusive
I
to
didn't
Islam?
say that.
That's simplifying. That's you
Brother,
would get more
Man,
into
nigga,
the
you
Bible.
supposed to simplify shit.
Not everything, bro.
Man, is the word more exclusive to Islam? Can you
We
answer the
trying to
question?
edify the body, bro.
Again,
You get sick.
No, it's not.
Man, y'all niggas is intellectual bums, bro. Y'all echo
King J, did you
chamber.
not hear me say no? It's not. Did you not hear me say no? It's not, King J.
No, I didn't hear you say that because you said so
That's
much other
because
useless
you have
shit.
to
I
mute
stopped
out.
listening to you.
You have to open your ears and close your mouth.
No, you should. That should be your answer up front instead of trying to break down some dumbass lesson.
That was my answer up front. What I said to you was no, it's not, and that we're keep reading this to you. That it applies to
Man,
you.
you said like the boy Silky said. Man, I said, man, what the fuck Silky got to
Right.
do with it?
Because people in
Answer
the
the question. All you
Bible
had to do
are
was say
referenced
no. All
as
you had to do was
Moors,
say
and
no.
they're
All
not
you had to do was say no.
Muslims.
All you had to do
I
was say
said
no.
no first.
No,
All you
you
have to do
didn't.
is not be a fanatic.
It's rewind it. You can rewind it. You can rewind it and die.
Go ahead
Man,
and
bro.
rewind it and
Like
play back.
you were down this hill too because MOOR is English, right? So when you talking about
Man, he
that,
getting
it's
fucked.
specific. It's specific to the Iberian Peninsula Moors. When you get to talking about Mori and Moros and all that other stuff, that's a whole different culture dealing
Man,
with
shout out Team Naga,
it's
man.
a whole different group of people dealing with them, right? So how the English
Why are we talking about this? Why are you wasting my fucking
they're
time on
different
this?
things, right? So
No shit.
when the
We
Romans were
asked you,
dealing
was
with
Moors exclusive to
brother, calm
Islam
down.
and did more predate? No, bro.
Hold
I
on,
didn't
hold on,
sign
why
up for your
you trying
dumbass
to
class.
okay,
I
brother?
didn't sign up for your class, bro. I didn't sign up for your class.
Bro,
You don't answer questions.
you ain't
You
gotta
don't
hear.
answer questions, and then I'm supposed to sit up here and listen to your class? Like, just answer the question, and then
Yeah,
I'll
that's
have
crazy.
patience
Bro, I
and
mean,
listen
I
to your
answered the
class.
That's
question.
crazy.
You don't like
And then go ahead.
I mean, again. So when you're dealing with the Romans, when they were dealing with the Moors, they were actually dealing with the Numidians. They were dealing with the Numidians. They
Man,
wasn't dealing.
bro,
They
why the
wasn't dealing with
fuck
the.
am I learning this right now?
Oh man, right, and
Why?
that's what I mean by like the nuances in it. So the Romans wouldn't have never said nothing about the Iberian Moors. They never knew nothing about them.
What the
That wasn't even
fuck?
part of the era.
I wish that was prominent to the conversation.
Because the Romans and the Greeks
You
called them
made you brother, you made that up because they would have known about the Almazi. They would have known about all the North African.
Oh man, you still don't get it.
Yeah, but they
Nah, you
called
don't
them
get it.
Berbers. That's what they called. They didn't call them Moors. They called them Berbers. That's what they called
brother.
them.
They call Berbers Moors, brother, and all of this.
Yeah, the
So
English,
listen,
the English.
Okay, so listen.
brother.
When the Romans were dealing
Brother,
with
you don't have no information. You keep saying the same thing.
North
You
Africans,
keep saying the same thing, so we know you don't have much information.
But they dealing with the North Africans.
You read that and then didn't understand it.
Or were they dealing with the ones in Numidia? Which one were they dealing with? Because we can easily look that up. Hey, Ruben, look it up. Which ones?
Brother, listen. When you talk about, bro, we heard you. We can't talk if you keep talking.
Hey, Truth or
You look it up. If you have a question or anything, you look it up, brother.
We just like to tell the truth to shame the devil. Y'all can get mad and stay in y'all feelings.
I mean, we still got to have.
But you ain't got to keep talking, and if you're really telling the truth,
dialogue back and forth. It's not. It can't be a one-sided dialogue because everybody feels like they have the truth. So it has to be dialogue.
I know. So I'm just saying.
No, I think I'm looking for the truth.
I feel I have
questions.
the truth. I get
asking questions. We're gonna look it up too.
No, I'm asking questions. I ain't even saying that I got the truth. I'm asking. Was the word was Moors exclusive to Islam, and were the Moors before Islam? And it's like I gotta sit through these. Yeah, I gotta sit through these 17-minute YouTube videos.
And they debunked the brother's premise, so that's why he keep jumping around it. So when you asked about does it predate Islam, yes it do. There are Jews who will be considered Moors. When we talk about the Sephardic Jews, we talk about the Iberian Peninsula. Jews would tell you that Iberian means
What
Eber.
era was the Sephardic Jews?
It would mean Eber. No, brother, in the Sephardic Jews, brother, can you please be quiet, brother? Because you don't know what you're
doing it
talking
again,
about.
Ruben. I mean, Laurel.
Yeah, like stop. If you don't agree, just wait until somebody stop talking and then show your contention. But when we can go and talk about where they say the Jews were sent to Halamis and Goshen, and from there they went to disperse into the Iberian Peninsula. That's what they say. That's Jewish history. That has nothing to do with Islam. So when a brother actually and said that, he's right. Technically, most Jews would be considered Moors during that time period. They were all, like you say, it's a blanket term. Jews was under that, Hebrews, Arabs, all type Berbers. They were all called that at different periods of time by Europeans.
Go ahead, Laurel. I keep wanting to say Ruben, man. I'm tripping. Go ahead, Laurel. You want to respond to that?
No, man, I'd rather just move on because, like I said, in the end, if you're not gonna understand that when you say more, MOOR, right? That's
brother. We understand it. Let me know how I'll let you know how I understand.
Just know what I do.
When you talk about listen.
When
it was
just know what
on
I
him this time.
It
was on him. It was on him this time. No, you good.
That's my apology.
It rarely happens from you. You good. Go ahead, Laurel.
I'm just saying, my whole point was when you say MOOR, it's English. And the English have a whole different history dealing with Moors than people in Spain. People in Spain have a whole different understanding and interaction with Moors than they do in France, than they do in Italy and Rome, than they do in the Byzantine Empire. You see what I'm saying? So when you try to just mix it all up, like oh, this is all just inclusive, no, it's not. When the Romans were dealing with those people, those were Numidians. Those were Numidians. Those weren't Mauritanians.
But when you talk about Queen Isabella and her disbursement and those converso Jews, right? When they were converting to Christianity, the Jews and the Moors, right? The Muslims ones were called the Marranos. The other ones were called what?
Again, so I guess you just whatever, man. Go on.
They made a distinguishment between the Jewish and the Muslims, correct? The Jews that converted to Christianity were called conversos, and the Muslims that converted to Christianity were called Marranos.
What's the next topic? We've been on Morris for 3 days.
Let me shoot this out. This might give a good change.
We rewatched the debate that I hosted last night. Y'all gonna more me out, man. I'm moored out right now.
Yeah, we broke that down last night and determined that even the premise was faulty because it wasn't the word, it wasn't the Moors, it was the Umayyad.
But the people who call Berbers Moors call the Umayyad Moors too. That's the thing.
No, they didn't. And
But
that's
are
where
we
your
going off of their
comprehension is messed up.
misinformation or what's accurate?
No. So
Okay,
when he
go back
read
to
that the Umayyad Caliph is in Mecca, it's a Saudi Arabian Arabic dynasty. When they talk about the Moors, they're talking about the Western
share my
army
screen. Share my screen when you get a chance, A1.
They're talking about that particular Western army that the dude left and went to Al Andalus. That's it. That army has that Moorish component in it. That's it.
So
They're not calling the Arab Umayyad Caliph in Mecca Moors. They're calling them Arab.
Share my screen, A1.
Yeah.
All right. The question again that I asked was, did Europeans consider the Umayyads Moors? Yes, King J. Europeans often use the term Moor to refer to the Muslim Umayyad conquerors of Iberia, though the two are not the same. The term Moor was a European created
Can we stop right there? Can we stop right there?
for the
This is go point by point so we can have clarity. What's not the same?
Clear the runway.
What's not the same?
Clear the runway, brother. No one, brother. We know the difference between the exonym and the endonym. Okay, we know the difference. But more is an exonym applied to a broad scope of people, brother. And that broad scope, included the Umayyad, in which the word was applied by the Europeans, brother.
Yeah, let me see you give it a shot, King J.
So it says, yes, Europeans often use the term Moor to refer to the Muslim Umayyad conquerors of Iberia, though the two are not the same. So let's talk about it. What two are not the same?
What you tell me?
That's why I was trying to explain to y'all, like the Moors in this instance, dealing with the Europeans were Muslim, right? The Romans wasn't dealing with Muslim Moors. They wasn't dealing with Muslim or Islamic Moors at all.
They
have a total different relationship with these people.
Right, and not only that, Moor and Umayyad are not. The two are different because one is an exonym and one is an endonym. That's an inherent difference right off the bat.
So like what I was looking at was let me see, I think it was back in the 20-something BC or something like that.
But this really what I wanted to get to this to kind of change the topic, you know what I'm saying? Because there's some interesting information that our people need to know. During the Reconstruction era, roughly 1865 to 1877, state militias, often predominantly composed of black soldiers with white officers and backed by the federal government, were instrumental in suppressing the first Ku Klux Klan organization in various southern states. We don't get taught that history, do we? These militias, operating under the authority of the Reconstruction era state governments, directly engaged in armed conflicts and law enforcement actions against the Klan. We're not told that. We're told that the police come from slave catching. But we're not told about the role we played in law enforcement and suppressing the Klan, right? Arkansas. The Arkansas State Guard, primarily black soldiers, spent much of 1868 and 1869 battling KKK activities in several counties. Governor Paul Clayton declared martial law, and militia forces under figures like General Daniel Phillip Upham made numerous arrests and successfully suppressed the Klan in the state for a time. North Carolina, in 1870, Governor William M. Holden declared several counties in a state of insurrection and deployed the state militia, which included black companies, to arrest hundreds of Klansmen and end the violence and intimidation tactics used to prevent black citizens from voting. This campaign successfully halted Klan activities in the affected areas, though Holden faced severe political backlash and was ultimately impeached. South Carolina, President Ulysses S. Grant, U.S. Grant, right? We all know him, declared martial law in 9 counties in South Carolina and used federal troops to help marshals round up hundreds of KKK suspects from 1871 to 1872. These actions, along with federal prosecutions under the Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871, were highly successful and effectively dismantled the first era of the KKK as an organized force by 1872. Local resistance. Beyond organized state militias, local black communities and militia leaders such as Jim Williams in York County, South Carolina, formed self-protection groups often affiliated with the Union League to defend their rights and combat Klan violence. While William himself was lynched by the Klan, the overall federal response helped provoke. It eventually led to the dismantling of much of the local Klan in the county. The combined efforts of these armed black militias, federal troops, and legal action under the Enforcement Acts, including the KKK Act, are credited with breaking the back of the original KKK organization. The Klan did not meaningfully resurface until its reinvention in 1915. See, yeah, niggas, you put your foot on the Klan neck and suppress that shit. So they're not the boogeyman.
Yeah, you hear that? You thank you, brother. I guess, brother. Thank you.
What the fuck? Bruh, okay, so I want to bring this up right here before y'all switch the subject.
Hey, I'm about to make the practice run. I'll be back.
All right, this is Tac Farinaeus. I guess that's what his name would be. Okay, so as you see, this is back in, he died in 24 AD. Right? So he will be what we would call a Mori or a Moor, right? You see they using the word Mori, right? When they talking about him, like they're using the word Mori because these particular Moors, quote unquote Moors, would have been traditional North Africans and Berbers. They would and nomads and whatnot from this area. They wouldn't have been Muslims yet because Islam didn't come into North Africa until like the 500, 600 AD, right? So this is still 24 AD. So that's the reason why I said no, they wouldn't know the MOOR Moors because those are Muslims. You see what I'm saying? And then when I said that, look at this right here. It says, who was the deserter of the Roman army, who was led by his own.
With that blue bag? Did she need a blue bag up front?
You say go back up top?
Go ahead, God.
And then it said this Musalami tribe, right? Which is so close to the word Muslim. I had to like click on it, like, what the fuck is this, right? And of course, when I clicked on it, it didn't have no connection to Islam or nothing like that. But I'm gonna click on it right now. But as you see, it ain't got no connection to Islam. 44 AD. You know what I'm saying? Go through here. And I was reading along. I was like, okay. So I was trying to see if it was some type of connection with Islam because the name is so close. But I don't see none. But yeah, so these Moors in this particular time and era would have never knew nothing about no fucking Islam. They wouldn't. They may have known about Christianity. They may have known about Christianity, but they would not have known about Islam yet. And they most definitely would have knew about Catholicism because they was fucking with the Catholics. I mean the Romans. You see what I'm saying, guys?
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? So when you say Maury is for a particular time and place. It has the word Maury got an actual connotation on it, right? So like when I click on this, right? When I click on Maury, you will see it say that this is where the English term derives from, right? Not that these are the same, but that this word comes from this word, right? And it was Latin, and it was a destination for the Berber people of the population of Mauritania, right? That top portion, located in the west side of North Africa on the shores of the Mediterranean, and of course that's North Africa and whatnot. And then again, when we go in here now, remember when we click on more MOOR, it always go back to what? Iberia, Spain, European, all of that shit. But look when we on Maury, and it's not doing that. It's when you go to Maury, look, it's going to Strappo, first century, Latin, Greek. Look at this. Maury as a confederation of tribes. Look, Numidians. You see what I'm saying? You see the difference? You see the difference?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like when you get to talking about different eras of Moors, the names get to changing. And same place. But the roles and shit change. The roles and shit are different, and it's not the same thing because those MOOR Moors were highly militant. Not saying that they weren't either, but they was highly charged up by that by the caliphates, by the Islamic Arab caliphates. You know that. You know it was Arab leadership, but it was Berber muscle. You know that,
Mm-hmm.
don't you, good?
Yeah, nah, that's good information.
Let me see if I can pull up this this other little bit of literature for you real quick. Got you. Oh damn! Oh, I forgot to put the dig behind it. Let me see if I can't get this copy real quick. Or they just gonna let me. They just gonna let me get
Excuse
that.
me. Can you leave your book bag up front for me, please? Can you leave that book bag up front for me, please? Thank you. What's good, guys? For real? All of it?
Let me see. So this book right here is called "The History of the Moorish Empire in Europe," which is one of the sources that I be tagging your ass from when it comes to the subject of medieval Europe. Like this book got a lot of jewels in it. If y'all ever get a chance to, I'll go at the top so y'all can see it. The History of the Moorish Empire in Europe by S.P. Scott. Go to the front of the book. At least that's what the cover of this book looked like. And it was certain excerpts in here I wanted y'all to take a look at. And here's the thing, right? So we all know that they hide Moorish history, right? But it's a lot of hidden jewels in the literature that's attached to it, right? And when you dive off into the literature, you're going to see the hidden jewels that I'm talking about. And of course, a lot of it's religious. Cause I was reading, I was like, damn, bro, like it's some stuff in there that make you hold on, man. This is moving too slow for me. Let me see. Hold on. Let me scroll through it. Have you ever read this book, bro? Swap.
You said what, guy? What you said, guy?
You ever read this book? Moorish Empire
Which one is
in
that?
Europe. The Moorish Empire in Europe.
No, I don't think so.
You ought to
I ain't read
download
no
the
more
book and
shit
it
in a
give
minute.
man, bruh. It just lay out all that shit like how they lost the kingdom and stuff. How they it really go into what they were really doing. But I want you to see how they be talking about the herbs and they be talking hella reckless about that.
Right there. Yeah, I know I had went through. I mean, of course, we talked about the Moors in Europe. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if I read that book or something in agreement with it or whatever. Yeah, I messed with it.
Let me add that. See, it be stuff like this that be jumping out at me, right? Because I wish old boy was still on the phone. I mean, still on the line. What's his
With
name?
King J.
Yeah, I wish he would have stayed because I wanted to show him some of this stuff in here because he'd be advocating for it, and some of the stuff they be saying is in this book, but a lot of people just ain't never read it.
I'm sorry about that.
But you see what it say?
Shut this
Many of
stuff
the
down.
Hebrew colonists of Narbonne and Marcellus have been educated at Cordova, and all spoke the Arabic language with fluency. Not a few were scholars. I said, not a few were scholars of marked ability, gifted with poetic talents, and possessors of large libraries. These superior
Good
advantages
night, sister.
had great weight with the semi-barbarous people steeped in ignorance, with no mental resources except the exchange of gossip and the exhortation of a priest, who often could not understand his bravery, the ferocious and intolerant spirit with which the Jew was generally regarded, counteracted in a measure the effect of his influence, but the power of his intellect and culture finally prevailed. So, do you see how they trashing them? They sit there talking shit about the motherfucker, but they like, oh, but this nigga got this huge library, but they like all they do is gossip and stuff. Like when you read the the language and stuff that they saying, it's like what was it? So this what I mean by the Muslims and Jews, the Hebrews and the Jews been connected at the hip for a long time. So, like, if y'all really want to get into that relationship between the Hebrews and the Moors, I mean the Moors and the Hebrews, this book is a good one to go to if you want to dig deeper off into that relationship between them and how the infighting between the two sects, the two Abrahamic sects, caused them to lose Spain. They lost Al-Andalus because of the infighting, and then they lost Spain and Granada. And when they lost Spain and Granada, they basically gave the world back to the Christians. It literally gave the world back to the Christians. Like once Spain and Granada fell, bro, like everything was open to them. It wasn't nobody stopping them. The Carthage had already failed, so like Carthage wasn't there anymore, and they had just defeated the Moors, so it wasn't nobody stopping them from just terrorizing the Mediterranean and North Africa and West Africa. Nothing was stopping them, and it wasn't until after the fall of Carthage that Islam even had a chance to even encroach into North Africa, because them Carthaginians was against that Islam shit. They was worshiping Baal. I don't know if y'all know that, you know what I'm saying? But they was worshiping Baal.
That I buy. I expect to be good.
Or you familiar with what I'm talking about, bro?
Yeah. I mean, I ain't no scholar in it, but yeah, I definitely get it. I definitely get. I mean, I disagree with a lot of the Hebrew stuff, but that's only more of the biblical stuff that people try to push. As
But that's
far as
why
the actual history of the Hebrews, like I get it, and it was jiggy.
a lot of it is codified in these books. That's what I'm saying. A lot of it's here in these books.
Yeah.
Like I said, a lot of this stuff be popping out in my eye when I look. Hebrew bankers, look, scriptures and Quran monopolize the pious reverence of the civilized world. What's the civilized world, cuz? What that mean?
Questioning.
Huh? When they say the civilized world, what does it mean? When they say civilized world, are they referring to the whole world or just a part of it? Like what part of the world are they talking about when they say civilized world? Are they referring to Egypt and Ethiopia? I'm asking. You don't know, good? All right. Yeah, man, y'all gotta get this book, man. Y'all gotta get that book, bro. Like it's some jewels in there, man, for y'all. We gonna keep it going, man. We out here sampling stuff. Who that is?
My bad. I got a phone call. All right, that'll be good. Hey, cool.
Let me see what else we got. Latino community tournament.
When they come to this country, countries that are extremely male-centered, patriarchal countries where women are not in any way, shape, or form empowered the way that they are here. And they have to answer to women. And not only that, they have to answer to Black women. And they hate that shit. They hate that shit, okay? So they wanted to humble you. That's what they did. While you're fighting for their rights, while you're fighting for them to get in here, they're fucking humbling you. The women too.
And let me make something absolutely clear, unless I wasn't already. If you voted for Trump, you are not allowed in Mexico. You are not allowed in Cabos, Cancun, Puerto Vallarta, Aguascalientes, none of that. Guess what, baby? That's all in Mexico.
In recent times, something strange has been happening inside America's Latino community. Families divided, friendship broken, community split, not over religion or sport, but over politics. Many Latinos are each other because they decided to support Donald Trump, a man whose presidency was marked by harsh immigration policies and controversial remarks about Latinos themselves. So why is this happening? And what does it say about the future of Latino unity in America? Let's break it down. Watch and pay attention, and I will share my thought later.
And let me make something absolutely clear, unless I wasn't already. If you voted for Trump, you are not allowed in Mexico. You are not allowed in Cabos, Cancun, Puerto Vallarta, Aguascalientes, none of that. Guess what, baby? That's all in Mexico. You don't like us, we don't like you. Don't go there. Stay in your country. Figure it out. Vacation, I don't know, maybe Nebraska perhaps. One of the red states that you love so much. Stay there. Don't have margaritas, don't have tequila, no tacos, no enchiladas, none of that for you. Stick to what you know. Maybe a burger, perhaps, no cheese.
So this Latina who is a Trump supporter got deported from Mexico back to the US, and I want to use this video to show y'all, no matter how hard you try, you will never be white. And I say that because she made videos going, oh, look, people are making too big of a deal about Trump and the deportations. He's only going after criminals. If you want to be here, you should do it the right way. Then she goes to Mexico, gets stopped by authorities. While she's coming back from a concert, they check her papers and then they deport her. Now, they deported her because she overstayed her visa. I know some people are like, well, you should have done it the right way. Calm down. let's just give her a little grace here. She's not a criminal. Sure, she has ideologies you don't agree with, but she wasn't committing any crimes. She was down in Mexico partying it up. Now, this is where the you'll never be white part comes in. There's over 1 million undocumented white people living in Mexico. They are taking advantage of the system. They're not paying taxes. They're down there just partying it up. And like advocates in Mexico have been saying, that authorities don't go after white people, they actually go after brown people. So you were racially profiled in a country that you were trying to get dual citizenship for. So if you were racially profiled in Mexico, what do you think is going to happen to you in the US when Trump comes into office? Because there are at least 500,000 white people undocumented in the US, and they're never bothered. Because I need you to remember that the immigration system was never set up to hurt white people. It was set up to hurt people of color globally. Our movements are constantly restricted, while white people are never bothered when they do the same thing we do. So as much as you say, oh, well, if you want to come to this country, you have to do it the right way. It is not about doing it the right way. It is always, the immigration system has always been about hurting black and brown people, no matter where we are in the world. So please keep thinking how you're safe now that you're in the US, back in your home country.
That's funny. That's hilarious. What you think about that one, guy? You think is that reverse racism?
Do I think what?
Is that reverse racism?
I mean, I guess you could fit it under some type of form of it, some subclass of racism or whatever. But yeah, the illegal immigrant problem, man. My problem with that is that what I'm saying is that like Eastern European, Western Europeans don't get treated the same. Stuff like that is usually going after brown skin people and shit like that. But I don't really give a fuck about illegal immigrants, you know what I'm saying, coming into America and shit like that. I guess because I just really ready for this motherfucker to just come to whatever burst is gonna come to. But them just don't be my political issues. They just don't.
Check out some new laws. This is 23 hours.
Imagine being asleep in your home when out of nowhere, FBI agents break down your front door, throw in flashbang grenades, drag you out, put you in handcuffs, and hold your wife at gunpoint. And this all happens because they actually raid the wrong home. Now, here's the kicker. When you try to hold the government accountable for their mistakes, the government argues they can't be sued because their agents have discretion to plan these raids and actually get things wrong. This exact situation went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court issued a 9-0 unanimous decision in favor of the family. But now this case is back in the hands of the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals after that Supreme Court decision and remand, and the government still argues that that Supreme Court ruling should not impact the outcome of this case at all. Now, the case we're talking about in this video is called Martin versus the United States. It comes out of a suburban Atlanta area where back in 2017, the FBI executed a pre-dawn raid against this home. The only problem is that they actually got the wrong address. Now, the family inside decided to sue the federal government under the Federal Tort Claims Act, also known as the FTCA. Now, the question that the courts had to address was, does the federal government get to walk away from liability, or can someone actually sue them and try to hold them accountable for these types of mistakes? Now, this case was recently remanded back to the 11th Circuit for a new ruling in light of what the Supreme Court just said in that 9-0 ruling. And we're going to talk about that ruling here in just a second. But ultimately, after that Supreme Court ruling, this case was remanded back down to the 11th Circuit for a new decision. And the government has now responded to this based on what the Supreme Court said. And in their brief, the federal government argues that the Supreme Court in that ruling should not impact the outcome of this case at all. Now, here's what happened in this case. The FBI here executed a raid, and it was led by FBI Special Agent Lawrence Guerrera, who was tasked with leading a pre-dawn raid against that home where there was some suspected gang members where they were believed to be hiding in that home. Now, the agents had scouted the street where the individuals were believed to be. However, the agent actually put the address in his personal GPS, and that GPS led him to the wrong house, which was 3 doors down from the actual target, where they were planning to go. The GPS routed him to a completely different home where Katrina Martin lived with her boyfriend and their 7-year-old son at the time. The agents claimed that the house did not have numbers displayed, showing the address, and they did not double check the mailbox before they decided to go into the home, because they also claimed that the time was critical, that they didn't have time to double check that. So they decided to go into the home. When the FBI agents arrived at that house, like I mentioned, they knocked on the door, then quickly smashed in the front door, threw in flashbang grenades. Eventually, they found Katrina Martin and her boyfriend in a closet. At that time, her boyfriend also had a shotgun when they were in the closet. The boyfriend was pulled out, handcuffed, and Katrina Martin also was pulled out, held at gunpoint, and at that time, she was half-dressed as well, because, again, this happened early in the morning. Now, after the agents had detained the family, they did a search of the home, and while performing that search of the home, one of the agents noticed that there was some mail, and that mail had a different address than the address they were supposed to be at. That's kind of when they had this huge oh crap moment, and they realized that they had raided the wrong home. They then decided to leave quickly. They went 3 doors down, raided the correct home, and told the family that they would be back to explain what happened. Now, in response to this entire situation, the family decided to sue the federal agency, the FBI, based on the mistakes that happened in that raid. They brought a claim under the Federal Tort Claims Act, also known as the FTCA, which is a law that allows people to sue the federal government for certain wrongful acts by federal employees when those employees are acting in the scope of their job. Now, normally the government and individual agents are shielded, but essentially the FTCA is one of those situations where the federal government has agreed to let people bring these types of torts claims against them. But the FTCA comes with a long list of exceptions where they cannot be sued. And one of those was at issue in this case and is called the discretionary function exception. That exception shields the federal government when the wrongful act stems from an official making a discretionary decision. Here, the FBI claimed that that discretionary decision was how the agents planned that raid, how they scouted for the raid, and also how they executed it. Now, when the family filed their lawsuit in the federal district court, the government moved to dismiss the case and argued that both the intentional tort and discretionary function exceptions barred this type of claim. This case was then appealed to the 11th Circuit, and once again, the 11th Circuit ruled in favor of the FBI. This case then went to the United States Supreme Court. A cert petition was sought. It was granted by the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court issued a 9-0 unanimous ruling in favor of the family. The Supreme Court, in that unanimous ruling written by Justice Gorsuch, vacated the 11th Circuit's decision and sent the case back down for re-review and a new decision. That Supreme Court remand sent the case back down to the 11th Circuit for new briefs and a new decision on whether or not that discretionary function exception bars the Martins' negligent and intentional tort claims from what they brought against the FBI based on that FBI wrong house raid. Now, before we jump into what the federal government argued on remand now in front of the 11th Circuit in light of what the Supreme Court just said in that 9-0 decision, I just want to mention that if you guys want to support the channel, one of the best ways to do that is simply to subscribe to the channel. That, of course, helps the channel to grow. And then also just double check to make sure YouTube is not unsubscribed you, because they love to do that, especially on 2A channel. So with all that said, let's jump back into what was just argued by the federal government in this case. Now, the federal government has issued their new brief. They have filed their supplemental brief to the 11th Circuit in light of what the Supreme Court said. And in the brief, the government argues that the 11th Circuit should still rule the same way despite what the Supreme Court just said, because the family's claims are still barred under other laws and also still under the FTCA. The government's central position is that the agent's mistaken entry into the wrong home resulted directly from a discretionary decision. And they said that that discretion is involving how to conduct the pre-raid surveillance, how to approach the house in the dark, how to navigate without alerting suspects, and how to identify the structure from its external features and based on, identifying features that they find in accordance with their plan. They state that no statute, regulation, or constitutional rule or binding policy dictated the specific steps that the agents had to take, and based on that, they had discretion to plan for that raid. In the brief, the government argues that while it is true that they weren't named a specific address as the place of execution, the officer had to make numerous decisions regarding how to execute the warrant. This, they claim, is the epitome of discretion. And based on that, they argue that the actions still fall within the FTCA's discretionary function exception there, and that the federal government cannot be held responsible for those mistakes. Now, you may be asking yourself, what does this have to do with gun owners? Well, the reason why this is so important is because Wrong house raids, mistaken identity arrests, and excessive force situations happen a lot and impact a lot of law-abiding gun owners. When raids go bad, they can lead to deadly consequences, and we've had a lot of high-profile situations where gun owners are potentially raided by federal agencies and things go really bad. And if the government can hide behind this broad discretion that they claim, and they can claim this every time that they mess up, well, really, then there's no accountability. The Supreme Court's ruling here in Martin potentially narrows the government's ability to avoid these types of lawsuits by claiming broad discretion and broad immunity. And these cases reinforce that the federal government may be held accountable when they recklessly invade someone's home or potentially misuse their power or just simply make huge mistakes. However, in this new brief, the federal government continues to argue that the actions here fall within their discretionary authority and that the case should be dismissed based on the agents also having qualified immunity. So that's what's currently happening in this critical case as a result of the new 9-0 unanimous ruling that was just issued by the Supreme Court in this challenge. The federal government is still claiming that they have broad immunity based on discretion and the discretion of the agents to potentially plan this and still make mistakes. And right now, we're going to have to wait and see how does the plaintiff respond to this in the 11th Circuit. So as we get more information, as it develops more, I will let you guys know. Also, if you like this video and you'd like to support the channel, one of the best ways to do that, like I mentioned, is simply to like, comment, and subscribe. All those things help to fuel the algorithm.
Yeah, that's always trash. It was a couple incidents I seen.
What you think about that? Because that's kind of fucked up right there, man.
Yeah, no, that's truly messed up. Like I seen cases like this before. They like raided the wrong crib through a flashbang in the baby crib, and you know, had the grandmother at gunpoint and stuff like that. Like, yeah, that's crazy that they trying to get them a loophole to not be held accountable for that.
Right.
And you supposed to be the trained professionals. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what a house look like. Even if it's nighttime, you should know.
And I'm like, how does that fall up under your discretion if y'all got all of that tactical and then you still get the wrong house?
And you supposed to have somebody sitting on the house. You know what I'm saying? You to watch this house. You got pictures. You got videos and all type of stuff.
Right.
Yeah,
According to them, they had them under surveillance. So you been watching the wrong house the whole time? like what does that mean? Like that's wild, crazy, man.
Yeah, and then talk about they told them hold on and went and raided the right house.
Right.
That's crazy, bro.
Hey, we're gonna holler back at you and let you know what happened in a second. Hold on.
Yeah, this plays different, man.
This is another
challenge against the ATF's pistol brace rule. The Trump DOJ recently agreed to drop their Fifth Circuit appeal in the mock lawsuit dealing with pistol braces, but the Trump DOJ and the Trump ATF may still be trying to enforce their interpretation that all brace pistols are SBRs. So let's break down what is happening in this critical case and what happens now going forward. Now, before we jump into this video, if you guys want to support the channel, one of the best ways to do that is simply to subscribe. Also, double check to make sure YouTube has not unsubscribed you. And then also, I want to thank one of the main supporters of this channel, which is First Form. You guys know that First Form is an amazing company. Their culture is unmatched. They're pro-freedom, pro-America, and they support the Second Amendment and what we talk about here on the channel. So if you guys want to get great supplements, especially as the holidays approach and you guys want to work out more and try to get healthier, check them out using the links down below. And if you order something using my link and it's $100 or more, you can get free shipping on that order. And also they have a money back guarantee on all of your orders. Now, as I mentioned in the intro, we have some important news in the battle against the ATF and their current restrictions on all brace pistols and trying to treat them as SBRs. The Trump DOJ recently stipulated to the Fifth Circuit that they have agreed with the plaintiffs in the case to drop that appeal and essentially drop the challenge against the pistol brace rule. The prior nationwide vacatur of the pistol brace rule was appealed to the Fifth Circuit by the Biden administration, and that administration sought the reversal of the nationwide block that was put in place against that rule. However, once the Trump administration got control of this case, as the administration turned over, the Trump DOJ decided to settle and dissolve that appeal in the Fifth Circuit. And now that decision by the Trump DOJ to drop the mock lawsuit is impacting other pistol brace cases. Recently, there were multiple pistol brace lawsuits that have been dropped as moot. But now there is a third case in a very important challenge, which was filed by GOA in the state of Texas and Ken Paxton. And they're asking the court there to not moot their challenge, to not dismiss the case, but instead they point out that the ATF's continued enforcement of the brace, restrictions is a major concern, and that's why this case should move forward. And at the very least, instead of dismissing the case, they should get a permanent injunction, which would block the ATF's current interpretation of the NFA and essentially also block their interpretation that this statute still allows them to restrict brace pistols as SBRs. Now, this is important because if granted, it would prevent any future administration or even the current ATF from going after braced pistols as SBRs. Now, you may recall that the pistol brace rule was put in place by the Biden ATF, and originally it started because the Biden ATF wanted to interpret the statutory text in a way that they could include braced pistols as SBRs. Multiple lawsuits were filed against that rule, and eventually a lower court judge, Judge Reed O'Connor, issued a final merits ruling in the mock lawsuit and struck down the rule completely nationwide. Now, in response to that ruling, the ATF decided to appeal to the Fifth Circuit, but then the Trump administration, of course, got in control. Trump won the presidency. The administration switched over. And in response, the Trump DOJ decided to pull the appeal and concede the ATF mock case. Now, that was the first domino that kind of fell in a lot of these.
Y'all up here watching, man.
And there were other lawsuits, like I mentioned, that are currently, some are active, some have now been resolved. You had some other cases in the Fifth Circuit in that jurisdiction, like the GOA case, the SAF case, the Brito case, some other ones as well. And then also you had some other circuit court cases like the FRAC lawsuit.
Nah, man, you got to stay up on the gun law. So it's whistleblowers out there that be dropping when the new laws and stuff pass, man. So I'll be staying on top of that. I live in St. Louis, man, so
I feel you. I definitely stay on top of my gun laws in Ohio. What happened to theology, philosophy, religion, man? Where everybody go?
We getting right back into it. I want to hit y'all with something that y'all haven't heard before, though.
Okay.
This evening about morphic resonance, which is one of my favorite themes, but I haven't talked about it here at Hollyhock for at least 10 years because I've talked about other things. But some of you are familiar with the idea, some of you are not. So first I'm going to give a very brief summary of the idea.
After this, I'm about to play a watch video real quick.
Particularly implications affect us, as in our lives and our normal lives. Morphic resonance is the idea that there's a kind of memory in nature. The so-called laws of nature are more like habits. Each species has a collective memory. And in the human realm, that collective memory is more or less what Jung called the collective unconscious. And this process of memory works through resonance from the past to the present on the basis of similarity, like on like, across space and time. This theory has many, many implications. Perhaps one of the most startling is that our own memories are not stored inside our brains, as commonly assumed, but rather we tune into them. Our brains are more like tuning systems, more like TVs than like video recorders. I'll come back to that in a moment, but this is just to give the brief overview. Now, the idea of morphic resonance, memory in nature is rather shocking in Western science. Indeed, it's been proclaimed a heresy by some scientific authorities because it goes against the usual assumptions of Western science, which are that nature is governed by fixed eternal laws. And this idea of fixed eternal laws goes back a very long way. Pythagoras in ancient Greece had the idea that there was an eternal reality which this reality reflects. In fact, all the ancient Greek philosophers thought that there was an eternal reality that this changing world was a reflection of. They had different theories about what the eternal reality was, and Pythagoras thought it was mathematics, numbers, ratios, proportions, harmonies. And he thought that the mathematical realm was the truly real realm, and everything in this world was a reflection of it. Plato generalized Pythagoras' idea, so it's not just mathematics that's eternal, it's all the realm of forms and ideas, the shapes of everything, red cedars, horses, cats, hedgehogs, all these, everything in nature has an eternal form or archetype in a transcendent realm beyond space and time, the realm of Platonic forms or ideas. And in the beginning of the 17th century, when the scientific revolution got going, the founding fathers of modern science were all believers in this kind of Platonic Pythagorean cosmology. They thought that the laws of nature were mathematical, that they were discovering the mathematical principles of nature, which were ideas in the mind of God, that for them, God was a mathematician. Mathematicians very much like the idea that God's a mathematician because it means that they're the closest of all humans to the divine, and also automatically a kind of priesthood because most of us don't understand much maths, and that means that mathematicians have this privileged role in our society. So they all like that idea, right up to the present. Your most hard-nosed atheistic physicist is usually a secret Platonist. So the idea that all the laws of nature are eternal, that nature is governed by fixed laws, is really built into the foundations of Western thought. It's not built into the foundations of Eastern thought. In Hinduism and Buddhism, it's taken for granted there's a kind of memory in nature. And when I came up with the idea of morphic resonance, I was working at Cambridge doing research on plant development. And I came up with this idea in terms of understanding the inheritance of form in plants and animals. I didn't come up with it by studying Eastern philosophy. I hadn't studied Eastern philosophy. But when I then later went to work in India, I spent 7 years in India. When I explained morphic resonance to my Hindu friends, most of them were deeply unimpressed. They said, oh, this is an ancient idea. Rishis said this thousands of years ago and stuff. And they just thought, what's new? We've heard all this before. Whereas in Cambridge, when I talked about the idea, there was shock and horror in the scientific realm. Now, I think that actually, although Western science has been based on this eternal law principle, it's in a state of crisis. Until 1966, most scientists thought the universe was eternal, and having an eternal universe governed by eternal laws made sense. Since 1966, we've had the Big Bang cosmology. The whole universe started very small, less than the size of a head of a pin. It's been expanding and cooling ever since, and as it grows and cools, new forms and structures appear within it. It's much more like a developing organism than like an eternal machine. So in this evolving universe that we live in, according to modern cosmology, everything evolves, but they've still gone on with the idea that the laws of nature are fixed. So they assume that all the laws of nature were all there in place like a kind of Napoleonic code at the very moment of the Big Bang. They don't explain how they got there. Many scientists are atheists, so they just assume there were these free-floating laws that were somehow there, or which came into being with the universe itself, together with all the matter and energy in the universe. And as my friend Terence McKenna liked to say, modern science is based on the principle, give us one free miracle and we'll explain the rest. And one free miracle is the appearance of all the laws of nature and all the matter and energy in the universe from nothing in a single instant, for no reason. Anyway, we now have this radically evolving cosmos. And most scientists assume that all the laws were there at the beginning, and then they have endless debates about why were the laws exactly as they were and not otherwise. And then there's a huge debate in modern cosmology. One lot of people say, well, if they're exactly right for the universe, that's just right for us, and there could have been billions of alternative universes, then there must have been an intelligent designer, a kind of external engineering god who fine-tuned all the laws and constants, so it was just right for us before pressing the start button. And that's...
It's about the Exodus. You're looking. After this one, you can finish this one, and then you can go to the next
Oh,
one.
well, I wanted to pause it so we could talk about. Well, I wanted to just bring up the fact that when he came up with this idea of morphic resonance and thought it was a brilliant idea until he went over to India and found out, like, damn, everybody over here owning this shit and been on this shit for thousands of years. But over here in the West, it's considered pseudo, right? So India is not a backwater country. Like, why would India not look at that stuff as pseudo? And why do we look at it pseudo in the West? Like, I think that's something interesting. Where you put the video at, bro? A1. Where you go? Y'all know what video you talking about?
No, I thought he put it in some type of back chat. I'm not sure though. I ain't even got my phone in my hand.
I don't see it.
What is it? Oh yeah, YouTube, that watch. Yeah, it's in the back chat.
Where at?
Let me see.
It's in the gauntlet.
Copy link. I'll just put it back there again.
In what group?
In the back, the StreamYard private chat.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
One of the greatest miracles in human history, the moment when God himself reached down to rescue his chosen people from slavery and humiliation. The story of the Exodus has shaped three of the world's major religions, inspired billions, and filled children's books, temples, and cinema screens with the image of Moses raising his staff and parting the sea. But what if it never happened? What if the entire foundation of this story, the plagues, the Pharaoh, the Red Sea, the 40 years in the desert, was a fabrication written centuries after the fact, a national myth designed to give a scattered people a heroic past that never existed? Today we expose 10 irrefutable proofs that the Exodus never happened, not as the Bible claims, not even close. And once you see the evidence, you will never look at faith, history, or the origins of religion the same way again. Let us begin with the first crack in the sacred story, archaeology. For over a century, archaeologists have scoured the deserts of Sinai, searching for the trail of millions of Israelites supposedly wandering for 40 years. They looked for pottery shards, campfires, bones, inscriptions, anything, and yet they found nothing, not a single trace of a massive human migration. No tools, no weapons, no dwellings, no graves, no signs of life from a people numbering, as the Bible says, over 600,000 men plus women and children. That would mean over 2 million people, enough to form a city larger than ancient Thebes or Nineveh, traveling through barren desert for decades without leaving a trace. If this event were historical, the desert would be filled with remnants. Instead, it is silent. It is as if the Exodus evaporated into myth. Some believers argue that the sands swallowed everything, but archaeology has proven that even the smallest nomadic tribes left footprints across millennia. Bedouin routes, ancient traders, even shepherds from 3,000 years ago left pottery and fire pits. The Israelites, supposedly carrying the Ark of the Covenant and the wealth of Egypt, left absolutely nothing. This is the first proof, the complete absence of physical evidence for the Exodus. But the silence of the desert is only the beginning. The second proof hides in the heart of Egypt itself, the empire the Israelites were said to flee. The Egyptian civilization was the most meticulous record keeper of the ancient world. Every reign, battle, and tribute was carved in stone or written on papyrus. They documented floods, famines, and foreign incursions, yet not a single Egyptian record mentions Hebrew slaves. devastating plagues, or the loss of an entire army in the Red Sea. The supposed pharaoh of the Exodus, whether Ramesses II or another ruler, left no hint of such a catastrophe. Egyptian records are filled with victories and prosperity during that period, not divine punishment or chaos. To claim the Exodus happened is to believe Egypt experienced the most catastrophic national collapse in its history, and simply forgot to write it down. That is not faith, that is denial. The third proof lies in the timeline. The book of Exodus describes events and locations that did not exist at the time it supposedly occurred. Cities like Pithom and Ramesses are named, yet archaeology shows those cities were built centuries later. It would be like reading a medieval chronicle, describing a battle in ancient Rome mentioning Paris and New York. The anachronisms are glaring. Scholars have shown that the Exodus story, rather than reflecting events of the second millennium before Christ, was written or compiled in the 7th century before Christ, hundreds of years later, during the reign of King Josiah. It was a story meant to unify a fractured nation, giving them a heroic origin under a single god who liberated them from oppression. It was political theology, disguised as sacred memory. Proof 4 follows naturally: the number of people. The Bible says over 2 million Israelites fled Egypt, yet at that time, the entire population of Egypt was only around 3 million. That means nearly the entire workforce of Egypt vanished overnight, yet Egypt continued building temples, pyramids, and monuments uninterrupted. Impossible. The mathematics alone destroy the story. If that many people left Egypt, the demographic and economic collapse would be evident in every record. There is none. Proof 5 lies in the geography of the Exodus. The route described in the Bible crosses deserts, oases, and mountain ranges that would have been physically impossible for such a vast population to traverse without leaving settlements or graves. The supposed crossing of the Red Sea, or more accurately, the Reed Sea, has been analyzed geologically, and there is no evidence of any sudden parting of waters or drowned army. Ancient lakes and shallow marshes existed, but the image of a split ocean is pure mythic symbolism. What the story truly represents is not a historical escape, but a theological metaphor: liberation from chaos, rebirth through water, and divine triumph over empire. The Exodus is poetry masquerading as history. Now consider proof 6, cultural borrowing. Many of the core elements of the Exodus narrative existed centuries earlier in Mesopotamian and Canaanite myths. The motif of a baby rescued from water in a basket, the plagues, the mountain of revelation, the divine lawgiver, all existed in older stories. Moses' infancy mirrors the legend of Sargon of Akkad. The plagues parallel Egyptian mythic cycles. Even the covenant at Sinai mirrors Hittite treaties between vassals and their kings. The Israelites did not invent these stories. They absorbed and reworked them to create a new identity centered on divine election. Proof 7 dismantles another pillar: the idea of Hebrew slavery in Egypt. Archaeological excavations at the supposed sites of Israelite labor show no evidence of a massive enslaved Semitic population. Egypt did use foreign labor, yes, but primarily as seasonal workers or prisoners of war, not millions of permanent slaves. In fact, Egyptian texts show periods when Semitic peoples freely migrated to Egypt during famine and then left voluntarily. The story of oppression and liberation was a dramatization of those migrations, not a historical revolt. The eighth proof is linguistic. The Hebrew language used in the earliest biblical texts reflects cultural development far later than the supposed time of the Exodus. The names, idioms, and political terms belong to a settled agrarian society, not a nomadic people fresh from bondage. This means the story was written by people who were already long established in Canaan, retroactively inventing a heroic past. Proof 9 comes from the archaeology of Canaan itself. The Israelites did not appear as an invading or arriving population. They emerged from within Canaanite culture. Excavations show continuity in pottery, housing, and diet between Canaanites and early Israelites. There is no evidence of a conquest, no burned cities, no invasion. The Israelites were Canaanites who rebranded themselves through religion, rewriting their own origin story to justify territorial claims and divine favor. And finally, proof 10, the theological motive. The Exodus story was never meant to record history. It was meant to define identity. When the kingdom of Judah faced destruction by foreign empires, priests and scribes composed a story of divine rescue from oppression to reassure their people that God had saved them before and would again. The Exodus was propaganda dressed as revelation. It became the mythic foundation of Jewish, Christian, and later even Islamic identity. Without it, the chain of divine intervention collapses. Yet the evidence shows it is a beautifully crafted fiction, not divine history. And that is the true revelation. If the Exodus never happened, what else in the sacred texts was rewritten, reshaped, or invented? How much of what we believe is borrowed mythology and political theater masquerading as eternal truth? The deeper you look, the more the illusion unravels. The greatest miracle of the Exodus is not the parting of the sea. It is how successfully humanity has believed in a story that never happened. Imagine for a moment that every monument, every temple, every papyrus record of Egypt told a story of uninterrupted prosperity during the very years the Bible claims chaos ruled the land. While the book of Exodus describes rivers turning to blood, crops destroyed by hail, and livestock dying in plagues, the Egyptian records from that same supposed era celebrate fertile floods, grand constructions, and divine favor. The reign of Pharaoh Rameses II, often identified as the Pharaoh of the Exodus, was one of the most powerful and stable in Egyptian history. He ruled for over 60 years, expanded his empire, and left behind colossal statues and inscriptions boasting of victory, not divine punishment. How could a man supposedly humiliated by a Hebrew slave revolt have left behind hundreds of monuments proclaiming triumph? The truth is simple. The Exodus is not history. It is theology turned into legend. Archaeologists have examined the Nile Delta, where the Israelites were said to have lived and worked, yet found no trace of vast Semitic settlements. There were small communities of Asiatic migrants, yes, but not slaves building cities for a foreign god. Those workers were more likely free laborers or prisoners from minor border conflicts. The biblical exaggeration transformed ordinary laborers into a mythical enslaved nation, crafting an epic of suffering to justify divine deliverance. Why? Because a people with no ancient empire, no lasting monuments, and no powerful lineage needed a story to make them chosen. They needed trauma to justify destiny. They needed bondage to explain redemption. They needed Egypt. This myth of oppression became the emotional fuel of identity. But if the Israelites were never slaves in Egypt, what were they? The answer lies buried in the very land they claim to have escaped. Excavations across Canaan show that the early Israelites were not outsiders, but locals, villagers who broke away from Canaanite city-states. The evidence is overwhelming. Pottery styles remain identical. Domestic architecture stays the same. Even dietary habits like the avoidance of pork appear gradually, not suddenly. The Israelites were Canaanites who reinvented themselves as freed slaves of a single god to distinguish their faith from the polytheism around them. Their story was not migration but transformation. It was an act of cultural rebirth, a myth of exile and return crafted to define what it meant to be different. This explains why the Exodus story echoes the political crises of the 7th century before Christ, not the Bronze Age. During that period, the small kingdom of Judah was threatened by Assyrian domination. Its rulers, desperate to unify the people, needed a narrative that glorified divine deliverance from empire. The priests and scribes of Jerusalem shaped that need into a masterpiece, a tale of bondage, liberation, law, and covenant. It was propaganda sanctified as memory. Every plague, every miracle, every moral lesson served a purpose: to convince a frightened nation that their God had saved them once and would save them again. Yet, like all propaganda, it was written backwards. The authors projected their current fears into a mythical past, rewriting history to make it holy. This is the psychology of Scripture, to make the imagined more real than the actual, the symbolic more powerful than the factual. But why did this story endure for millennia, while so many ancient myths vanished? Because the Exodus became more than a tale, it became a weapon. Kings and priests learned that control over the past meant control over the future. By convincing people that their ancestors were divinely chosen and delivered, religious authorities gained absolute loyalty. Faith became history, and history became obedience. Every ritual of Passover, every retelling of the journey through the desert, reinforced the identity of chosen suffering and divine rescue. Yet behind the beauty of that ritual lies an uncomfortable truth. There was no mass exodus, no Red Sea crossing, no divine thunder from Sinai. There were only scattered tribes reimagining their origin under the shadow of empire. Archaeologists found no Mount Sinai trail,
No encampments of millions, no monumental tablets carved by divine hands. The so-called 10 Commandments were not heavenly decrees, but literary codes derived from older Near Eastern traditions. They appear almost word for word in Hittite vassal treaties, centuries before the supposed time of Moses. Even the idea of a single jealous God delivering moral law to a chosen people evolved gradually from polytheistic roots. The Israelites worshipped multiple deities before monotheism emerged, and their earliest inscriptions still invoke both Yahweh and his divine consort Asherah. The Exodus story retroactively purified that messy past, erasing the polytheism, the regional gods, and the syncretism that shaped Israel's beginnings. It was religious editing on a grand scale, and yet, the deeper scholars dig, the more this editing becomes visible. Inscriptions from ancient Israel mention Yahweh as one God among many. Temples to Baal and El stood beside altars to Yahweh. The so-called covenant was not a divine revelation. It was a reform movement by priests determined to centralize worship in Jerusalem and destroy competing sanctuaries. By writing the Exodus, they rewrote theology into history, creating an origin myth that justified their monopoly over God. It worked brilliantly, but here lies the greatest irony. In fabricating the Exodus, the priests of Israel laid the foundation for the world's first monotheistic empire of belief. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam all trace their spiritual lineage to this invented moment of liberation. The Exodus became a blueprint for salvation stories: bondage, deliverance, covenant, and promise. Without it, there is no pattern for divine rescue, no justification for the chosen, no precedent for redemption. The story's power is undeniable, but its historicity collapses under scrutiny. Archaeology tells one story, theology tells another. One is silent and buried beneath sand. The other shouts across millennia from scripture and sermon. But silence, in this case, speaks louder. When every layer of evidence denies the Exodus, we are left with only faith, and faith, no matter how sincere, cannot alter the facts of history. If millions of people crossed a desert, they would have left their bones, their ashes, their tools. They left none. If Egypt lost its army and firstborn sons, it would have recorded grief, chaos, and rebuilding. It did not. The real question is not whether the Exodus happened, but why so many generations needed to believe it did. Perhaps because humans crave deliverance. We want our suffering to mean something. We want history to prove that pain has purpose, that endurance leads to redemption. The Exodus delivers that comfort, a cosmic drama in which slavery becomes destiny and despair becomes proof of divine attention. But truth does not comfort. It disrupts. It forces us to ask, if the Exodus never happened, what else never did? And if our most sacred histories were written not by witnesses but by politicians cloaked in priestly robes, how much of what we call divine truth is actually human invention? The Exodus was not merely a story. It became the master template for the psychology of faith. Every later religion that arose from the Hebrew tradition used it as a pattern, repeating its structure with new characters and new promises. Christianity inherited it wholesale. The bondage in Egypt became bondage to sin. The crossing of the sea became baptism. The promised land became heaven, and the new Moses was called Jesus. The myth evolved, but the skeleton remained the same. A divine deliverer rescuing his people from suffering through miraculous intervention.
Yo, this joint is 30 minutes, man. You playing the whole joint?
If no divine hand split the sea, if no plagues descended on Pharaoh, then the foundation upon which Christianity and Judaism built their spiritual identity.
All you gotta do is say pause, man. If you got something to interject, man, you got what you got for us, cuz.
So as soon as he starts circling the block saying the same shit, that's when you gotta pause it.
Yeah, I didn't even notice. So what you got from?
I'm just saying, yo, is it? I mean, yo, the elders, our elders been saying that shit. You know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing new for us. You know what I'm saying? I mean, for the people who've been, you know what I'm saying, been on it. You know what I'm saying, studying it. You know, it ain't nothing new. We know it's a made up history for them. You know,
there is a rule.
Help their you know, psychological. You know what I'm saying? You know, health and all that shit. That shit was made up. We know it was made up. And one of the things that I like was that the brother the brother Obadale Cambone, he had damn, what was the guy? I think he was saying that it was either Ramses the second, or maybe it was like Ramses the fourth or somebody. They was like, say they left the inscriptions on a wall to say that, these people are evil. Don't ever let them back into the country. You know what I'm saying? They're deadly. You can't let these people back into our country. They left that shit on the wall. And I was like, God damn. To put that on the wall in stone to say don't ever let these people back into the country because they're dangerous and deadly. That's a message that that went over our heads. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people fell asleep on that shit, because they eventually came back into the country.
So who was the people you think they was talking about?
Huh?
Who was the people you think they was talking about?
Which one? You talk about the Israelites?
The ones that they said don't let back into the country.
The Israelites.
The Canaanites. The Canaanites.
Yeah. The Canaanites, Israelites, Hebrews, whatever you want to call them. They labeled them. You know what I'm saying? Remember, they labeled them all as foreigners. People that wasn't from, from Kemet. And then you still had black people, but you still had black people who also was like, Uncle Tom's at that time, who was siding with them, that they put on that list too. And they was like, yo, man, we can't trust these people, man. So it was, it was going on back then as well. That was the thing that from the book Chancellor Williams, saying Destruction of Black Civilization. That was like one of the joints that he was talking about, like the same shit that went on, 4,000 years ago, still going on today because we haven't learned shit. We ain't learned the lesson. You know what I'm saying? This shit's still going on today. It's just crazy, man.
Yeah, that's crazy. I was just going over that book for the debate that I had with the brother Lamar and see if it was something I could pull from there. That's crazy. I just was going through that book.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Amos Wilson was like, we gotta don't just read this shit. He was like, you gotta study that book. Cause it's lessons, from shit that happened in the past, and we not catching on. Like, you know what I'm saying? Shit that's still going on today from the shit that happened in the past is like, it's the same shit. We don't catch on to the shit,
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we've been stuck just believing for years, man, for generations. We've been out of that fight. Like,
I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think we need to learn none of that bullshit.
Yeah, I haven't seen any. I mean, it's important to me because I know, like I said, like y'all bring up information about black people being included in the wars in America. Well, that books prove the civilizations that lasted for centuries in Africa. That was the information that they tried to downplay. So it's like, nah, we just not mud hut hunter gatherer type people. Like, nah, we had the universities, we had plenty of stuff. So yeah, readings like that are priceless, man. Like he actually went over there firsthand, spent long ass times gathering that information and speaking to different tribes, getting their oral tradition, matching it to archaeology. Like, yeah, that book is a dig right there.
And what the thing that he was showing us was that one of the things that we didn't understand, the same thing that John Henry Clark said, was like our ancestors didn't understand the mentality of the Europeans. They came from a completely different worldview. You know what I'm saying? And then the African, you know what I'm saying? They came from a worldview that it's okay to lie. They just lied on regular. Where black people, you know what I'm saying? It's just someone, if you know what I'm saying? You say you're gonna do something, you're gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna lie about this shit. Like I ain't gonna. No, people they was men of their words. You know what I'm saying? Women of their word. They say they're gonna do some shit. They followed through with this shit. They didn't just say it just to be saying it. Whereas the Europeans, they just said shit just to be saying it. To get you to feel, to get you to drop your guard and come in. And that's one of the things that Chancellor Williams was showing us. That was that a lot of the invasions happened because of the women, people marrying the foreigners. They was marrying into the foreign family, and the children, they showed their loyalty to the foreign, their moms and shit,
Mm-hmm.
and they were showing you that was a weakness, and that happened, and why a lot of why Kemet fell. You know what I'm saying? We could see that, and you can see that shit today. You know what I'm saying? A lot of black people, marrying white people, and they still, you know what I'm saying, they love white people. They love their white side of the family. You know what I'm saying? They ain't going to deny it. That's their family. You know what I'm saying? No matter what, white America has done to us, no matter what, the negative shit, they're still going to protect that shit. You know what I'm saying? They still going to stand up for it. They would acknowledge, like, there was a lot of bad shit that took place, but they'll still defend it.
Yeah, let's say that was then. We're in a post-racial society and all the stuff like that. Like, yeah, we already know they talking points.
Yeah, I put up the next video said the man who broke math. Man, let's check it out.
There you go.
I never watched anything that is so simple you would think it obviously must be true. But if you accept it, you find there are now some line segments that have no length. A sphere, without adding anything to it, can be turned into two identical spheres. 100+ years of mathematics has been built on this axiom. It seems intuitive and it works, but it also creates ridiculous paradoxes. So, is it right? Well, it all starts with the issue of choice. Try this. Choose a number. I can just pluck a random number from my head, like 37 or 42, but that is the human brain at work, not a mathematical process. In math, you can't truly pick things at random because formulas always give the same result, which is why computers don't have true random number generators. Instead, they usually run an algorithm on your current local time to generate numbers that appear random. So if we can't pick randomly, how do we select anything in math? Well, the only way is to follow a rule of some sort. So a rule could be always choose the smallest thing. For example, if we're looking at whole positive integers, the smallest is 1. For prime numbers, it would be 2. Easy. But what about the real numbers? That's any number, positive, negative, whole, fraction, even irrational, like pi or the square root of 2. Now try to choose the smallest one. It's impossible. The real numbers stretch off to negative infinity. Even if we try to fix our rule by making it super specific, like choose the smallest number after 1, we still get stuck. There's 1.01, then 1.0001, then 1.00000001, and so on. So really, what number comes after 1? If we can't begin to specify the order of the real numbers, next and previous, first and last, we're stuck. The ridiculous part is we know we have infinite options, but despite that, we can't figure out how to just pick one. The mission to resolve this began with one man in 1870. He took on the task of putting the real numbers in a definitive order, even if it killed him. And it nearly did. Georg Cantor was a talented German mathematician who found himself at the center of a firestorm after publishing one of his very first papers at the age of 29. For centuries, our understanding of infinity was heavily influenced by Galileo's 1638 book. It raised a key question. Are there more natural numbers or are there more square numbers? Just looking at them, the square numbers are more spaced out, and they only become more sparse the higher you go. So it would appear there are fewer squares than natural numbers. But Galileo realized he could draw a line matching every natural number with its own square. And since he could make this one-to-one mapping, then he knew that the two sets must be exactly the same size. So there are actually just as many square numbers as there are natural numbers. From this counterintuitive result, Galileo concluded that terms like more than or less than don't apply to infinity, how we normally use them. It's all just one big concept of foreverness. And this view prevailed for centuries. In fact, it's how many people still understand infinity today. But 200 years on, Cantor wasn't satisfied. In 1874, he wondered, what if there were two infinite sets out there that didn't map perfectly to each other? Would they be different infinities?
So he set out to compare the natural numbers and the real numbers between 0 and 1. Cantor started by assuming he could perfectly map these sets to each other one-to-one. So he imagined writing down an infinite list with a natural number on one side and a real number between 0 and 1 on the other. Since there is no smallest real number, he would just write them down in any order. Assuming he now has a complete infinite list, Cantor writes down another real number. And to do it, he takes the first digit of the first number and adds 1. Then the second digit of the second number, and again, he adds 1. He keeps doing this all the way down the list. If the digit is an 8 or a 9, he subtracts 1 instead of adding to avoid duplicates. And by the end of this process, he has written down a real number between 0 and 1. But that number doesn't appear anywhere in his list. It's different from the first number in the first decimal place, different from the second number in the second decimal place, and so on down the line. It has to be different from every number on the list by at least one digit, the digit on the diagonal. That's why this is called Cantor's diagonalization proof. And it shows there must be more real numbers between 0 and 1 than there are natural numbers extending out to infinity. Cantor had revealed something remarkable. Infinity doesn't come in just one size. Some infinities, like the set of square numbers, integers, or rational numbers, can be paired perfectly with the natural numbers. You can literally count them, 1, 2, 3, and so on. So Cantor called these countable infinities. But then there are bigger infinities. Cantor called them uncountable. These infinities, like the set of all real numbers, the complex numbers, they can't be matched one-to-one with the natural numbers.
Cantor's results rocked the mathematical community. After all, how can something that continues forever be bigger than something else that continues forever?
His work was labeled a horror and a grave disease, but Cantor wasn't discouraged. His success only spurred him to pursue his even grander goal, to show that even uncountably infinite sets could.
I just want y'all, hey, just keep in mind what he just said. What he said was that how can something of how can natural numbers, how can something that's what do you say that unnatural numbers outmatch be the same as the natural numbers? And this is an argument that I had with my professors about this shit, because it don't make sense. If you actually sit back and think about it, it don't fucking make sense. But I'm let it play. Go ahead, let it play. We're gonna come back to it.
Keep building. Keep keep building on it, cause like I'm confused about it. Like I'm like shit.
Think about it, yo. Think about this. What he's saying is that think about this. You know, you count the numbers from 1 to 100, right? You know what I'm saying? You got this set of numbers from 1 to 100, say 1 to 1,000. You got this set of numbers from 1 to 1,000.
Over here and as seen on TV.
And what he's saying is that if you take from the numbers from 1 to 1,000, if you take just the even numbers, starting at 2, 4, 8, 6, 10 to 1,000, those are the same. You're gonna have the same amount of numbers as from the natural numbers, just from 1 to 1,000. How the fuck is that the same? You understand what I'm saying? You're missing one. You're missing a gap. That's not equal. That makes no sense to me.
You I mean, you gotta elaborate to us, man. Like talk to the chat, man. Like hey chat, what y'all think, man? Do y'all understand what they're saying?
Go ahead, let it play. Let it play though.
Hold on.
I mean, I had this discussion with my professors.
Be placed in a definitive order, what Cantor called a well order. For a set to be well ordered, he required 2 conditions. First, the set must have a clear starting point. And second, every subset, a collection of items from that set, must also have a clear starting point. So, for example, the natural numbers are well ordered. There's a starting point, 1, and any subset, say 6, 7, 8, also has a clear starting point, in this case 6. You always know which number comes before and which comes next. But what about the integers? Integers stretch off to infinity in both the positive and negative directions. Well, Cantor realized he could just pick 0 as the starting point. And from there, his ordering went 1, -1, 2, -2, ranking the integers by their absolute value, their distance from 0. It doesn't matter if you put the positives first or the negatives first, as long as you're consistent. Ordering them this way is actually what allows us to map the integers to the natural numbers and see that both sets are the same size. But there are other ways we could well order the integers. We could start with 0 and then have 1, 2, 3 all the way to positive infinity, and then -1, -2, -3 all the way to negative infinity. This is not how we're used to counting, but both of these options fit the definition of a well ordering. There's a clear starting point, 0, and all their subsets also have a definitive starting point. Cantor had successfully well-ordered a set that was infinite in both directions, but it was only countably infinite. In his next book, he published his well-ordering theorem. It claimed that every set, even the uncountably infinite ones like the real numbers, could be well-ordered.
The problem was he hadn't actually proven this, because he couldn't. Every method he tried had failed.
But there was one big reason that Cantor was so confident in his theorem. Cantor was a devout Lutheran, and he believed God was speaking through him. He said, "My theory stands as firm as a rock. Every arrow directed against it will return quickly to its archer." How do I know this? Because I have studied it from all sides for many years, and above all, because I have followed its roots, so to speak, to the first.
Now y'all see it say the man who almost broke math, and they said the man went crazy. God told him to do this shit. Y'all gotta watch it when God gets to talking to y'all and telling y'all to do shit. You might want to think twice about doing that, bro, because God almost put this man in the same side.
So he said, right? So he thought.
He said God told him to do that shit.
Yeah, and when you have schizophrenia, you hear God, you hear Jesus, you hear all kinds
I don't know. God ain't never told me to do none of that type of shit.
Yeah, because you're not schizophrenic. He probably had a mental problem.
Why God don't do some useful shit like tell you the lottery number or something?
I'm with you on that. I'm with you.
But
infallible cause.
But I'm just nah. Go ahead, let it play. I'll come back to
all created things. Belief notwithstanding, the well-ordering theorem was a lofty claim to make without any mathematical proof. And so, for the second time, the mathematical community attacked and ostracized Cantor. Leading the charge was Leopold Kronecker, the head of mathematics at the University of Berlin. Kronecker completely dismissed Cantor's work, labeling him a scientific charlatan and a corrupter of the youth. And Kronecker used to be Cantor's teacher. Cantor dreamed of joining him at the University of Berlin, but all his applications were mysterious.
Hey, bro did some backhanded under shit. Nigga, you talk to little nigga, and now he out here making motion and shit. Then you go straight backstab and then be like, "Oh, this nigga dumb." Nigga, you the one who taught him. Like, that's crazy.
Seriously denied. So Cantor took the rejection personally. In 1884, he wrote 50.
I would have took it personally too, because the dude taught him. Like, that's his mentor, that's his teacher.
52 letters to a friend, and every one of them bemoaned Kronecker. Soon, Cantor suffered what would be the first of many nervous breakdowns. He was confined to a sanatorium for recovery.
The only way he could prove everyone wrong was by well ordering the real numbers, but he couldn't find a starting point, literally.
Once Cantor was released from the sanatorium, he stepped away from math a broken man. And over the next 15 years, he taught philosophy and rarely dabbled in his old pursuits. Perhaps his greatest challenge came at the 1904 International Congress of Mathematicians. There, Julius Koenig, a respected professor from Budapest, announced he had proof that Cantor's well-ordering theorem was wrong. In the audience was not only Cantor, but also his wife, 2 of his daughters, and his colleagues. He felt utterly humiliated. But there was also another in attendance, Ernst Zermelo. Zermelo was a German mathematician who had recently developed a keen interest in Cantor's work. And as he listened to Koenig's presentation, something felt off. Within 24 hours, Zermelo had pinpointed the problem. Koenig's proof contained a damning contradiction. And within a month, Zermelo published a 3-page article titled Proof That Every Set Can Be Well-Ordered. And it was flawless. Zermelo's breakthrough came when he discovered something profound in Cantor's work, a mechanism which Cantor uses unconsciously and instinctively everywhere, but formulates explicitly nowhere. See, all along, Cantor had been assuming that he could make an infinite number of choices at once from any set, including uncountably infinite sets like the real numbers. But this was just an assumption. Nowhere in the mathematical rule book was this explicitly permitted. And math is built on rules, specifically axioms. Axioms are simple statements we accept as true without proof. Zermelo realized Cantor's assumption needed to be formalized into something that holds up in a system of proof. A new axiom that said making all of those choices was possible. He needed the axiom of choice.
The axiom of choice can be said in the sense that if you have infinitely many sets and each set is not empty, then there is a way to choose one element from each of the sets.
For finite sets, this seems obvious. Just go set by set and pick something. Even for infinite sets, it's easy if there's a clear rule, like always choose the smallest thing. But sometimes there is no natural rule. In those cases, when you're choosing from infinitely many sets, including the uncountable ones, you need the axiom of choice. We can't say how we're choosing, but the axiom makes all of these choices all at once. The axiom doesn't allow you to say which element you've chosen, only that infinitely many choices are possible. So how does this new axiom enable us to well order the real numbers? Zermelo uses the axiom of choice to choose a number from the set of all real numbers. He places this number, let's call it x1, into a new set R. The axiom then allows him to choose another number from the subset of all reals minus the one taken out. He calls this number x2 and places it as the next number in his set. And he keeps doing this, taking the chosen number and placing it next, x3, x4, x5. Now, it feels like he's choosing these numbers one at a time, but in reality, the choices are made from all possible subsets at the same time. As Zermelo indexes each number with the natural numbers, at first it might seem like he'd run into a problem, because the natural numbers are only countably infinite, whereas there are way more reals, so he should eventually run out of labels. But we can count beyond infinity. We did it earlier when we counted past positive infinity to get to -1, -2, and so on. So we just need a new set of numbers that extends past the naturals. Call the next number omega, then omega plus 1, omega plus 2, and so on. These omega numbers are not bigger than infinity, they just come after infinity. They don't tell us how many things are there, but they do tell us their order. So the next number we pull out, we'll label it x omega, then x omega plus 1, x omega plus 2, and so on. This will continue until we match the size of the real numbers and our original set is empty. Now, every real number is in our new set. There is a first number, x1, and every subset also has a first number. And just like that, we have successfully well-ordered the real numbers. This order looks nothing like our familiar ordering. A billion could come before 0.2, but with this process, we can prove that a well-ordering exists. And more than that, we now have a way to resolve our issue of how to choose mathematically. We can't pick a smallest real number, but now we can pick a first real number, our starting point. And we can do this for any set, meaning all sets can be well-ordered no matter the infinity. So Cantor's well-ordering theorem and Zermelo's axiom of choice are equivalent. Cantor was so relieved. Zermelo had proved the well-ordering theorem and well-ordered the real numbers all in under a month. Zermelo took something mathematicians had unknowingly relied on for decades and turned it into a formal axiom. He showed that understanding math isn't just about numbers, it's about the logic behind them. And lately, I've been trying to do a similar thing, but with AI, where I'm trying to understand the logic behind how models like ChatGPT work. And if you've also wanted to learn how generative AI actually works, well, then you can do that with today's sponsor, Brilliant. Brilliant has just launched a great course that breaks all of this down with interactive visuals, which is exactly what I love about Brilliant. The course builds your intuition for the math and logic behind AI, exploring how models are trained to spot patterns, generate images, and even whip up a song.
It's John Best striding through the sun.
Brilliant has thousands of interactive lessons in math, science, programming, technology, and beyond, all designed to sharpen your thinking and problem-solving skills. And since each lesson is bite-sized, you can jump in anywhere, anytime, on your laptop or even on your phone. So to try everything Brilliant has to offer for free for a full 30 days, visit brilliant.org/Veritasium.
Yeah, I must think about
in the
ordering
description
that shit.
or scan this handy QR code. And if you sign up, you'll also get 20% off their annual premium subscription. So I want to thank Brilliant for sponsoring this video. And now back to the axiom of choice. The axiom of choice may have been a new idea, but its use was anything but. Zermelo scanned dozens of papers from other mathematicians and realized they had also been using the axiom all along, even those who had criticized Cantor's work.
It just goes to show how unintuitive it is that it's even an axiom. People had been using it for like a decade unknowingly.
But this almost seems too obvious. Zermelo's proof didn't actually construct a well order, it just said one must exist. But can something exist if we can't actually build it? His proof also used an uncountable number of steps. Was that even allowed? Some mathematicians argued proofs should be finite. Others accepted infinity, but only the countable kind. And then things got worse. When mathematicians played around with the axiom of choice, it created disturbing results. One of the first came from Giuseppe Vitali in 1905. Vitali used the axiom of choice to build a set of numbers that shattered our idea of what it means for something to have length. So what Vitali does is he takes every real number between 0 and 1 and assigns it to one of an infinite number of bins. Let's call these bins groups. So we want each real number to end up in exactly one of our infinite bins. So how does he do it? Well, let's say we have two numbers, x and y. If their difference, x minus y, is equal to a rational, that is one integer divided by another integer, well then both x and y will go into the same bin. But if we have two other numbers, let's say p and q, and their difference is not a rational, so it's an irrational difference, well then those two numbers will go into separate bins. So let's do some examples. If this is 3/4 minus a half, then we get a quarter. And so both 3/4 and a half will go into the same bin. In fact, you can see that all rational numbers from this span 0 to 1, they'll all end up in the same group. Now, if you have irrational numbers, well, it's not clear whether they will go into the same bin or not. Because, for example, if we have the number √2/2 minus, say, √2/2 minus a quarter, well, then that does have a rational difference, even though each of these numbers is irrational. So these two numbers will go into the same group. But if we have irrational numbers √2/2 minus √2/3, well, that gives an irrational difference. So √2/3 will have to go into a different bin. And it will be joined by all of the numbers it has a rational difference from. And in this way, you can assign each real number to exactly one of these bins. Next, Vitali used the axiom of choice to reach into each group and select exactly one number, which would be a representative of the group. So we could pull out 3/4 from the rational group, root 2 over 2 from this group, root 2 over 3 from that group, and so on. Though, of course, because we're using the axiom of choice, you don't actually know what that representative number is, just that you have one. So we could write it down like this. We have these representatives from each group, and together they form the Vitali set. You can visualize this set as a collection of points between 0 and 1. Next, Vitali makes infinite copies of his set, and each one he shifts by a different rational number between -1 and +1. So if you think about what that does, it's going to move each representative number to be at the position of every other number in its group. If we just had the one rational number that we plucked out as a representative from the rational group, now we're going to shift it by every possible rational number between -1 and +1, so it's going to end up at every other position occupied by the other members of its group, at least on the span between 0 and 1. So if you imagine now merging all of these infinite sets together, there's going to be no overlap between the points. And second, we are going to have every real number between 0 and 1, because on that span, we have every member of every group. So now the question is, what is the size of the Vitali set? Now, we know that the union of those sets must be greater than or equal to 1, because we have every real number between 0 and 1. But also, these points only extend out as far as -1 or +2. So it must be less than or equal to 3. But this is where the problem arises, because what number for the size of the Vitali set could you add to itself infinitely many times and end up with a value between 1 and 3? There is no number like that. I mean, if the size of the Vitali set was 0, you add it up infinitely many times, you still get 0. If the size of the Vitali set is a small positive value, then you add it up infinitely many times, you're going to get infinity, not 3. So we have a contradiction. And the only way out is if the Vitali set itself is unmeasurable, which seems crazy. Non-measurable sets like the Vitali set have no consistent definition of size or length or area or even probability.
So I mean, like, what y'all think about that? Because all of the math is predicated on that, and I don't know, like, what y'all think?
That is, it don't make sense, because what he's saying is that from 0 to 1, you have an infinite amount of numbers from 0 to 1. So at what point do you reach 1 if you got a fucking infinite amount of numbers? You know what I'm saying? As they showed in the beginning, they said if from 0 to 1 you got 0.01, and then 0.001, 0.0001, 0.0001, 0.00001, and it keeps going on. You know what I'm saying? And so how the fuck you ever going to reach the number 1 or the number 2 if there's such an infinite amount of numbers from 0 to 1? At some point, you have to reach the number 1. It can't be an infinite amount. That makes no fucking sense. You know what I'm saying? It just this is a question. When I took real analysis, I was asking my professor. I was like, that makes no fucking sense, because at some point you're going to have to reach the number 1. It can't be an infinite. It can't be infinite if you reach it. If you're going to reach 1, it makes no sense. But that's the shit that they come up with.
Oh, look. We're going to move on to the next one. Mouth going up, bro. Hell.
We live on the thin, solid surface. I find it both fascinating and creepy that we live on the thin, solid surface of a planet that's still hot and liquid in the core. And we don't know exactly what's going on inside of it. There's all this hot stuff slushing around and God knows what it's doing. Worse, a new paper now found that something very strange has been going on just off the coast of Africa, where a major gravitational anomaly has occurred. Let's have a look. We're used to geological events happening over millions of years, but this gravitational anomaly amazingly happened within just a couple of years, from 2006 to 2008, just west off the coast of Africa. And it's huge. In north-south direction, it stretches about 7,000 kilometers. That's roughly the distance from London to Chicago. The researchers found this anomaly in data collected by the GRACE satellite. The GRACE mission was a joint project between NASA and the German Aerospace Center. It was a pair of satellites that took data from 2002 to 2017. They were flying one behind the other a few hundred kilometers apart, and they were exchanging very exact signals in the microwave range. With this, they could measure the distance between them to a stunning precision, micrometers over hundreds of kilometers. When the pull of gravity would change from one region to the next, the front satellite would notice that first and move a little relative to the rear one. From this, they could infer changes in Earth's gravitational field very precisely. NASA's working on a follow-up mission called GRACE-C that may or may not launch in 2028. The authors of the new paper now looked at this data from the GRACE satellites and found that there was this rapid change in the gravitational field near Africa. It's not simply that gravity got stronger or weaker, but that it changed faster from one region to the next, and then 2 years later that stopped. It's rare for geophysicists to find something that changes faster than your smartphone model. Stranger still, this gravitational anomaly happens to coincide with an anomaly in the magnetic field that was observed in the same region at the same time and that had been reported earlier. A coincidence? Possibly, but the combined evidence suggests that something was going on. Something literally very deep. So what is going on there? The scientists first considered that since this gravity anomaly was measured in a part of the ocean, that maybe the ocean currents changed. This could move a lot of water around and thereby change the local gravitational pull, but that didn't fit the shape or size of the anomaly. The authors of the new paper then came up with an explanation that fits the data much better, and that's quite something. They suggest that deep in Earth's mantle, roughly 3,000 kilometers deep, a big area of rock began to move upwards. This is called an upwelling. But then what happened is that as it moved up, the pressure dropped, and that caused a phase transition in the major mineral. This mineral is called bridgmanite, and it's a kind of perovskite. Yes, that's the same class of mineral that's also being used for solar panels. As the pressure dropped, that changed the material into a different configuration. That increased the density. This, the researchers say, caused the sudden change in the gravitational pull. Then, as the stuff moved further up, it spread out and the effect diluted until it disappeared. At least this is what they think happened. This isn't the first gravity anomaly on Earth, but it's one of the more mysterious ones. Another famous gravity anomaly is an area of unusually low gravitational pull over Hudson Bay in Canada. There is another huge gravity low in the Indian Ocean, but these have been there for as long as we've made measurements. What GRACE saw in 2007 is different, a gravity change on a remarkably short time scale. What about the sudden change in Earth's magnetic field? Well, it's somewhat unclear if these two things are related. By the way, if you remember, a few months ago, I told you about this hole in the magnetic...
You say what?
For 6 minutes.
All right.
All right.
I'm about to call you after that when he started up.